The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our House Chaplain.
Thank you so much for your prayers and your thoughts. And I'd much rather be here than in the hospital. So you guys can argue and debate, that's okay. Let us pray. Gracious, loving God, we thank you for another new day of life. May we make the most of it by being gracious and thankful. We are reminded how negativity breeds negativity, and positivity breeds positivity, victory, and success. As we come down to the last few days of regular session with yet so much to do, remind us often that we empower and enlarge that upon which we focus and give time to. If we focus on the good, good will prevail. If we focus on the negative, negativity will prevail. It all comes down to each of us choosing what we want more of, positivity or negativity. Every choice we make will have an end result, and the power of choice is within us. Lord, help us to choose wisely. In your name I pray, amen.
We'd like to thank Representative Victor's Corzad for leading us in the pledge. Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The Speaker recognizes Representative Victors on a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, colleagues. Over here. It is my great honor to introduce and recognize Mr. Moses Brings Plenty. He is best known for his portrayal as Mo on the hit Paramount Network series Yellowstone. We have any fans in here? Mr. Brings Plenty is from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe and was born on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. He has also acted and played in numerous films such as the Pirates of the Caribbean, Thunderheart, Hidalgo, and you're working on right now Jurassic World. He's going to be in that one, and he's going to pretty soon get ready to tape season 5 of Yellowstone. He's also a consultant for 1883. I have not seen that one yet, so I plan to see it in April when we have break.
And also a rancher in Kansas.
Oh, and also he's also a rancher in Kansas, and he lives down the street in Paola, Kansas. And so I'm just so excited to have our fellow Kansan here today and welcome him to the House chambers. And my colleague and I wish to present him with an official state certificate for his many accomplishments and continued success. Mr. Speaker, I would like my words to be spread across the journal. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered.
Get over here, get out closer.
Oh.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Stephen Johnson to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good. Good morning, committee. I would like to give a special shout out to the Ellsworth High School students and their government teacher who are with us in the gallery. Glad to have you visiting with us today. Our first item of business is House Substitute for Senate Bill 267 for the purpose of carrying House Substitute for Senate Bill 267. Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Today we have the House substitute for Senate Bill 267, which is the budget bill for the House of Representatives. Just kind of go through the profile that should have been included with the documents that you received yesterday on your desks here in the chamber. In fiscal year 2022, the House position is that we have an ending balance of $1.2 billion, and in fiscal year 2023, an ending balance of $1.5 billion. Included in those ending balance amounts is Senate Bill 421, which passed this chamber, which was, if you recall, the $1 billion that went towards CAPERS. That was also the layering payment, including more or additional funds that would be appropriated to the CAPERS unfunded liability. We do not include the governor's request in her budget of $460 million, which is the $250 individual tax filer resident rebate. And our position also does reflect, which the governor's budget did not reflect that when she submitted her budget in the beginning of January, the Apex bill that passed and became law. So those ending balances of $1.2 billion and $1.5 billion in fiscal year 2023 account for those two pieces of legislation that passed this chamber. I'll just briefly mention K through 12 education. Actually, we're going to be having that discussion later on today in regards to the funding in House Bill 2512. But it is reflective in the profile, the fully funding of a K through 12 education. So the profile does show that. We had an increase in fiscal year 2023 of $27.4 million. That's the SGF portion. There's a match from the federal government in regards to the community-based services, intellectual and developmental disability waiver. Some of the other items that we had was the state employee plan. All of the employees, aside from legislators, will in some way or another receive a pay increase. So if there was a pay progression plan that was put into place, most of those last year or the year prior, and those progression pay plans are still in effect, they would not be accounted for in the 5% pay increase. However, if there was an employee of the state that was not included in a pay progression plan, they will be receiving the 5% pay increase. For the first time in a long time, we're fully funding the water plan. We are also eliminating the extraordinary transfer that has been going on for many years from the Kansas Department of Transportation to the State General Fund. And we have also put away $500 million into the Budget Stabilization Fund because we know that we are going to probably be going into a recession in some outgoing years. And so we need to be fiscally responsible and put money into the Budget Stabilization Fund or the Rainy Day Fund. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions in regards to House Substitute for Senate Bill 267.
Chair recognizes Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take a few minutes of your time to talk about some thoughts about the current budget. You know, we do have a budget surplus after many years of some very, very lean years that we were nearly bankrupt. And we have a decent surplus, but having extra money sometimes causes its own set of problems because everyone has a way in which they want to spend it. So we have to carefully set up what our priorities are and what we think are most important. And one thing I think we needed to keep in mind with this budget is probably the same things we would keep in mind with our families. When you've gone through really, really lean, difficult times, you want to make sure you get your house in order when you now have a windfall or good times have arrived. And to me, that means a couple of things. Number one, set up a rainy day fund, or in the case of the state, it's a budget stabilization fund. And number two, you want to pay off as much debt as you can. So in the event that bad times do indeed hit, we will have sufficient resources for that. And you also might want to buy something that's for the good of all that you haven't been able to purchase or get because of very lean times. So in our budget, we did a couple of things. We did put, as the previous speaker said, $500 million in the budget stabilization fee. Out of the governor's budget, it was $600 million. We took $100 million out in appropriations. I'm not sure why, because we did have the budget to keep the full $600 million, but even so, that's a decent amount. We did pay off the CAPER's missed payments, the $253 million, very important because those were actually missed payments, so we paid that off when we did the larger CAPER's bill. What we didn't do, and I think we should have done, was pay off a couple of other outstanding bonds that were that were recommended by KDFA, Kansas Department of Finance Authority, that are ripe for paying off. And those are the NBAth bonds, and those are also the John Redmond, KU Health Education, and et cetera, other bonds in that. That would have retired $331 million in debt, number one. And number two, that would have saved us $45 million every year in payments on those bonds. So before we did additional spending, I would have advocated getting those off the books and paying those off. Something that I think, so there's many buckets of money in this budget that benefit many people, but there's one thing we could have done that literally benefits everyone, and I wish we had money set aside in this budget for eliminating the food sales tax. And I understand there's a bill in committee that ratchets it down. I don't know if it's ever going to come to the floor. I don't know if it's going anywhere. But the one thing we could do with this budget surplus is make sure the taxpayers get a piece of that. And the best way I know to make sure we share this surplus with them is to eliminate the food sales tax, because then the taxpayers get a little bit of our windfall that we're spreading around. Now, there are some very good things in this budget and things that I fully support. But I am not voting for this budget, and really one basic reason why: it's the poison pill that was added on to this budget. That is similar to House Bill 2463, which is the extension of the MCO contracts, no bid, $4 billion no bid contract to the existing MCOs for 1 year. I cannot attach my name to something that we don't even know is legal. We have sent, well, let me tell you a little bit about that. So it went through Health Committee. First it was tabled, and then it got out of Health Committee. I was looking forward to being on the floor because it has not passed the Senate floor, nor has it been on the House floor. It was a budget proviso added in Appropriations Committee. We were told at the time that it was House Bill 2463. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. We were told at the time that it was House Bill 2463, but we had no language that day to even look at it. Now that we see the language, we see that it is much worse than House Bill 2463. Once again, this is a no-bid contract. The revisor's office, I talked to them this morning, they still cannot tell us whether this is a legal action we would be taking. We have sent a letter to the Attorney General's office, and we're going to follow it up with another letter to ask him. But even though we don't know if this is legal, we passed it out of Appropriations Committee. There is an effort to at least hold it off to omnibus, and that failed. Now, this is a bill with no proponents. In fact, for the first time in my 12 years in the legislature that I've seen a bill that actually has no proponents. It had a long, and in fact, no one is claiming this bill either. We continue to ask, whose bill is this? And no one claims it. So let me tell you who the opponents were. Sarah Fertig, the Kansas Medicaid Director, the Kansas Action for Children, CanCare Advocates Network, United Methodist Health Ministries, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability, Community Care Network, Oral Health Kansas, Secretary D'Angela Burns-Wallace, Secretary of Kansas Department of Administration, and even though they testified neutral, the Kansas Medical Society, the Hospital Association, and the Community Mental Health Centers all expressed grave concerns with this bill. Never before have we put in law, in statute, that someone gets a contract for an additional year. Now you may hear, I'm going to preempt something. You may hear that we've done this before. We have done nothing like this before. Several years back, I think 2017, I'm not sure the year, the administration was not ready, so they worked with the agency and asked CMS for an extension. Never before has the legislature intervened and asked for a contract, no bid contract extension. It has not happened. This smells bad, and I am certain if this goes forward, there'll be some kind of investigation into this. So while I support many aspects of the bill, I cannot support something that I think is potentially illegal. And then the last point I'll make is Medicaid expansion. I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but Medicaid expansion with the additional federal funds that we will get as an incentive to us and other states to pass Medicaid expansion, we are actually turning away money. So we would have gotten $68 million for half a year, probably $400 million in total over 2 years to pass Medicaid expansion. So the excuse used to be, we can't afford it. We can't afford the $40 million, $38 million a year. Now it is actually costing us money not to put 150,000 people on the tax rolls. That continues to make no sense to me. So, as I said, I support many good aspects of the budget, but I thought about this for a long time, and it's really hard for me to vote against some of this and vote against a lot of the committee's work. But I draw a line in the sand when it comes to something like 2463 being in the budget. I refuse, at least with my vote, to allow that. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the previous representative for his good comments.
On the bill, Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, we have a responsibility to stand with those who protect us. Our prisons right now are in crisis mode. Lansing Correctional Facility, in the last year, we've had 2 corrections officers almost beat to death because there are not enough of them in our prisons to secure themselves and also secure those prisoners and protect them from each other. I'm deeply concerned that they are excluded from the pay raise in this budget. They did get the 24/7 pay plan increase with the base pay increase for the corrections officers plus the differential. But a lot of hardworking employees in our prisons didn't get that base pay increase. They only got the differential. Folks like the mechanics, the accountants, the medical workers in our facilities did not get that pay increase. And it is not permanent. So when it goes away, and none of us can tell them when it will go away, they are not getting a pay raise at all. It's been years and they're not getting one. If we want to attract talented people to serve in our facilities, our corrections facilities, protecting us, we have got to give them the pay and the benefits that they deserve. I'm going to be supporting this budget, but I hope that when we get into conference with the Senate, we do something to guarantee that those pay raises are permanent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the bill, Representative Corbett. Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Would the representative like to explain?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are debating the appropriations bill. We all know that. This is a simple amendment. This amendment simply takes the K-12 budget portion and put it back into the full appropriations bill. Would you like me to further explain?
I'll ask if there's an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment. Objection's been waived. You may continue.
Thank you. Again, we have rules for a reason. The process used this year to move the education budget out of the appropriations bill into substitute 2512 was not actually in order, and that we should put it back into order. Our own House rules create budget committees. This is actually contradicting our own rules. This is half of the state budget, and that since the Senate has already passed their education budget, you kind of hamstring our House appropriation members. Again, this amendment is simple because it simply takes the K-12 budget, puts it back into the full appropriations budget, and that then the conference committee House members will have a position for the entire budget. It doesn't alter the committee's position. We'll have a chance to weigh in on the other policy pieces. The policy pieces and the budget together contradicts, but that by moving this section of the budget into the mega bill, we also keep the bills together, relevant, one subject. So I'll stand for questions.
On the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And here is why I would ask our members to oppose this amendment. When you take $6 billion and you separate it out and you put it with good policy that provides accountability and provisions for transparency, that is a better thing. The Kansas Supreme Court ruled on constitutional funding, which we have provided. Full constitutional funding. In addition to that, they said Kansas is failing 25% of our students. They held Kansas, the legislature, accountable for outcomes in schools. However, we, the legislature, can't necessarily dictate where that money goes and exactly how that money is spent. What we can do is provide the accountability by incorporating the funding together with the policy. Policy that is supported throughout, almost unanimous support on most of this policy that you will find today. We will be having an opportunity very soon to debate all of the elements in the budget. To me, it doesn't matter if it's in the big mega bill where it gets swallowed up with less accountability, or is it more important to separate it out and to talk about all the elements that are important? Important to your kids, important to my kids. Also, I'd like the legislature to keep in mind that when we're talking about all student proficiency, we're at a crisis level. 72% of all Kansas students in math are not proficient. Is that okay? Well, let's talk about 10th grade. Let's talk about at-risk kids. 92.41% of at-risk kids in Kansas are not proficient in math. 92%? Is that okay? So at what point will the legislature take seriously our responsibility? It's more than funding. It's more than funding. It's policy as well. So for those reasons, because outcomes are not where they need to be, and because partnerships are good, and because we will have a chance to debate this on the floor, I would ask the body to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, you want to be next? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't really echo the comments made by the previous representative, but I do agree with her. We're going to be debating the K through 12 education funding, which in that bill 2512 fully funds K through 12 education, and I would be opposing the amendment. So I just want to make that statement.
Chair recognizes Representative Hubert.
I agree with both of the previous speakers. In our caucus, we had this discussion, and our speaker made a really good point. You know, the courts are maintaining jurisdiction of our funding to this day. It's important for us to do what we're doing with having a separate discussion on our budget for accountability. I would oppose this amendment and ask you to support the hard work that's been done in the Education Budget Committee as a part of the overall appropriations process.
Chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Many of us in this body have supported the last 6 years and voted on this education amendment being, the education budget being separate for the last 6 years. It has happened before that on occasion. And it's a wise decision when you have your policy and you have your budget together. It makes a lot more sense. If you put this with the policy into the big budget bill, that's what complicates it. There was a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of discussion on this, and I would ask that you support I ask that you not support the amendment and stay with your K-12 Budget Committee.
Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
I rise in support of the amendment. You know, when I first came to the legislature in '87, we used to do all the budgets separately. Every agency was done separately. And in the mid-90s, we decided, and at the end of the session, then we had to kind of keep track of where we were. We had to add everything up because everything was separate. So in the mid-90s, we decided it would be easier in terms of getting a big picture of where we're at in the budget if we put it all in one bill. We're kind of going backwards now. We pull out, education is the single biggest thing we fund. So you pull that out, then we're taking a big chunk out of that big picture. I think we should keep it all together in one bill. We have one budget where we can see where we're at, keep track of the money. It makes a lot more sense. This particular amendment doesn't change the work the committee did. This is the exact funding that was approved by the K-12 committee. It just puts the funding into this bill with all the other funding where it should be. So I rise in support of the amendment.
If there is no further discussion on the amendment, Representative Nguyen, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me correct one comment that was made. The courts did not charge the legislature with outcomes. So let's not get things mixed up. And no one denies the fact that we must do everything to promote student achievement. That's not even under discussion. So don't even bring that into the discussion. This is clearly dealing with the money. This is clearly trying to help our Appropriations Committee to have a clean house, one subject bill, and that when you take this kind of amount out of your budget, what kind of precedent do you start? You let every other budget committee just do what they want as they used to. Yes, last year we did have the budget standing out there, and it has not been successful in the past. But this is not in any way, talking about policy. We have that on the next bill. But we're just talking about here, not altering, I think that one of the speakers said something, we'll stick with the K-12 Budget Committee. You're sticking with the K-12 Budget Committee. The committee passed this out. You're just taking this out, put into all budget bills. It's not that complicated and it's not that disruptive. So I believe it is the right thing to do to make the entire budget cohesive, and I move my amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Nguyen to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 44 having voted in favor and 76 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
I have a series of amendments. Is there a desk I could get up here so I could put them on later? Just kidding. I apologize. I didn't expect to be called up so early. I'll explain it very briefly. This is an amendment to cut $10 million from the budget. There was a bill introduced by the governor, and the governor had recommended changes in the CAPERS retirement system. The bill is still in the House Appropriations Committee. It was not acted upon. This $10 million is still there, and I'm making a motion that we take the $10 million out, make it available for other things in the state budget.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 248, striking all in lines 12 through 34 and renumbering sections accordingly.
I know it's a surprise.
The temporary chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Would the maker of an amendment stand for a question? So,
Hi, Steve. How are you?
I'm fine.
Sorry to get you out of the chair.
So, just the amendment is simple going through, but the 10 million, do you know to what purpose it was being applied to the KPNF fund?
You remember the governor had proposed transferring some individuals in a retirement from the KPNF system and being paid in a different one, and we didn't act on the bill, but we forgot to take the money out.
No, so I am trying to just get caught up to that.
Okay.
So, do you know who was being taken out of the system?
I can look a little bit, just a second.
Thank you.
I was asked, since there are some questions about the amendment, I'd like to withdraw the amendment and re-offer it after we have a chance to make sure everyone is comfortable with the amendment, or uncomfortable after they have the answers they need.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Okay?
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I come before you this morning. It's still this morning. One of my top priorities this session, of course, for the last really 6 years, was to reduce the state sales tax on food. I've talked in tax committee trying to increase in a tax bill the state sales tax on food, reduce the rate at a quicker rate. That was not successful. So I started thinking the last couple days about if we're not going to go there, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. We have a bill, House Bill 2711, that's below the line, and I'm not sure that's going to come up this session. And what's going to happen when the Senate does their magical things over in the Senate, and then we have to go into conference and accept something we don't want. It might be, who knows, if we'll get a chance to reduce the state sales tax on food. As you all know, right now, inflation is running about, I think the last I saw was 8%, which is making it very, very tough on your constituents to make ends meet. You know, there's been discussion in some states about, well, let's reduce the sales tax or the excise tax on gasoline. I looked at that yesterday, and on an average, it would save about $115 per car owner. So I thought through that, what is the best way, if we're not going to reduce the sales tax on food, how can we help our constituents? And I made a decision, so I have an amendment.
The amendment may or may not be long, I can't tell. The amendment does look long. Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
I will, Mr. Chairman. Easy amendment. This just puts in the budget the $250 rebate in '23. It's a $460 million one-time hit to the budget. We don't have to worry about 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road whether or not we're going to have the revenue or the money. It's a one-time $460 million appropriation for the rebate. And I'm doing it because I'm not sure about sales tax on food, state sales tax on food. So I think we need to give our constituents some help. Give them the $250 per tax filer in 2020. So for 2 folks married filing jointly would get $500. Then guess what? They can go out. It will help them buy gas. It will help them buy food. It will help them just with their general expenses during this time of high inflation. And most of the economists that I've listened to over the last couple weeks predict that inflation will hit double digits. So we're going to be dealing with 10% inflation probably this summer, if not before. And we need some help. Our constituents need help out there to make it through this inflationary period. This will do that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Right. Is there an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing no objection, would anyone like to speak to the amendment? To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just go through the progression of this when the governor made this part of her initial budget. This is before we started passing bills, and some of those that the governor supported. And namely, I'm going to say the Apex bill. That bill was not reflective in the governor's budget. That happened after the submission of her budget to the legislature. We have had discussion in Appropriations Committee of the cost of what the Apex bill could possibly be. And so we had to have an offset. As I mentioned in my opening comments, we also had a bill that was passed, Senate Bill 421, which paid off more debt than the governor had submitted in her initial budget. So we had $1 billion that we had identified we would like to go to KPERS, which we have to account for. This is, if we want to talk about tax policy, that's for the tax committee. And I think if we want to have a long-term tax strategy, that is up to the tax committee. We had a discussion about this in Appropriations. And if we're looking at the long-term fiscal effect of the state of Kansas, this is the reason why this particular item was pulled out. It's a one-time payment. Probably it will increase inflation because there'll be more money out there in the economy and circulating. And that's the reason why we have high inflation right now, is because of all the money that came from the federal government. And if you look at the profiles, which the Appropriations Committee did, we looked at the budget directors, we looked at legislative research. This is the reason why we did not move forward with this in Appropriations, because if you start looking at the outlying years, we are going to find ourselves in trouble. Huge financial trouble. And so I would ask that the body oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, Representative Sawyer. Oh, wait.
No, I rise in support of the amendment. You know, when I go home on weekends, I keep hearing from people how they're struggling right now with high gas prices. You know, this is in inflation, different things cost more. I think it's really important right now that we do something to help our citizens of Kansas right now. We have a large surplus at the moment. This is one-time money. This isn't putting in an ongoing thing that's going to affect the budget. This is taking some of that large surplus we have right now and sending it back to our citizens so they can buy gasoline, can buy groceries, pay their bills. You know, we're not the only state doing this. I just heard something, I think it was last night or this morning, about Wisconsin is giving their citizens, talk about giving them $1,000 a check per person to help them right now. So I think we've got this large ending balance. It's a very good use of this. It's one-time money. It doesn't build it in the base. It's not going to cause us long-term budget problems. We've got a large balance right now. We ought to send some of it back to our citizens. And so I would urge you to support the $250 rebate.
On the amendment, Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a copy of the budget sheet that came out with all the documents you should have had today. We have it, and it shows a 14% ending balance today with Apex. So we do have the money to do this. People have been looking forward to this ever since the governor's budget proposal was out. Are we doing it to help the people, or is this a slap in the face? You know, hey, this is good for folks. They can spend that money right now today in Kansas, and they will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Gartner, you may close.
Thank you. I believe the money for the sales tax on food elimination was in some of the profiles, and I believe in this budget it's been removed. And that was, if I remember correctly, 400 and some million. So all I'm doing is now for next year taking 460 million and putting it back into the budget. One time allotment, one time. I understand we don't know what's going to happen with Apex. Who knows? It's in the budget. If we're not successful, we'll have that money in the budget. I know the chairman talked about 5, 4, 5, 6 years down the road, it could have an impact. I don't know what crystal ball he's looking at. Who knows? We don't know what's going to even happen next year, let alone 5, 6 years down the road. And remember, this is just a one-time allotment in 2023. It doesn't continue. We make those payments to our constituents, give them the ability, give them some money to go out and fight against inflation. Let them feel a little more comfortable headed into next year with $500. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Gartner to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 37 having voted in favor and 84 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Chair would recognize Representative Helgerson for another part of the stack of paper.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reoffer the amendment that I had earlier.
Thank you. It's short. We'll have the clerk will read.
Page 248, striking all lines 12 through 34 and renumber sections accordingly.
Does anyone desire to speak to the amendment? Representative Waymaster.
If I may, could I ask a question to the carrier of the amendment? All right, Representative, so your amendment, the governor had $10 million in her budget to moving some employees to KP&F. That policy did not pass, but yet the $10 million is still in the budget, and this is removing that $10 million.
Yes.
I'm in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If there's no further discussion, Representative Helgerson. Oh, wait, Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to rise in opposition to this amendment. This is the opportunity for those two groups to be moved into KP&F and reward for all the service. And so I am going to rise an amendment and support the Wildlife and Parks and the Corrections group that want this to happen. Thank you so very much.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Helgerson, you may close.
Whether you agree or not with the policy, the governor had made a recommendation. She put $10 million in the budget. The legislature spoke and that it didn't take action on that, so we should remove the $10 million to follow what the statute requires.
You have heard what I believe was a motion by Representative Helgerson.
Yeah, that was it. I move the adoption of the amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Helgerson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We are back on the bill, and Representative Helgerson, you have the floor.
This is another amendment to gain some additional money. But I'm sure some of you are going to be not as excited about this. This is the Medicaid Expansion Amendment and puts the money back in. I'd be happy to explain it further after I turn it in. Yeah, I know.
The amendment appears along. Would the representative like to further explain?
You know, we joke about it, but if you look at the 160,000 people in this state that don't have health insurance, it is the first time we've had an opportunity to do it where it's going to be positive to the state general fund. And if everybody knows me and jokes about me, I'm the one that stands up and says, cut the budget if we need to. Here is an opportunity to fund Medicaid expansion and have more cash here. You know, it's a win-win. I understand that there are policy issues that some people have. They don't like the government ordering this. They don't like the federal government pumping in this kind of money. Heck, you've all accepted the federal money pumping in, and in fact, the federal money that's pumped into this state has caused our coffers to go up I think it was $2.75 billion from a year ago when I offered some other amendments. You go out and talk to people that don't have health insurance and what a lifeline this is to them. Yeah, it's all they have to take care of their families at times to make sure that they have health care. And we can do it without any money coming from the state general fund. You know, the majority of Kansans believe this is right. Wasn't it Missouri that had a referendum and passed it above what the legislature had said? You know, if you believe in sound budgeting, I believe this is the right course. If you believe in taking care of the population that we're here to serve, it's the right course. If you believe in taking care of the average of 1,000 people that are in each and every district that we have, you should vote for this amendment. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Is there an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing no objection on the amendment, Representative Waymaster. Oh, I missed an objection. My apology, there is an objection. Clerk will read.
Page 98, line 17, by subtracting $68,500,000 from the dollar amount and adjusting the dollar amount in line 17 accordingly. In line 28, by striking all after 2023, by striking all in lines 29 through 35, and in line 36, by striking all before the period. On page 99, in line 23, by adding $2,200,000 to the dollar amount and adjusting the dollar amount in line 23 accordingly, by striking all in lines 24 through 32. On page 102, following line 9, by inserting J.
The objection has been raised. On the amendment, Representative Landwehr.
The carrier of this amendment is right. There's no SGF in this today. But there will be tomorrow. And those of you that are on appropriations, you've heard me talk about what it was like when, as a legislator, we had to come in and not cut next year's budget. We had to come in and cut the current fiscal year's budget when we hit a recession. on top of 911. That was everyone got cut, including education, because there was not enough money to pay. Also, when we started delaying a school payment so that we could balance our books, because Kansas cannot run a deficit. Our Constitution does not allow us to do this. The way that we run the deficit is we bond. That's the closest that we come to it. And it's not fun when you start removing people from social services, and Kansas has been very fortunate. We've been able, because of the way that we control our caps, we didn't have to do that like Missouri and some of our fellow states. So you have to decide. Yes, there's extra money here today, but it's not going to be here tomorrow. There is a fiscal note on this in the out years, so I ask that you oppose the amendment.
On the amendment, Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I overwhelmingly support this amendment to add Medicaid expansion. It is long past time. And just so you understand the finances of this, the federal incentive that they're offering, because 38 states have already expanded, they're trying to push the last 12 across the finish line. So it is a very generous incentive. Anywhere between $350 to $450 million over the next 2 years. Okay, think about that. Do the math. Medicaid expansion, before you account for any kind of economic impact, cost us about $38 million a year. So at $38 million a year, let's just say 40, and you get $400 million in over the next 2 years, that would pay for 10 years of Medicaid expansion. That would pay to put 150 people on health insurance. Think about it. We're all lucky enough to have health insurance in this room. I wouldn't be able to work today if I hadn't been able to have the medical care that I've had throughout my life. One of the things that the Commerce Chair talks about, and rightfully so, is we need more workers. We need more people to take jobs. Well, one of the quickest ways to do that, in my mind, is to make sure people have decent insurance so they can stay at their jobs because they get their health issues taken care of, or they can get healthy enough to get back in the workplace so they can take some of those jobs. So to me, this is budgetary malpractice. There is no reason. Kansas is surrounded by Medicaid expansion states. We're falling behind. There will be a huge economic boom in Kansas, as they've seen in other states, whenever you put 150,000 people with insurance, that's going to cause an economic impact. You have to have more people to care for them, medical care providers, more offices, more products. I mean, it's endless, and every state has done this, has shown that the cost that they originally thought it would be was wiped out by the economic impact. It is long past time. I know we have our set, somewhat partisan views on this. I do the same thing on my side. I'm just asking you to try and open your hearts and minds to the facts on this. And the facts are this won't cost us anything, and everyone's going to eventually have to do it. Already, it's South Dakota, I believe, might be North Dakota, has a budget referendum coming up in their next election because they're taking advantage of this federal incentive. Now is the time. Everyone is going to eventually do this, everyone. So we need to take advantage while this incentive's available because we don't know, we just don't know how long it's going to be available. Thank you very much. And I realize that this just adds the money or just takes advantage of the money, and we're not actually passing Medicaid expansion today, but that would be a start. Thank you very much, and thank you to the maker of the amendment.
On the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll get up and speak to this, even though I know how this is going to go. It's going to go the same way it always goes. But there's a cost to not doing this, and we're going to have to deal with this at some point. Every year that we don't do this, it's costing this state something. And we have spent a lot of time this year talking about workforce and the need for it, and we seem to have this idea that if we just starve people enough, they will suddenly go work. But I don't think that's the case. I have this silly little podcast that I do, not because I make any money at it, because I have this crazy idea that I just do things because I like them and they're fun. But I interviewed this hairdresser who had cancer 7 years ago, and she has cancer again. And she's a hairdresser. That industry, and we have some pretty good hair in this place. Some of us, not so much, but most of us pretty good. So I'm guessing that all of us have got our hair cut or colored or something. That industry does not provide benefits for its employees. And then when I talk to salon owners, they say, if I did, you couldn't afford any of the services. We'd be priced out of business. The crisis in healthcare that's happening right now is that we are killing small businesses by not accepting Medicaid expansion. You can talk all you want about people out of work and whatever, but there are people working. They're working in the service industry. They're working in hair salons. They're working in restaurants. They're working in hotels. And a lot of those industries do not offer benefits. And this is a way that we can support that workforce in those industries. And I don't know what you think we're supposed to go back and tell people who have cancer, who don't have health insurance, whose income is affected by their ability to make it to work or not. But if you have a good idea, I'd like to hear it. Because here is the bottom line. If you don't like Medicaid expansion and you don't want to do it, you've got the numbers, don't do it. But bring a solution. Stop standing in the way of a problem that needs solved. We give money away, $38 million, we give more money than that away in a single bill in business tax credits. Fix the problem. Don't just tell me that we can't do this. Don't tell me that we're not going to do it. Tell me how we're actually going to help people live their lives the way they want to live them and come up with the solution. If you're not willing to do that, then stop standing in the way of a ready-made solution.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2017, this issue became very personal to me. I had a major heart attack on a Saturday during the session, and I was 10 minutes away from a terrific hospital. And I did not have to worry day one about how I was going to pay for that treatment that they gave me in that hospital. It's a wonderful hospital. I was back here in the legislature 9 days later. I can't imagine the terror that 150,000 of our fellow Kansans would have to face if they were in the same position with no medical care available. Would they have to sit there in the position that I was in and go, gee, should I immediately go to the hospital and bankrupt my family? Or should I just stay put and hope this passes? That's unconscionable that we treat people that way. 150,000 of our fellow Kansans. And talk about money, I remember, I think it was 4 years ago, the cost of Medicaid expansion to the state was $35 million. The Hospital Association came up and said, we'll cover that because we will benefit that much for it from just the emergency care that we won't have to pay for. They would have paid that $35 million. We would have made money. We would have created jobs. We would have had billions of dollars coming back into Kansas, and we turned it down. I don't understand the financial reasoning behind that, and I certainly don't understand the humanitarian reasoning behind that. I hope you'll think about your fellow Kansans who aren't as fortunate as every person in this room. We need to do something for them, and this is the bill to do it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My position on this particular amendment is going to be the same that it has for the last couple of years. We're talking about a drastic policy change that does not really need to be in the budget, because the budget is only for 1 or 2 years, maybe 3. I understand the frustration of the policy not being discussed, but it does not belong in the budget. So I'll be opposing the amendment, as I have the last couple of years, because of that rationale.
Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're the carrier of the amendment. Answer some questions, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. I appreciate your other amendment first.
I understand. I appreciate that.
Does this?
And I appreciate our friendship.
Thank you. No, I'm just kidding.
Make everybody nervous out there.
Does this have the potential, your amendment, does this have the potential to fund abortion in the state of Kansas?
I believe, and correct me if anyone else knows, I believe that the legislature passed laws previously that bans abortion and funding of state-funded abortions in the state of Kansas. And in fact, in 93, I think, and the representative from Wichita could remind me, Mike Farmer and I made sure that that was the case.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Thank you, body.
There is no further discussion. Representative Helgerson, you may close.
You know, it's nice to be among friends. Even though we disagree with each other, it is like family up here. Let me mention a couple things that were said and why you want to vote for it or don't want to vote for it. First thing, Senate's not going to act on it. Why should we do anything? Man, if that's the case, after being over in the Senate previously, you know, we should just adjourn the way the Senate acts at times. We put pressure on the Senate to be responsible. And you look at the tax bill, that's a good example of what they're doing and what we're doing. So don't use that as a reason not to do it. The representative from Sedgwick, who I admire a great deal, said it's going to cost in the out years. It will. But everything costs in the out years. But for the next 5 years, we can do it free. You know, most of you don't realize that in '92, I was the ranking for Social Service Budget Committee, what you call social services. We automatically would raise or decrease the amount of service that people would get for medical services. And we did it because we could do it automatically. And we budgeted it accordingly to the money we have, but we also looked at the pain and the suffering that people have out there. We are not doing this now because I believe there's a prohibition that says the governor can't unilaterally simply say, expand Medicaid. So we have to be the first person or the first body to act. We have to simply say that it is good policy. You know, this isn't said, but I'm sure it's out there. There are some of you that feel like this is a national health insurance and this is Obamacare. Man, I have some of those same hesitations at times. But I think of the 160,000 people out there that struggle without health care, that struggle to make sure that they're not ending up in the emergency room and dealing with those bills, or avoid health care altogether because they don't have any other opportunities. And we, for the first time since I've been back here, have an opportunity to do it at no cost for us right now. In the future, The legislature may choose to put more money there or less money. But with all of the social service programs, they're almost every one, and I believe, and someone correct me, nursing homes is not a mandatory plan. We make a conscious decision, even though you don't act, we make a conscious decision to put that money there and to continue that program. So Medicaid expansion is the same as other programs in the future. We decide to do it or not to do it. But for these 160,000 people, we judge it on the dollars. What we should judge it on is the pain and the suffering that no health care will have for these individuals. I move the amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Helgerson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 49 having voted in favor and 72 against, the motion fails. On the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Over the last several years, the body has put up and had a great deal of patience with regards to my ranting and raving about the docking office building. The legislature has made a decision last year to tear it down to 3 stories, or rather they authorized the building committee to come in with a plan, and that's what the plan is at this point, to tear it down to 3 stories, spend $120 million, and I don't know what they're going to name it, docking light. What this amendment does, it says it eliminates the decision for 1 year, and it gives the governor and the building committee one last time to look at if there are any other options. Why do I say look at other options? Because $120 million we will lose or spend for a 3-story building, which is the most we will ever spend for a 3-story building. And I think we should give it one last year to see if we can find a different solution. If we can't find a solution, then then what you get is you get me to shut up from now on about this. And you know, I can't rant and rail because you've given the building committee and the governor one last option. But otherwise, if you don't make a decision on this, you're going to lose $120 million on a 3-story building. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
The amendment appears long. Does the representative wish to further explain? Is there an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing no objection on the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of information come my way about this whole project, and I've been involved in watching it from the beginning. I really can't stand here and say the things I know because I didn't plan for it, and it would be accusations. But there are a lot behind the scenes in this, and I think a delay would be very helpful. Also, we possibly can use Spark money. That's kind of out there. We don't know. And it's like 90 million, maybe. I don't know, was it 90 million that we, sorry, 60 million possibly from Spark, but we don't know that now. And it's a budgeting thing. You know, we really aren't ready to make this commitment to the budget. Also, the historic preservation folks are asking for a national registration of historic places, and that would also provide us funds for this project. So I think it'd be a very wise decision just to put it on hold for a year. I think we can learn a lot more in that time, and I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our building construction committee, we have talked about this since I've been here. It was talked about many years before I got here. The legislature has kicked this can down the road for a decade or more. I think we've been waiting for our committee to make a decision. We finally did that this year. We have the federal funds. We've kicked this can down the road far enough. And so I don't think now is the time to wait another year. And so I'm going to oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Keither.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the previous speaker. This has been in so many years of conversation. We finally came to a conclusion. This is a building in Shawnee County in our downtown area that will be useful, and I think to just keep it empty and not being used for another year when the committee made the decision with what they wanted to do with it makes sense. As you heard previously, we're going to have money from Sparks that will help with taking care of the building. And to use the phrase, kick the can down the road again, I just don't think it's the right thing to do. We've made a decision. Let's move on, and I oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to oppose this amendment as well because we have made so much progress in regards to docking and KDHE lab. From more than any other years that I've been in the legislature, we finally have State Finance Council approval. We're waiting on the final numbers from the Department of Administration on actually moving forward with those buildings, but we're waiting to see how much or what the percentage of federal dollars that we can use, and they'll have that assessment on the docking building and the KDHE lab completed in about a week and a half. That is coming from the Secretary of Administration. I agree with the previous speakers. We have been trying to deal with docking and also lately the KDHE lab for many, many years. I don't see the purpose of kicking it down the road. We had the discussion in regards to docking in the Appropriations Committee. This amendment was not brought up. We're going to have the discussion in omnibus about the docking building and KDHE lab, and we have the assessment from the Secretary of Administration, so I oppose the amendment.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Helgerson, you may close.
First, this is just docking building. It's not the lab. That can proceed. But it does to say we're going to delay it for 1 year. And what's the harm by delaying it in 1 year? We get the interest off $120 million. As for the federal funds, yeah, they're being delayed, but we can use all of the federal funds to take care of the other building. or we can keep them for the year after. You know, when this was first voted on, as I was told, it was an event center. Wait a minute. We're going to spend $120 million for a 3-story event center? How many of you can go back to your constituents and say, we're tearing down a state office building that has value, and we're going to decide to make an event center that has not been in the strategic plan for the state capitol in the last 20 years? You know, most of you know that I rail about spending money, and I rail about the expense, the excess that we have. This $120 million can be used in a lot better ways, whether or not you're talking about tax reductions or for any of the other programs that you're bent on spending. But I sincerely think that delaying it 1 year makes much better sense than going ahead and rushing off and spending the money at this point. Move the amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Helgerson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. We are back on the bill. Representative Helgerson, do you still have additional elements? We'll wait. We will move here. We'll recognize Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to speak on the bill, and it's specifically page 9 of our bill that we were handed out yesterday. It's on the last page of the beige section, and it's under the Department of Health and Environment. And this is a proviso that was added to the bill. And it adds language requiring KDHE to extend the Kansas Medicaid program, CanCare, and the current managed care contracts as existing on the effective date of the act through December 31st, 2024. In addition, add language that in order to make any changes to the program, KDHE must submit a request to and receive approval from the Legislative Coordinating Council, the LCC. This proviso was in a bill that was heard in the Health and Human Services Committee. It was HB 2463. And there were concerns that were voiced. This bill had no proponents, 0 proponents. Lots of people came to oppose it, primarily KDHE, in all of the departments under KDHE. One of the things that I voiced as my concern was the legality behind it. I asked for the Attorney General to give us an opinion on the legality of this. I have not heard back from the Attorney General, but this morning I sent another letter to the Attorney General asking for a follow-up for the opinion about the legality of this, because we are circumventing, this proviso circumvents the procurement process. Seems to me that's not legal. The contracts to the 3 managed care organizations is a total of $4 billion. Not million, billion with a B. This means that the 3 MCOs would receive that $4 billion without having to do any kind of recontracting, no bids, wouldn't hear from anybody else. We would have to stick with the 3 MCOs as they are now. And they are just given $3 billion just right off the bat. The other thing that greatly concerns me are how the waivers are going to be handled under this. CMS, I believe they have given that 1 year contract or extension to it. CMS can always come back and say no to that. The 7 waivers that we have under the HCBS 1115 umbrella could be at risk of losing their funding if we don't comply with the federal law. Let me just tell you what those 7 waivers are, because we hear 7 waivers, but a lot of people might not know all of the waivers that are under that. The intellectual developmentally disabled waiver, IDD, and we know that there are, I don't know, close to 7,000 people waiting to get on that waiver. The frail elderly waiver, the physical disability waiver, the technology assisted waiver, the serious emotional disturbance waiver, that's the SED waiver, and those are the funds that are available for those children under the community mental health centers. The autism waiver and the brain injury waiver. All of those waivers could be at jeopardy of losing their federal funding if we do not comply with the federal law with that. And as stated in the description, the proviso would also insert the LCC into the daily operations of the KDHE. And the KDHE, and in particular, our Medicaid director, has to respond almost daily to make changes to the waivers. Sometimes it has to do with medications. There are new medications that come to us from the feds, and they have to be approved. And then each of the states, including Kansas, has to then place those medications onto the list, on the formulary list. There are medical devices that have to be approved all the time. They also have to, at times, increase provider reimbursement rates for certain services, and the list goes on and on. They have to, on a moment's notice, be able to make those changes. How will the LCC be able to move on a dime and do this? And I can also remind you that the people that work within KDHE know what they're doing. They've been working this for a long time. They know how all the process, all the federal laws behind it. The LCC does not. And the LCC may or may not have any kind of background in healthcare to be able to understand the importance of adding some of these things to the waivers. There is no good thing that can come about with this proviso. Nothing. There is nothing good for Kansans at all. But it does place all of those folks, all of the people that are on CanCare, they're on Medicaid, and especially all the people that are on the waivers are at risk of losing their funding, losing their services. I cannot in all conscience be able to vote yes on this budget as long as that proviso is still in here. Thank you.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have questions for the carrier of the bill, if he will stand for a question, or a few. Thank you. So still sticking with the managed care organizations, with this being policy that was slipped into the budget, how will our state agencies be able to comply with the changes at the federal level if it has to ask permission of the LCC each time?
This proviso was actually brought forth by another individual. They could possibly explain it better. I'm the chairman of the committee, but I don't know all of the intricacies and the details of that particular proviso. They had a hearing. They worked it in another committee. It was brought forth. So, I'm going to have limited answers in regards to those questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, from my understanding, every time there's a new drug formula or new treatments that come along, the state Medicaid director would have to come before the LCC to update and get approval from the LCC to be able to treat Kansans, which makes it very tough. There's so much good in the budget that I want to vote for it, but this concerns me so much. In the proviso, it also defines that we would have to, upon finding that exigent circumstances exist. I'm a good speller, unlike one of the speakers from yesterday, but I don't always know what those sorts of words mean.
To be quite honest, I am going to be in the same position as you are. I don't know.
Okay, and then, with the intent of this proviso, I know you didn't make it, but the majority of the committee did choose to put this policy into the budget. Is this to extend the current MCO contracts, or is it to tie the hands of our state agency, which I believe that this proviso does?
I don't want to speak for the individual that brought the proviso forward, but when we had the discussion in committee, it was extending it for 1 year into 2024. But I think that'd be a better explanation from the individual that actually brought the proviso, because I didn't bring the proviso. It was brought by somebody else in committee, as you're aware.
Thank you. That's all the question I have for you. Thanks. Colleagues, I don't see the benefit to Kansans with this proviso. We're literally handing out a $4 billion, $4 billion with a B, no bid contract to an entity. We've heard, we don't even know if it's legal to do so. It was brought forth in committee because the bill could not make it through the process, which we've heard over and over again, that's how the legislative process works and how it should go forward. So given that I don't want our state Medicaid director, if they have the ability with new drug formulas or new treatment options to be able to save the lives of Kansans, I know that our LCC can be pretty efficient, but in the situation of healthcare or pandemics or things that arise, every single moment matters. And so, like I said, I wanted to be supportive of this budget, but this concerns me so much that I don't know that I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Vaughn.
Good morning, body. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for this opportunity. As we've heard a lot about, I think, in the last year, we have an unprecedented opportunity to pay off debt. And yes, we're putting money into CAPERS, which is incredibly important, but I do think we have the opportunity to do more, to make one-time investments to save money for our state in the long term. So one of these opportunities proposed by the Legislative Budget Committee and included in the governor's budget, but which was not included in this bill, is paying off the 2015A bond series. So with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 40, following line 14 by inserting debt service refunding 2015A 173, $160,460,850, provided that expenditures from the debt service refunding 2015A account shall be made by the above agency solely for the purposes of legally defeasing or cash redeeming the 2015A State of Kansas Projects revenue bonds, redeeming at their first optional redemption date of May 1, 2023.
Thank you. So essentially what this amendment does is just put that bond payment back into the budget. That payment totals $160 million, and it'll save the state $26 million over time. So what's included in this bond payment is financing a portion of expenditures for construction of a health education building at the KU Medical Center campus, and financing the costs of dredging and other water infrastructure improvements at John Redmond Reservoir in Coffee County, and then refunding for previously issued bonds. So, some of you may be wondering why I care so much about debt service and this bond in particular. And the reason is water, which may be less surprising to many of you. By paying off this bond and our debt service to John Redmond, we have the opportunity to do a lot more for our state with water. That'll free up about $1 million per year for the Kansas Water Office to spend on other crucial water programs. It'll allow us to shift our focus towards unfunded liability to the tune of about $112 million on our other reservoirs for future use storage. And it'll allow us to make a critical investment in water and to show our commitment to this critical resource going forward. So I know that this bond series was removed from the budget so that it could be debated in bill format and appropriations. That bill was heard this past week in committee, and therefore I would like to give the body the opportunity to vote on it here today to put that back into the budget. So with that, I would stand for questions. Thank you.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I would wish to make some modifications for my amendment. Therefore, I would move to withdraw this amendment, and I may come back at a future time.
There is no objection to the withdrawal. The amendment is withdrawn. On the bill, the chair would recognize Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am having a difficult time also with the proviso extending the contract for another year for the 3 MCOs. I have been on CanCare from the beginning. So I've seen the contracts. I know who the MCOs are. And we were having a difficult time at one point. But right now, all 3 of our MCOs are doing a fine job. I can see making a change if there's an emergency or if we have some bad actors in the process, but that's not the case right now. I have not seen us handle contracts this before. This is irregular. It doesn't really speak highly of this process that we have. We have been very selective of our 3 MCOs. We're trying to give or provide the best services we can. And there was nothing that said this had to happen. There are so many good things in this budget. And I think most of you know that I serve on social services, and we work extremely hard to make sure that we're providing the needed services. So this is very difficult for me because there's so much in it that people need in this state. But to just decide we're going to extend contracts with no real explanation being given, except possibly another election, that's not good enough. And it doesn't speak highly of our process. CanCare, oversight, deserves better. And it pains me to say that with all we have in it, this is going to be a deciding factor for me as far as this budget is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the bill, the chair would recognize the representative with a lunchbox-sized package under his arm, Representative Helgerson.
It's nice to be up here among friends again. You know, since I'm the old man in the chamber, historically, we've always had an opportunity for the governor to vote on the governor's budget versus the House's budget, especially when there are such significant changes that are being proposed. Oh. You want me to explain the amendment first, or do you want to?
Please continue.
And what this amendment does, it does the original governor's budget as proposed before we made a series of the changes. Gives everyone an opportunity, and I'll go through a couple of those changes. It keeps K through 12 in the budget. It does Medicaid expansion. It does the $250 rebate. It fully funds the state employee increases, pay increases. It has $100 million more for budget stabilization, and it funds higher ed at a much higher level. And I would be remiss also if I did not apologize to the body. When I was up here previously, I made a misstatement, and I wanted to apologize and correct that. I said the docking office building was originally intended to be a 3-story event center, and that's incorrect. It is going to be offices, among other things. So I apologize to the body for that misstatement. And that's the summary of the amendment.
Is there an objection to waiving the reading of what may be the longest amendment I have seen? Seeing no objection on the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, body. I can kind of understand where the previous representative is coming from, but let me just explain to you what will happen if we take that back to the governor's budget. These are items that the governor should have funded in her budget that help our most vulnerable people that she did not fund, and we have to fund those. Add $68 million, including $27.4 million SGF to include a 14% increase in our ID home and community-based services. That's our ID community. Last year, we added about $12 million, $30 million. We raised their wages on 20,000 employees in that to about $1.50 an hour. So this is raising that on up there to get us to $15 an hour for the ID and the DD providers so that they can hire staff. Many of the staff folks are 40, 50% down in staff, and their turnover rate is huge, and we've just got to get those folks where they can hire people to do that. That's one. Number two, add $65.2 million, including $26.2 million SGF to fully rebase the nursing facilities in our state, 329 of them. In 2008, we passed a law to rebase the nursing facilities every 3 years. The governor had 20 million, 9 million SGF in there. This fully rebases the nursing facilities. So last year we lost 559 beds in 18 nursing homes, 9,200 people in our nursing homes. And last year, as many of you have heard about, they paid huge amounts out in contract labor because they could not find staffing for that. Add 12.5 million, including 5.5 million SGF for a 4% reimbursement rate for Medicaid behavioral health services. This is our CMHCs. We had $3 million in the budget last year, but it was in 2020, but it was allotted by the governor. They haven't had a raise in over a decade. So let's go on here. 11.8 million, including 4.7 million SGF to provide a 10% increase in the reimbursement rates for home and community-based service providers. This would be the frail and elderly. And with that, that's, oh, I can't think of the name of that. Hang on. Oh. That's assisted living. There's too many nursing homes. There's 5 different types of beds. That's assisted living, and they take care of our frail and elderly, and that's to raise their rates. They did not have a rate increase in the last 4 or 5 years. So those folks got that much money. So that's at 7.7 million, including 3.1 million SGF, and add language to increase the reimbursement for the T1000 Medicaid code. That's a specialized nursing code. The governor did have money to raise it to $43. This goes ahead and raises it $47. Our technology-assisted waiver folks are having a hard time getting nurses at $47, and this raises, or at $43, and this raises that up. Add 2.5 million, including 1.5 SGF, to increase the amount of home and community-based disability organizations to fulfill their role in assessing individuals for the HCBS waivers. This was an agency request that the governor did not fund. So as you see, that's just a few of the items in here that Social Services Budget Committee funded, and the governor did not fund to take care of most of our vulnerable people. So you can see what would happen if we took this back. So with that, I oppose that amendment.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The numbers that you just heard from the previous representative is about $86 million worth of services for the most vulnerable folks we have in Kansas. With this amendment, that strips that $86 million out. So reduction in services, less services, none of the enhancements that we have worked on all year long or that we worked on during the interim in not only the CanCare Oversight, but also the Mental Health Modernization Committee. All of those enhancements for the most vulnerable folks. I'm not sure, I haven't looked at it exactly, but I'm not sure there isn't a social service budget that the representative has not increased and improved to provide more services with funding. So just keep in mind, I'm sure this will probably be roll called at some point, $86 million cut to the most vulnerable folks in Kansas. I ask that you oppose the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to oppose this amendment as well because I have respect for all the members of the Appropriations Committee. I have respect for all the members that served on a budget committee that went through the process of looking at all the budgets that were in their particular budget committee and then reported back to the Appropriations Committee because we're the appropriators in the state of Kansas. By accepting this amendment, you're spending more money and it's just deferring to the governor's recommended budget without any legislative insight. I oppose the amendment.
There is no further discussion. Representative Helgerson, you may close.
Let me mention a couple things. First, in the social service budget, many of those items were added not by a GBA, not by a request by the agency, but by the legislature making a conscious decision that that's where they wanted to put the money. I appreciate that and understand that. But I think we need to give the governor an opportunity to understand and trying to balance the whole picture. This is how she wants to be, where she wanted us to be. It's not necessarily my first choice. My first choice is still coming. But with regards to this, I believe that it was a conscious effort to take care of all the needs of the state, including tax reductions, and to have enough money in order to do the sales tax reduction. What we don't have is that we don't have any tax reduction bills. Here we are at the end of the session, at the time when we have more money than we've ever had, and we haven't seen a tax reduction bill. The governor and I, in fact, I joked. I said the governor's had my cell phone on speed dial because I've been so critical in the last 2 years. I still am. But I believe the governor's amendment, the governor's budget does a good job in trying to cover all of the bases that the state needs to do. I move the amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Helgerson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The roll is still open. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change their vote? I thought I pressed the button. Representative Johnson votes no. Further changes of vote? Seeing none, 36 voting in favor and 81 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Representative Helgerson. Does anyone else desire to speak to the bill? If there is no further discussion, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say I welcome the discussion on the budget in here. I mean, that is the one thing we must do for the state of Kansas is to pass a budget, and it should last over an hour and a half. Possibly, well, I'm not going to say possibly longer, but we should be devoting time to talk about the budget. Because like I said, that's the one thing that we have to do for the people of Kansas. So, Mr. Chairman, when the committee rises and reports, I hope it reports House substitute for Senate Bill 267 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Waymaster to report substitute for Senate Bill 267 favorably as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Next item of business is substitute for House Bill 2512. To carry the substitute for House Bill 2512, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Speaker. There were committee amendments. Mr. Chair, I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
All right, thank you. Every child can succeed. I believe it. Our state board has a vision statement that says Kansas leads the world in the success of all students. I want that to be true, and I believe that to be true. At present day, we still have a ways to go to make those claims true. According to KSDE numbers, over 72% of all Kansas students are not proficient in math. 78% of our at-risk kids are not proficient. This bill provides constitutional funding while also emphasizing academic achievement. Within this education package of policy and funding, you'll find a focus on achievement, third grade literacy, assistance for students who have dropped out of school and need credit recovery, added funding to help schools stay safe and secure, and more opportunity for the unique needs of kids through part-time enrollment. When considering provisions of this bill, I'd invite us all to consider the important question, what's best for our kids? I'll stand for questions.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a small technical amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 14, line 11, by striking 2022 and inserting 2023.
Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular part of the bill deals with the Every Child Can Read Act, and what this does is simply change the reporting to 2023 instead of 2022 to give the department a little bit longer to get that set up. And I'll stand for questions.
Does anyone desire to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoffman to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. On the bill, Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here we are. We have a two-subject bill. Budget, yeah, it is pretty funny. Budget and policy. And in other times, that could actually be challenged, and we wouldn't even have to consider this bill. But today, it is your will to keep them together. We've already had that discussion. And again, the comments by the chair are comments that we all can agree. Everyone wants our children to succeed. And it's not cliche to say that they are our future. I mean, it's serious. You look at the age of us, and we better hope somebody can spell, can do math, and the rest. But the problem, and there are numerous problems with this bill that cause concern. And again, let me correct. The Supreme Court held the legislature accountable for funding. This settles that. This deals with again, and it's there. But Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 4, following line 7 by inserting career and technical education, transportation, state aid, $1,482,338.
And you may continue, Representative. Oh, what has not yet been turned in. We need to finish the process there. Please continue, Representative.
Okay. So we all know that not all of our students are going to go to the liberal arts colleges. And we all know that vocational ed and those other technical careers are quite lucrative. But the kids have to get there. The kids have to get to the jobs, to the internships. And there's a conversation that is taking place in the real world that's called real world learning. So what this amendment does is to restore the transportation funding for the career and technical ed, transportation state aid. I move the amendment, or I'll stand for questions.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee chose not to include $1.48 million for CTE funding. And the reason is because when CTE was established, this was not part of the original funding. It has been funded at different times through our past. It is not included in our recommendations, and simply we are constitutionally fully funding our schools. Our schools are getting a Gannon increase of about $147 million this year alone. Every year they get a Gannon increase. And because of that, we believe the schools can adequately fund transportation for those students that are involved with the career and technical program. And they can also partner with those community schools, community colleges, and create a share appropriation for that. So for those reasons, I stand in opposition of this amendment.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Later today, we will be working House Bill 2631. And that bill is dealing with the CTE issues, and it's getting money directly into where it needs to be, and that's for our kids to get these certifications. And so the bill that I have is a pilot program that provides up to $1 million in order to do that. And it's a way of getting the money. With this reduction, we now have that ability to get it in and get it for our kids to get the jobs that we want them to get if they're not going to college. So we are looking at different ways to use funding in ways that's more productive, and I would oppose this amendment and ask you later today to support 2631.
On the amendment, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to support this amendment. I hope you will too. Hutchinson has a really good career technical education program where the school and the college work together. And the transportation part of this is pretty important because we pull a lot of kids from out of district into that. And Hutchinson on its own, the school district doesn't have much of a transportation program because it's in city and it doesn't have buses that run outside of the district. But the ability to pull kids from Sterling High School, Nickerson High School, Bueller High School, Haven, some of those other schools into Hutchinson to participate in this program, I feel like the transportation funding is probably a pretty important part to make sure that the students are able to get into this program and get the experience that we're telling them we'd like them to have.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Nguyen, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And It's comical when people come up and say, well, you know, guess what? This wasn't in the original. There's a lot of things that weren't in the original that are key. Later in this bill, you will have, and I'll bet your money, because it's an important piece, expansion of a mental health pilot. We will not question it. It was never in any original funding. So don't use that argument on something just like as important as getting the kids to the job. So, and then we're gonna do it later, or we're gonna do it tomorrow. Need to do it now. We're on the bill. Let these school districts hear that the funding that is needed for transportation to career and technical ed, let's do it. I move my amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wynn to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. 34 having voted for and 61 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Chair would recognize Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment on the Math Nation portion of this bill.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 11, line 15 after of by inserting the. Also line 15 after 12 by inserting who scored below proficient at level 1 or level 2 on the statewide math assessment in the preceding school year.
Please continue, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically what this does is it changes the fee for the Math Nation program. And I think there's another, I know there's another amendment coming to take the Math Nation name out of the bill and have it be some more of a product. But what this here does is changes the fee to change the FTE to the students that are not proficient. So that way it incentivizes school districts to get their kids to the proficient range, and then they wouldn't have to pay for that student anymore. I'll stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing, Representative Williams.
I rise in support of this amendment that will ensure that those that are supporting and funding this program to increase proficiency are those students that are not proficient. So I thank you.
To speak to the amendment, Representative Wynn.
Could the carrier answer a question, please, first? And I guess ice cream is so important. I couldn't understand what the amendment does. Could you just repeat it, please?
Sure. It changes the fee so that only the school districts will only be charged for the students that are not proficient. Versus currently the bill charges for every school in every district that is under 50%. This charge is only for the students that are not proficient.
Okay, second question, please. So explain, because I could have sworn that's the way it was written originally, but slow down because folks' eyes are a little lazy. I don't think they understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. Currently, we're charging for every school in every district that has 50% of their kids not proficient. What this does is only charges the schools a fee on the students that are not proficient, so that high schools that have more proficient students would be charged less. Kind of an incentive.
And that it drops it from 2 to 1?
It dropped it from 1, 2, 3, and 4 to only level 1 or 2. Those are the students that are not proficient.
No, we only had 2 originally. That's okay. That's okay. No, go ahead. Forget it. Thanks. What I was saying off-site is that we had talked about it applying to students who were 1 and 2, and that would be not proficient. So it's not clear how it changes. The challenge is it doesn't change the fact that if you have students who are proficient the way it was originally written, those districts can use the program without paying for it. So there's some built-in inequity someplace. Again, not dealing at all, challenging at all with the fact that there is an appalling number of students who are not proficient. Again, take that off the table. But we're talking about now who's paying the bill. And again, there's a lot of fee for service in this bill. No problem. You need it, you pay it. Now there's a little problem that you then must allocate. This mandates. This is, for folks who don't like mandates, pay attention. This mandates. Okay. Again, math is very important. But there is then still the twist that if you don't need it, you still get to use it when the poor, underperforming districts pay for it. I pose it.
On the amendment, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to be some confusion about what this amendment does, so I'll clarify. How many of you all have seen the commercials about Liberty Mutual? The little guy comes out and he has to do the piece saying, I'm an actor and I need all the breaks I can get, and liberty bibbity, and only pay for what you need. That's what this amendment is. It's the liberty bibbity, pay for what you need. There are certain school districts out there who are already doing the right thing, and as it was currently written, originally written, they would have to pay for this very strong tool called Math Nation. With this amendment, as we talk to some of the school districts, and they're in agreement and congruence with us on it, it allows them to only have those kids who fall in the 1 and 2, as I spoke on this stuff last year, those who are really, really behind, they have to pay for those versus having their whole budget go to kids that don't need it. So again, you're only paying for what you need. We have this already lined up with some of the school districts that it affects, and now we know that this is going to be a very strong tool. I would strongly encourage you to support this amendment. Go Liberty Mutual. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else desire to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not on any of the education committees, and I don't understand a lot of this stuff. So I don't like the commercial analogy either. So it seems like some of the school districts have to pay for a program that I think I heard hasn't even been developed. Is that correct? I can ask this question of the carrier of the amendment.
Yeah, and thanks for the question, because I think that the Math Nation is a great program. And how it works is, yeah, right, it's not done yet. What they do is they come into the state and they customize the program to what exactly your state is teaching, and to help your teachers deliver a message on math. And it's more of a tool, but it's customized to your schools and exactly what we're trying to teach. So it's not done yet. That's why it costs so much to get done. They do it in several different languages. It's really a cool program. I have a sister that teaches 5th grade in the Kansas City School District, and several kids in her class don't even speak English. How is she going to teach them math? There's no one in that room that can speak their language. This will actually do our lesson plans in several different languages so that we can get these people out of a hole. So yeah, you're right, it's not developed yet, but it will be customized.
I have a follow-up question. So the program is going to teach them how to speak Spanish?
No, it's going to teach them math in their own language.
But who is conducting the teaching? Is it a video thing, or is it the teacher that is doing the teaching?
It is a tool that the teacher can use to help teach math and to tutor kids math.
So it comes in other, I'm fascinated. It comes in other languages, but the teacher doesn't have to know how to speak those languages.
Well, currently, the teacher doesn't speak their language, and therefore, it's more difficult to teach math. At the same time, you're trying to get to their language. This removes that barrier.
Okay, I can't seem to conceptualize that. Okay. But it still is the school districts that need to have, in your opinion, need to have the tool. But those districts that don't have to have the tool, they don't have to pay for it. So they're just on the backs of those school districts that need the tool.
So every school district is currently less than 50% proficient in math. So every school district will pay for this, but they'll pay for the students that aren't proficient.
What is the fee for that per student?
Whatever it costs to develop the program divided by the number of students, I think it's like $8 or $9 a student is what we came up with.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions. I didn't come here to be contrarian. I really don't understand it. Thank you.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask the carrier a question, please? I promise it'll only be one question. Has there been a bid put out for an agency or an organization to provide this math program?
I defer to the chair. Is that all right?
Yes, thank you.
The bid will be once we have the program, once they look at all the materials that we need for them to create into this program. So there is no current bid out. But the reason we're doing this is because we are in a crisis mode, and we've got to address the deficiencies in our schools and help our teachers have good tools to teach math and reading.
Could I ask just one more then? If there is no bid out and we are waiting until at some point we get further information, the amendment does say though that we're committed to Math Nation, correct?
Yeah, so currently the bill states Math Nation, but there's another amendment coming that will take the name Math Nation out and allow like type programs so that you can use other programs. If you're currently using another program, you'll be able to stay with it as long as it does what Math Nation does.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. And the reason I asked that question, because I stand before you as someone, and some of you were still in this body in the past when we did a no-bid contract for a reading program. That did not work out. I was not in this body. I was a practitioner in the field, and we were told that you had to use a particular program. I really appreciate the carrier of the bill acceding to the fact that we do need to put this out for bids, because I don't think you prescribe a particular program to someone. We do need some math remediation, and we need to find some way to do that, but we don't prescribe a program in the bill. We did that once before, and that was a failure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to maybe clarify a few things. So as soon as this amendment is over, I have another amendment that is basically going to remove Math Nation, put in place the ability for schools to use a virtual math program that is evidence-based, Kansas curriculum specific, so forth and so on. So in theory, if my amendment would have been ready, I could have gone before this to clarify some of the misconceptions that are going on. His amendment would certainly still apply, that it only applies to certain students that are behind, so forth and so on. But just know that my amendment will be following this amendment that will strip out the Math Nation specifically so it's not tied to just one specific vendor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not on the Education Committee, and I don't know much about Math Nation, but I do know that this amendment penalizes the schools who have the most difficult and the most challenging students. I represent part of KCK, and in some of those schools, they have as many as 68 different languages spoken. And I have to think about what's the object of the game. The object of the game is to make those students more successful, not penalizing the scarce resources that those schools and those teachers who are truly doing God's work, not to penalize them. This, as I understand it, penalizes the schools who have the most difficult and the most challenging road ahead of them. So I rise in strong support against this amendment.
On the amendment, the chair would recognize Representative Curtis. The chair would recognize Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very good discussion as we look at the challenges in education. Yesterday, several of us had the opportunity to hear several superintendents, both from Wyandotte and Johnson County, and it all boiled down to the same issue. Math Nation is not the program that we need in school. Do we have problems in math? Yes, we do. We lost about 2 years in classroom time. But since when do we not know how much something's going to cost, but we're going to put $4 million out there to a program that has not been developed? We don't know how they're going to do it. We have districts that are doing quite well with the math programs that they have right now put in place. This will cost your district for training, so don't think that it's not a mandate. And when we start mandating and telling our school districts what to do instead of our boards of education and our teachers who know better their communities, this is not the best way to go. One of the comments that was made yesterday was Math Nation did not have a hearing or any public input. The Shawnee Mission School District has invested resources and time to secure a math supplemental program serving our students' needs. Why do they say that? Because they are the people with the feet on the ground, and the teachers in the classroom are with those students every day. Math Nation takes state funding from us with no benefit. Sub for House Bill 2512 provides this one vendor a $4 million contract without the transparency you expect from your school districts. In addition, millions more will be necessary to implement the program. I think it's important that we allow our school districts and our school boards who have contact every day in our individual communities with our parents and with our students, and with the help of their teachers and administrators, to look at the curriculum that best meets their needs. We are now starting to overstep our boundaries, and we need to take this very seriously, because this is why we have a shortage of teachers. It's because lack of respect. We don't trust you in what you're doing. That's not what we need. We need trust, we need respect, and we all need to work together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for all the questions in the debate. 93% of our at-risk kids are not proficient in math. 93%. And that increases every year. So what percent of failure is enough before we try to step in and help someone? It's like they don't even know they need help. They think everything's great. I had a brother like that. I had a brother that didn't realize he needed help. And he's gone now because he didn't realize he needed help. These school districts that need this kind of help, they're going to be gone too before you know it. One in Kansas City, 1% of the students in high school are ranked number 4. Only 7.5% of the students in the entire Kansas City school district are proficient in math, but they don't need help. This math program is needed, and this is the best way to fee for it. And so I would move my amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You have heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Division is called. The clerk will open the roll and you can record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. 70 having voted in favor and 42 against, the motion passes. We are back on the bill. On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As previously mentioned, I do have an amendment.
And the amendment appears short. The clerk will read. Readdress that. The amendment does not appear short. Would the representative like to explain?
I'd be more than happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As previously mentioned, hopefully this will bring an end to the conversation around Math Nation here this afternoon. What this does is that it removes Math Nation and it replaces it with a virtual math program. And what it does is it says that that virtual math program shall be customized to Kansas curriculum standards, be evidence-based, not impose any fee or cost to the student, provide tutoring in multiple languages, as well as provide professional development for the implementation of the program. Basically, the concern is, of course, that this is specifying one specific program when there are actually multiple programs out there that may fit in this standard. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Representative. The chair would recognize Representative Estes.
I just wanted to offer support for this amendment because this is something that we talked about in committee and we struggled a little bit with defining it, and I think the carrier of the amendment did an outstanding job of looking at what we were trying to do. And for me, I had a real hard time going down this road and saying that this was the right decision, and what drove it for me were the state assessment scores. And I think that this amendment is a great compromise. Thank you, Carrier.
Chair recognizes Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me address something that is kind of like bait, and I'm going to take the bait. During the committee, we had verification that there is 284 districts out of 286 that have low-performing students. So if you've been here the last couple years, one of the previous representatives loves to identify as an example Kansas City. And I love to respond. I represent Kansas City, I'm on the school board Kansas City, and I'm railing daily against the proficiency. I'm appalled at all times. I tell our business community, so I'm not shy about that. So when we single out a district, I'll go for it. I'm there. And again, I'm saying, why I will oppose this amendment? Now, if the amendment would have said, we're not going to use Math Nation, and we're not going to give them the $4 million, and we're going to have a bidding process, then okay. But you didn't do anything but say, erase the little word, not buying it. And if you're buying it, I got some swampland for you. Vote no.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier stand for the amendment for question?
Certainly.
Having heard the amendment, are there other vendors? Do we know that there are other vendors that could meet the qualifications of the recommendations that are presented?
I can't say that I specifically know that. What my assumption is within any type of competitive environment like this, that there would be additional math programs designed with these type of evidence-based standards. So I can't say that I could name a specific company at this time, however.
May I follow up with one more, Mr. Chair? Within the committee, when Math Nation was considered and placed into the bill, were there others that were discussed by name at that point?
Let me ask that question. I don't specifically set on K-12 budget, and so let me check with the chair. So there was discussion, and thank you for asking the question. There was discussion about a program called Excel, another one that does called Khan Academy. However, Math Nation was very specific in what it could accomplish, so I'm not convinced that both of those could actually do all of the same things that Math Nation could, which is, I think, why the original intent was to choose Math Nation. I think changing the language like this certainly allows for others like those that may not meet all the criteria to then meet the criteria and then have a competitive bidding process.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question, please? I just want to make sure that I have this right. We're inserting, striking Math Nation, inserting a virtual math program. Would the existing contract that my school district is under for IXL constitute a virtual math program, or are they still going to have to comply with this unfunded mandate?
Let me read the remainder of this here. It does go on and provided further that a school district may opt out of the requirements to use and fund such a virtual math program if the above agency determines that the school district has implemented a substantially similar virtual math program within the immediately preceding 2 fiscal years that meets the requirements of the virtual math program required pursuant to this subsection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
I consider this a friendly amendment. I think it achieves the goals that whatever program a school uses, that program needs to be customized to our standards. It needs to provide language options and tutoring. So I support this amendment.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Byers.
Will the carrier of the amendment stand for a question, please?
Yes.
Does this leave the $4 million intact for development of a program of some kind?
This doesn't have anything to do with the funding. This is specifically addressing the program that will be utilized or not utilized.
So in essence, if a district, for instance, Wichita Schools, as large as they are, were able to develop their own program in-house, they would be able to possibly qualify as who would do this?
As long as it, I would assume, as long as it meets all of these aforementioned requirements, certainly they would be able to.
Right, thank you.
Certainly.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Owens, you may close.
Thank you. I think it's worth mentioning at this time as the funding element of this came up, that K-12 education is getting an additional $161 million this year. So I'm not as concerned about the funding aspect of this. What I am concerned about is ensuring that our kids' math scores improve. We've seen that has been a challenge in most areas thus far. This provides a great opportunity to help those kids. And just for the record, I'm going to take the bait. I'm going to go fishing. This applies to all school districts, not just the aforementioned Kansas City, Kansas school district. Thank you. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owens to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The ayes appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and record the tally, sorry. 75 having voted in favor, 40 against. The amendment passes. Back on the bill. Seeing no one else to speak to the bill, Representative Williams, you may close. Oh, what? Was there more? Oh, slow playing me. I see how you are. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 4, line 29, by adding $68,215,146 to the dollar amount and adjusting the dollar amount in line 29 accordingly.
Right. Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
Certainly. The State Board of Education, in an attempt to address the 92% special education excess cost statute, to try to bring us into compliance with statute, they created a 5-year plan to get us to the 92% of special ed funding. And this $68 million would be the first year in that 5-year plan. I'd stand for questions.
Very good. To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Representative, you would stand for a few questions. So was this part of the governor's recommendation?
No, this is the State Board of Education's recommendation, request. Actually, it's not even the State Board's request. They requested $74 million and then later adjusted it back to the 68 to get to the appropriate 92%.
And Representative, do you know what the Gannon decision was as it relates to special education?
I'm unaware of what the Gannon decision spoke of in regards to special education, but I'm to understand that the school districts need it and that our students need it, and this is a good thing to do for those students that require this funding.
Thank you. Body, when the Gannon decision came down, the Kansas Supreme Court said that the percent of funding, that percent of excess cost, did not necessarily mean that we were funding more or less of what was appropriate and needed. In fact, an agreement was determined that adding $7.5 million for a series of years would fulfill the funding. The governor did not include any additional funding beyond that $7.5 million addition. We include in this bill full constitutional funding as well as full special ed funding per the governor's recommendation, per the Kansas Supreme Court's ruling on the whole objective.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I'm going to support this amendment today. I'm going to support it for one reason. I have a daughter that has autism. She's in a special education program in Wichita 259. I see every day the issues that our special education and IDD community face within the schools. We need to do better by those folks. We need to do better by the special education teachers. I'm all for increasing education spending. I've voted for education every year I've been up here, but every year I feel like we haven't done enough for our special education community. So obviously we'll leave it to the will of the body, but I am in support of this amendment, and I thank the carrier of the amendment for bringing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
there's no further discussion, Representative Owsley, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not quite the discussion I thought we'd have. When I brought this amendment in committee, we had a little bit more discussion than that. But I thought I'd give the full body the opportunity to hear this as it's not a party line issue. The Gannon decision was brought up, and this isn't about meeting the Gannon decision. We're doing that with our base state aid. I'm not in dispute of that. What we're not doing is following our own statutes while we have a surplus that we could be funding special education at the 92%. I had research done that shows some neighboring states that they don't even call it excess cost. They call it per need per student, and they pay 100% of it because honestly that makes sense. It's what it costs to educate those kids. We require our school districts to educate those kids with federal law, so we should be funding it. A 2018 legislative post-audit report suggested we were underfunding special ed to the tune of $350 million. This would free up operating budget funds in our school districts to where they could allocate money potentially for salary raises, which there's been a lot of talk this year of what our teachers have been through and how they deserve everything that they earn. This would allow school districts to free up that fund. And when I first offered this amendment, before we're discussing the budget and everything as a whole, $68 million sounded like a lot of money to me. And just yesterday, Johnson County delegation had the school districts at a luncheon, and in Johnson County alone, there's over $40 million in covered costs to the school districts because the state's not meeting their 92% statutory mandate. So I'd urge your support for this amendment and do right by our kids. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owsley to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? That's fine. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? 58 having voted in favor, 54 against. The motion passes. We're back on the bill. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Smith. Chuck Smith, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was in kindergarten, we got a treat, we took a nap, and we had a half a day of school. It was my favorite year in school. You know, I see here where 79% of at-risk students in third grade don't read proficiently. My grandson lived with us last year, and when he finished kindergarten, he had to know 100 words. I really feel like if you start behind, even after kindergarten, kindergarten is not like kindergarten was a long time ago. If you start behind, you'll never catch up. You'll never catch up. So the lower we start checking these kids for their proficiency and giving them the opportunity to catch up, the better off we are. So the earlier, the better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to have a little bit further discussion on the virtual learning app that we have mandated the $4 million for, and this is not existing. This is just within the existing budget, so we're not providing the state general fund dollars in order to create this program. We did have an informational briefing from one vendor. The discussion of the other vendors was just during the debate when we were mentioning, oh, other school districts use Khan Academy, my son uses Prodigy, things like that. And so so there wasn't opportunity for public input, but since this has been put in to the budget, I have gotten that input and I have received the feedback. And the taxpayers do not want to pay twice on this. A lot of school districts are already under contract. They already have these apps that they use, and this program is designed to not be used as part of curriculum during the school day. This is an after-school type application that would be available to the students. So with that, I do have an amendment.
All right, the amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 11, striking all in lines 2 through 36.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 11 of the bill, lines 2 through 36 still discuss the $4 million for the virtual math program. And so this amendment just completely strikes this from the budget, from the bill, and allows the decisions on how we approach the selection of vendors, the selection of apps that our students use in their schools. This would leave this decision to the school districts. And I would stand for questions.
Very good. To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's think about the numbers. 92.67% of our at-risk high school students cannot do basic math. Maybe we should wait. Maybe we should think about it longer. Maybe we should just give the schools more time, or we could partner with our schools. Let's partner with them. Let's try to do something. Let's do something different. If you do the same thing over and over, is that going to accomplish a change? Or let's look at 8th grade. 8th grade at-risk students, 92.41% of our 8th grade students that are at risk cannot do basic math. Now that's a future workforce we're talking about. That's a crisis level. Or let's talk about 7th grade. We have 90.4% of our 7th graders that cannot do basic math. So we could eliminate this from the bill. Math Nation, a proven formula in 4 other states in which 400 Title I schools in Florida raised their math proficiency by 18 points. 18 points. 400 Title I schools. So by removing it, I would just ask the question, is anything going to ever change for our students? Is anyone going to do something different? I'd ask you to oppose this amendment.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will rise in support of the amendment because that then clears the smoke. As if, you don't have an RFP, are you trying to hide and give it to this Florida firm? This makes it clear. The money is not there, and for those of you all who support local control, this is what you would want. It's a mandate, so you can get half. But I'll clarify for the 800th time, the way it is written, those districts who do not need, like this, those students who do not need, but the districts choose to use, they will not pay for it. So there's some inequity still in this bill on this particular topic. I support the amendment, and I think you think about it and you could support it. Thank you.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Estes.
As I mentioned earlier, going down this route was something I had to really contemplate carefully. And this year I've spent a lot of time looking and analyzing our state assessment scores. And what ultimately moved me and confirmed to me that we are in the crisis I was afraid that we are in is when we started talking about accreditation. Our state school board is now accrediting entire districts at one time, not building by building. So I looked at a couple of districts near me and in my area, and I was astounded when I saw that there is one district where there is one high school where their seniors have a 1.6% proficiency rate. And that terrified me for our children and for their future. I was challenged, well, that's a COVID year. And I thought, okay, you know, that's a fair challenge. Everybody did worse during COVID. So I went back and looked, and in the last 5 years, their best score was a 6.5. Again, remained terrified. I am committed that we need to give school districts a tool to help turn this problem around, and I strongly oppose this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we did have a really neat presentation in committee from Math Nation, which I know is no longer the in this bill language. And these apps are fun educational tools, and that the students do and enjoy. But I am not convinced that this is the best route forward for addressing the issues of literacy and learning loss and math, because we heard my son did all his entire third grade year remotely. And we know that we prefer to have our kids in the building learning. That was a tough year. I'm glad he had the chance to be home and have some instruction safely during the pandemic. But we know that parents and students prefer to be learning from teachers, not from apps, not from taking an iPad home and doing these applications. And what this does, if we don't pass this amendment, is it takes $4 million away from that in-person classroom learning and puts it toward what was originally a sole-sourced vendor to develop another application. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would ask your support and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoy to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. 38 having, would any member care to change their vote? Representative Toplicker votes nay. Any further changes? Representative Barker votes nay. Representative Clark votes nay. Representative Clayton votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, 38 having voted in favor, 81 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes, oh, go ahead, if you have more, Representative Hoy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There is one other item that I would like to call your attention to. It's on page 2. And honestly, this is something I've learned about more since taking office through the passions of other legislators who have been advocates for dyslexia and early literacy. And the legislature, I believe, got it right wanting the position of the dyslexia coordinator. But we currently have a proviso that requires a fee structure to be set up in order to fund this position that we've established through the legislature and is already in place. And so I have an amendment to address this concern.
This amendment also appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 2, line 27, by striking all after 2023, by striking all in lines 28 through 35, and in line 36, by striking all before the period.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this position is through the legislature approved this, and I don't, so the amendment just strikes out the proviso language from line 27 to 36 that would require a fee structure in order to pay for the dyslexia coordinator. And this amendment helps to make this position sustainable into the future, and it puts really our money where our mouth is and saying this is really important. This is something that the legislature created, and we are not going to make it to be an unfunded mandate on our schools that they have to pay these fees in order to have this position. And I know a number of school districts do have structured literacy programs and things. Some may not have as great of need for this position as others. So this just equalizes and said the state's got you covered. And I'll stand for questions.
All right, to speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment. For a dyslexia coordinator, it'll be approximately $100,000. And we could add another FTE on the Kansas Department of Education. They have 270 employees, and we could add one more every time a new program comes up, or if it's something that's important that our kids need that help with reading, then I think it's something that our school districts can work together and fund. It would cost, with 477,000 approximate students in Kansas, 21 cents per child to pay for a dyslexia coordinator. When we're getting over 140 to 160 million more for all of our schools per year, it's not much to ask. Rather than add an FTE that's above and beyond the constitutional funding, let's add it so that the schools pay for it. And that's why this committee approved having this a fee for service.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This position is already in the KSDE budget, and so this amendment is just removing that requirement through the proviso that they have to create this fee for service fund. With that, I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoy to amend. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. Well, the noes were certainly more zealous. Division's been called for. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands eventually, a roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Would any member care to change their vote? 44 having voted in favor, 73 against. The amendment fails. We're back on the bill. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I would like to move pursuant to House Rule 2303 that the House reconsider its previous action on adoption of the amendment offered by Representative Owsley.
All right, this is a debatable motion. Oh, this is not, sorry, this is not a debatable. Okay, okay. All right, you've thrown me for a loop here. Just a minute. You have 2 minutes to explain the rationale behind your reconsider motion.
I can make it even quicker than that, Mr. Chairman. It was brought to my attention while I felt that was a good measure. It does pertain to some problems regarding our maintenance of effort, and I do not want to get us in trouble with that further. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, this is a debatable motion. Each person will have 1 minute to speak to the motion to reconsider. The chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
I oppose this motion. I think the body did a good thing just a minute ago, and we set course to not only have a strong House position going into conference committee, but we also are on track to get to that 92% statute. If you guys don't want to follow that 92% statute, somebody could bring a bill to amend or repeal that, and we can quit ignoring it every year. But otherwise, we're doing our districts a disservice by continuing to require the need without the funding. We send enough unfunded mandates to our school districts. This is perhaps the largest one, and I think we have an opportunity to stay the course here, and I would urge you to keep support for 25, or for the Ousley amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further, Representative Williams would also like to speak to the motion.
Again, body, the big issue is maintenance of effort. When we add $68 million on, we'll be adding $68 million plus from every year henceforth. That's the big thing. Also, when you're computing excess costs, you start with your base from the year before. You add, it has been the tradition to add 300 new teachers every single year. That's $71,000 per teacher that's added in order to do that, plus a 4% raise. That's not sustainable. 300 teachers every single year is a 1-to-1 ratio from student to teacher. So for these reasons, I hope that we will support the reconsider.
To speak to the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just kind of wanted to reiterate some of the points that was made by the maker of this motion in regards to the maintenance of effort and what that implication could be for our state budget. This $65 million cannot be taken out, and there's a formula that is used where they assess exactly how much we need to spend in regards to education, and that also affects some other aspects of the budget, which would have an implication on our state budget itself. So I support the motion by the maker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further discussion, I'd like to clarify a yes vote will put us back into consideration of the amendment. A no vote will leave things as they are with the amendment intact. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The chair is in doubt. Clerk will open the roll. You may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Okay. The roll is still open. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call vote is in order. Clerk will close the roll. Would any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 75 having voted in favor, 45 against, the motion to reconsider passes. We're back on the amendment. Who's going to speak? To speak to his own amendment, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure if this is where I close for the second time on my amendment, but with all the reasons stated before, I would still urge your support for this amendment. If we do nothing, we're projected to go from 68% in FY 2022 to 65% in FY 2023. I understand your maintenance of effort, but if we keep the state on the healthy financial course that we've been on, there's no reason that we can't fully fund our special education obligation to these kids. You know, it was mentioned before, the most vulnerable population, and I would argue that these kids that rely upon this funding for services is some of the most vulnerable population, and I would urge you to support my amendment moving forward. We can do right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the body. I think we have to keep the greater picture in mind when we talk about education funding. We are still under the court's jurisdiction for the Gannon lawsuit. School districts have seen increases over the past several years and still have more increases to come. There is no prohibition against using any of that additional money, well over $1 billion in additional funds for schools to direct that money to special ed programs. They can do that if they so choose. A few years ago, the legislature passed a bill that I disagreed with that said we will forever index K-12 spending to inflation. Over 50% of the state budget is now tied to inflation, which was 8% year over year. When inflation was running at sub 1%, 1.25%, and you indexed it over 3 years, you said, well, that's not so bad, we can meet that obligation. But this year's 8%, and signs indicate that it may well be that high in the future as well. An 8% increase to 52% of our budget with no ability for relief because the feds say once a dollar goes in, it can never be reduced, it can never come back out. And now we're talking about, through a floor amendment, adding another $68 million on top of over $1 billion in increases due to Gannon and what may well be $500 million more due to inflation. As well-meaning as it is, as important as special education is, this is not the way to do this. It's not fiscally responsible. It's not good for the whole state budget. It's not good for adults with disabilities, and kids with special needs grow up to be adults who have special needs, and we have to balance our obligation to all of those people who have need for state services. And so I ask that you reject this amendment and vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I rise in support of this amendment, and I rise as a practitioner who's been in the field for 33 years and do not recall ever being fully funded at 92% for special ed. I understand the concerns, I really do, but I also understand, and I have seen the miracles that have happened with special ed kids. And I could tell you a couple of them, but I won't tell you the details. I can talk to you later if you want to hear details, but there are miracles being worked with these special ed kids. And it takes time, and it takes people, and it takes patience, and it takes dedication. And that takes money. And I'm sorry, but yes, we put an awful lot of money into education because that's the most important thing we do, our kids. Thank you. I support this amendment.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, Representative Owsley, you may reclose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like it's reclose. And I don't have too much more to add, but I will say that I would argue that not only is this fiscally responsible, but it's the law. And if we keep the state, again, on the fiscal course that we've been on, we can't afford this. that we did increase the base state aid per pupil per the court ruling, but that doesn't cover the excess cost of special education. This would put us on the road to be fully funded at the 92% statutorily required by the year 2027. And yesterday, when the supers were in the lunch delegation, they also reminded me that school districts are facing a fiscal cliff come December 24, when the federal funds run up and they no longer get the federal aid. So I would urge you support the amendment, and I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owsley to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called for. Seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Okay, the clerk will close the roll. Would any member care to change their vote? Representative Sutton votes nay. All right, 50 having voted in favor, 70 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The package before you pairs student-centered policy with constitutional funding. It faces our challenges head-on with real solutions. It invites more transparency and accountability. It answers the question, what is best for our kids? Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Sub 2512 favorably for passage, as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report 2512 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Oh, already? Already. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends substitute for House Bill 2512 be passed as amended. House substitute Senate Bill 267 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recommend adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2005 as appointed Senators Olson, Hildebrand, and Faust-Godot as conferees on the part of the Senate. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on Senate substitute for Senate sub for House Bill 2057 as appointed Senators Olson, Hildebrand, and Faust-Godot. Senate accedes the request for a conference on House Bill 2075 as appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Haley. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2087 as appointed Senators Billinger, Clays, and Hawk. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on 2109 as appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Haley. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2136 as appointed Senators Longbine, Fagg, and Holscher. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on Senate sub for House Bill 2262 as appointed Senators Hildebrand, Gossage, and Petty. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on Senate sub for House Bill 2361 as appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Haley. Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 23 87 as appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Haley. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2478 as appointed Senators Peterson, Clays, and Hawk. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2508 as appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Haley. Senate sees the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2540 as appointed Senators Olson, Hildebrand, and Faust-Godot as conferees on the part of the Senate. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 484, announcing passage of House Bill 2510 as amended and 2564 as amended. Senate Bill number 484 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to student athletes, enacting the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, restricting participation on women's teams to female students, providing a cause of action for violation.
Are there announcements? Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda at 3 p.m. in 152 South, 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Representative Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, we will recess until 3:30 p.m. Republicans, we will calendar at 3 p.m. That's at 3:30 p.m. is when we'll recess to. We will calendar at 3 p.m. in the old Supreme Court room. I would tell everybody we're going to finish. Both sides will finish their calendar before we come back. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I move we recess until 3:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess.
The House will be in order. Messages from the governor. The clerk will read.
House Bills 2560, 2329, 2594, and 2591 have been signed, approved March 22nd, 2022. Laura Kelly, Governor.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for motion to resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Owens to chair the Committee of the Whole.
We're going to go ahead and entertain a motion to suspend the midnight rule now. I'm just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. All right, committee. Let's see. Next bill up is SB 493 for the purpose of carrying SB 493. The chair recognizes Representative Auerkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments with the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 493 will prohibit municipalities from adopting or enforcing an ordinance, resolution, or regulation that restricts, taxes, prohibits, or regulates the use of auxiliary containers. It basically mainly focuses on plastic bags and plastic containers. There's a list of containers and materials in the bill. Why are we seeing this bill? There's talk in Wichita about bringing this restriction to the city on containers and materials that are listed in this bill. So the bill was introduced in the Senate, passed through the Senate. The proponents of the bill in committee were mainly from the business community, and they expressed concern about the effects of the bill, mainly that if a city was to put a ban on plastic bags, containers, and similar items, there would be a significant cost increase for businesses, mainly retail and food industry, as well as an increased difficulty in the supply chain and also inventory management, and also confusion, especially for businesses that had multiple locations, confusions in the laws, one district, one area to another on what materials they can use. I think it's important to consider also the opposition in committee. There were those who were concerned that the legislature would be overstepping the local control element. I think that is a very legitimate point. It's something to consider. Should the legislature overstep the local authorities' ability to have different ordinances? The bill did pass out of committee. There was a comment made that the local control was mainly there to take care of the common good, protect the interests of the people for the common good, and that the local control was not necessarily there to allow a local governing body to implement burdensome regulations on their businesses. The other concern was that this bill is preemptive. No city or county in Kansas has actually approved this ordinance, but because of the harm that it would do to businesses, the thought is that it is worth getting this passed to avoid those complications. And also there were concerns about the environmental impact. One interesting data point brought to us in committee was that 70% of these supposed one-use bags get reused, and another 13% get recycled. So they actually are multiple-use bags. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to take questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? Speaker recognizes Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? We have an opportunity to start again. This bill did pass through committee, but I do think that part of the reason why it came out of committee was just simply because we were sort of running out of time. I think there was a lot of opposition to this due to the violation of home rule. This bill was not brought simply because Wichita and Prairie Village and Lawrence were having conversations. This bill is actually so old that I heard about it from national organizations when I was still a member of the other side of the aisle. This is not a Kansas solution. This is something that has come from other organizations, and I urge you to just sort of reject that general feeling of impotence that that same plastic bag afloat in the wind feels and vote this down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had not intended to be down on a bill like this because actually plastic bags is not something that really generates a lot of interest for me one way or another. But I think there are lots of reasons across this entire chamber for people to be for or against this bill. I mean, it might be the cute moniker of ban the bag ban bill being in there. It might be that you have a particular affinity for cloth bags as opposed to plastic bags or vice versa. It's the littering. It might be the general drafting of this bill because for the attorneys in the room, this is a great bill because it actually covers every single possible thing you can think of from manufacture to consumption, whether it's a manufacturing concern or food. So it does cover everything, and it does it well. So that might be your thing out of this. But yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't come up and at least say at this point, this bill is the quintessential rejection of home rule. You will find no other bill coming before us right now or in the years that I've been up here that so specifically sets home rule right in front of you to be considered. Actually, and a shout out to the management intern from the Kansas League of Municipalities. Her testimony in our committee was excellent and right on point, concise, and hit the spot. We talk about local control around here a lot of times pretty lightly. Granted, you always hear the saying, we like local control until we don't like local control, and we kind of banter that around sometimes, and it's on the edge of our conversations. I think it's really, really important right now in this moment to consider local rule comes from a constitutional language foundation. It's not something that we created up here. It's something that the people of Kansas said, these are the rules. And when those are the rules, we should sit up and take some notice of that. In this particular situation, Article 12, Section 5, talks about home rule. In the pertinent part, cities are hereby empowered to determine their local affairs and government, ... Those are good words. The citizens of the state of Kansas voted on language to create constitutional language that tells us that's the rule. And then it goes on in Section D of that particular subsection, powers and authority granted cities pursuant to this section shall be liberally construed for the purpose of giving to cities, and listen to this, the largest measure of self-government. Now, I would defy anyone in here to describe for me language set forth in a constitutional provision that is any clearer than that. And for us to just lightly set local control aside is wrong. Because in this particular instance, there is nothing about this particular bill. And again, I don't care, personally, I don't care about the plastic bags. But for us to simply set that aside is wrong because there is nothing about this legislation, this particular bill, that would cause us to say we should ignore most of the municipalities in this state. Some of the argument we heard in committee, and it was good argument around, but for example, we don't want a hodgepodge or patchwork legislation across the state. There's no hodge and there's no podge. We don't even have a patch in the state. And if we did get one, okay, maybe Wichita, And if they do, one patch in this state is not a reason for us to abandon a constitutional principle. The idea that we would preemptively not trust local government on its face tells us we can't do this, because the people of the state of Kansas told us directly and specifically in this Constitution that we must trust them and we must give them the largest measure of self-government. I'll leave this to the body, obviously, but I felt it important at this point for us, particularly with this legislation, to consider, let's don't toss around local control easily, because if we toss it away right now on this particular piece of legislation, and I'll speak from a personal bias standpoint from Western Kansas, as we lose representatives in Western Kansas, and we most certainly are going to again in the future, we lose our basis to not have Topeka tell us what we can and can't do in our rural cities. Because if you can do it here, then you can do it for anything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Sorry, body, for not being a little faster. I thought I was after the next representative. You know, I've actually argued against ordinances like these when I was on our city sustainability advisory board. You know, I think these are kind of low-hanging fruit. I think they're much more important environmental issues that could be addressed in our localities. But the reason you see all these environmental initiatives happening in localities, in cities and counties, because we're not doing anything. We're facing a very, very serious environmental crisis, and we are doing nothing. And so, even though I wouldn't necessarily support personally a ban like this, I think my city government certainly ought to have the right to consider one and enact one. I really appreciate the words of the representative from Dodge City. Finally, somebody standing up from this side of the aisle really talking about what home rule means. So, I encourage you to vote this down and let our cities take the actions they need to help protect our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 493. When I'm not here in Topeka, I'm a restaurant owner. I own a couple restaurants, me and my wife. Let me tell you what it's like to be a restaurant owner right now. Let me just share with you what it's like to be a restaurant owner. Every commodity has doubled in price. Every commodity. Labor's more expensive because we're competing with the government, which is giving people money to stay home. Now what you're going to do in these municipalities is you're going to put this additional cost on restaurants where they have to use paper boxes, they have to use paper straws. What you're doing is you're pricing restaurants out of doing business because the inflation is so bad that restaurants are already seeing people making decisions that they can't afford to go out as much. And if you raise it again, we're going to start putting restaurants out of business. I very much appreciate the previous representative's comments about home rule, but government exists to protect the rights of the people. And one of those fundamental rights is the right to the pursuit of happiness. And if a municipality is making a decision that robs people of that right to own and operate a small business, you can say, well, you know, they can sue. If they don't like the law, they can sue. Well, if your expenses are already so high that you're operating on a razor-thin margin, you can't afford to sue. You're probably just going to go out of business. And so that it'll result in a loss of jobs. So I absolutely respect home rule and local control, but we also have a duty to protect the rights of Kansans here in this House. And so that's why I'm going to be supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been a county commissioner for 14 years, I'm all about home rule, no doubt about it. But I'm also about being a businessman. The previous speaker talked about the restaurant business. I have been in the restaurant business, hotel business, and I can tell you that the hospitality industry in this state has suffered the last 2 years. And now they're coming back, but the supply chain's now messed up. I think if we pass this bill, it will help prevent even further problems. And so I will be supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Buddy. Mr. Chairman, I support this bill. When's the last time you saw a plastic bag throw itself out? You know, this is what's wrong with our society is we refuse to take personal responsibility. And that's what this is about. All these municipalities have litter laws, and yet they do nothing to enforce that. So they want to blame it on the plastic bag. The real blame here is the person that throws it out the window. So I support this.
All right, for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. As I was coming in, one of the lobbyists said, don't you all respect home rule? I said, I sure do. I said, what happens in my home, I sure in the hell rule it. And I'm going to tell you this, we're wasting good, valuable time here worrying about bags and straws. And I'm going to support this bill, and let's move on and do something constructive. Thanks.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. And to one of the previous speakers, if this opens up a discussion about home rule, I'm all for that. We had a situation in Salina, in fact, it's ongoing, where there was a vote of the people regarding an ordinance. It passed overwhelmingly, 57 to 43. And yet the city commission, where I'm from, said, nope, we don't like that. And they sued to override the will of the people, 57 to 43. We need to discuss what home rule really is. Isn't a vote the very essence of home rule? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise in opposition to this bill. As a former city commissioner and mayor, it's been a long time ago, but I realized even 25 years ago that plastics in our detention pond facilities and our streams inside our community, etc., were a problem for us, and they're very unsightly. And when we have animals eating pieces of straws and plastics, maybe they've been mowed by a mower and they eat from that, and gets into the hay. We're talking about some real serious problems in some parts of our world from having the animals, the birds, and the horses and the cattle eating these things. So I think we have a lot of problems with it. People don't clean up behind themselves. They do throw the bottles in the street or drop them as they walk to school or whatever. And we could arrest them all, but you know, this is not what we do in our country. So I just think we should leave this to the local control representative that spoke first on this, did a wonderful job of explaining the concerns of home rule and the reasons that communities ought to have the right. As a person who campaigns, and whenever I have a fundraiser, I do food when I have fundraisers, and we've had plastic boxes to serve it in, but when we run out of plastic boxes, we can buy paper boxes, and all of these rules give you time to consume what you already have in supply, and then buy different down the road. So I appreciate that, and I do oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, Chair recognizes Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the carrier did a very fair job of describing this bill. For context, this bill is being brought forth simply as a result of conversations. No city council, as far as I'm aware, has seen this type of ordinance. No city council has taken a vote on it. Just task forces have had conversations about it, and we're talking about stepping on the constitutionality of home rule as a result of conversations. I don't agree that a patchwork of ordinances is an issue for the state, but if you are of that persuasion, I think the opposite side does deserve discussion. And I have an amendment. I'm not going to offer it, but if you're interested in what it did do, it simply strikes 3 letters on line 25. It just removes NOT from line 25, and it essentially requires cities to have some sort of ordinance on plastic bags. But something I want to make clear is that nowhere in the testimony on either side of the proponent or opponent side did anybody refute that plastic bags are bad for the environment. They take 400 years to decompose. They litter our roadways. I'm sure every single one of us saw a plastic bag on the roadway as we were driving in. They litter our trees. They litter our waterways. They're ugly. This is a classic case of the tragedy of the commons. I understand that we're all individuals here. We're business people. We own restaurants. What is good for the individual in the moment might not be good for the collective, for our environment, for our earth. And I think that is one particular constituent that we do not hear enough in this chamber or in this body overall. Again, I stand in strong opposition to this bill. We can do a lot more for the environment as a whole, and we can do it in a way that doesn't step on home rule. Thank you.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speakers have, on both sides, I think have done an eloquent job of this. I especially congratulate the representative from Dodge City. I think laid it out pretty clearly, though. And it's the job of this body to sort out what is the most important. I would like to address some of the concerns, one of which was mentioned, and the carrier of this bill, I really appreciate the fairness with which he approached this from both sides, and he talked about some of the concerns on the other side. I oppose this because, first of all, it's an affront to local control, but secondly, we are assuming that local control is going to run roughshod over business. Well, it was mentioned that the city of Wichita is working on this issue. And yes, they are. And our city leaders are working with committees of business people, community leaders, and anybody who wants to be involved to work out the details. That's how government should work. That's what local rule is about. They're working together with them. They're not just going to pass a bill and say, all of a sudden nobody can use plastic. They're going to work with them. So that's why we need to support something like this. Let them do it. Why would we impose a mandate? Excuse me, I keep hitting the other microphone, but why would we keep imposing a mandate on our local government? And if they do it wrong, guess what? they will get voted out of office. That's the check we have. Why can't we do that? And finally, I do appreciate the carrier of this bill talking about some of the opponents. I don't think I want somebody to put a flyer out that says, I voted against the wishes of one of the opponents, the Sisters of Charity. I don't think that would look very good.
All right, if there's no further discussion, Representative Auerquam, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just within the last few months, we had a bill come across, and I think we passed it out with well over 100 votes. That had to do with farm wineries and clarifying that local units of government cannot over-restrict businesses that are engaged in farm winery. We do this all the time, and it is a debate on local control, but do we really want our local units of government determining what types of bags and straws and cups our restaurant owners, our grocery stores are able to use? Is that an overstep of local control? I don't think it is. I think this is necessary to help the Kansas businesses to be able to operate in the way that they believe is best to serve the people in their area. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rise and report, it reports Senate Bill 493 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Auerkamp to report SB 493 favorably. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2609. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2609, the chair recognizes Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Continue.
Good afternoon, body. HB 2609 comes to you from the Committee on Transportation. Essentially what this bill seeks to achieve is to allow 15-year-olds who already have a restricted driver's license to drive to and from worship services. Currently under state statute, they can drive to and from work and school. So it would expand that to worship services. The bill has 47 co-sponsors. It's a bipartisan bill. It originated by a constituent in my district, a pastor in my community who has 6 children, and he was wanting his daughter to be able to have the flexibility to drive to and from church activities and worship. So it is truly a bill that comes from the grassroots. Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Howe, you may close. Oh. The representative wasn't on my screen. However, since she is now, the chair recognizes Representative Byers. Or the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Thank you. Sorry, I was tired from this morning. This bill was generally in support of everyone in the committee, but there was also another issue that's going to come up. Most of us believe that 15-year-olds should be able to drive to their place of worship, but at the same time, there was another issue that you're going to hear briefly that we'll have a chance to debate and look at further.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Byers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the carrier of the bill stand for some questions?
Yes, thank you.
On a restricted license, what are the identifiers for the individual that possesses that license? You know, what will actually show up on that license? You know, like their photograph, and what else would be there?
I believe any identifying information, street address, height, weight, color of eyes, things like that.
And that would include sex?
Yes.
Thank you. Body, in the state of Kansas, there are 19,000 young people that are part of the LGBTQ community. About 1 out of every 4 would identify themselves as non-binary, not male, not female. Across the state of Kansas, there are 150,000 adults who are part of the LGBTQ community. And again, 1 out of every 4, or approximately 40,000 folks, would be identified as non-binary. And with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears to be long. Would you care to explain?
Although the amendment is long, it's really fairly simple. What it does is it alters our driver's licenses so that we can allow in the state of Kansas, like 23 other states do, like the District of Columbia does, and as the U.S. State Department is moving towards passports, to have the gender marker of X for those folks who are either ambiguous genitalia or who identify as non-binary.
All right. Is there any objection to the clerk reading the amendment? All right. Seeing no objection, does any member wish to speak to the amendment? To speak to the amendment, we have Representative Tim Johnson.
Could you answer just a couple quick questions? This is basically the bill that you had introduced in another committee and that has not been called up for. Is that correct?
This is based on Bill 2666, which we had introduced into transportation, but it didn't get moved forward.
Why have you selected this particular bill to amend it in?
Like anything that we do on this floor, we look for things that have possibility of amendments that we can use that might be favorable to our constituency. And as a member of the LGBTQ community, this bill seemed like it would be an excellent vehicle to add so that those students that are part of the non-binary community that attend affirming churches for their religious services would also have the opportunity to be able to drive as themselves and not under a forced designation. They may not necessarily be what they represent.
While I appreciate your bill and the issues it raises, clearly I personally believe that belongs on a bill of itself and not on this bill because it has the potential to kill a First Amendment right for people because of its controversy, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Howe to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment bringing an amendment to this bill. However, you know, you'll have to determine whether or not you think this is the right policy for this particular bill. And so I'll leave it up to the will of the committee of the whole to determine if they want to pursue this. But just in final remarks, this bill was just to specifically address allowing 15-year-olds on a restricted driver's license to drive to and from worship. And the right to worship is definitely enshrined in our state Bill of Rights and our Constitution's very strong language. And so I'd appreciate the body's support on the overall bill.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Representative Byers, you may close. Oh. Representative Woodard. Apparently.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the maker of the amendment stand for a question or two?
Yes.
Representative, has this been done in any other states, and if so, how many?
As I mentioned in my opening remarks, 23 states already currently have the option of a gender marker of X allowed on their state driver's license and other state IDs, as well as does the District of Columbia. And the U.S. State Department has on their website that they intend to announce the procedure for allowing the gender marker of X on passports sometime this spring.
Thank you. Are there any other state agencies that you're aware of that have policy similar to this?
I'm confused on the question.
Say if someone was registering to vote, would they have this option, or would it be if they were to do that based on their driver's license?
I would say that any place that we use a driver's license as part of our identification process, being able to properly identify someone who may be ambiguous in their appearance and with the gender marker of X would actually be an advantage for us.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you. As an original sponsor of the underlying bill, I support both this amendment and look forward to voting yes on the underlying bill as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. To speak on the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Delberding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, can you just high level, what is this doing so I can fully understand?
What it does is it produces a process so that if a person would like to have a driver's license with a gender marker of X, there is a procedure involved where they would be able to produce documentation from physicians, from mental health experts, et cetera, demonstrating this is not just a one-time thing, this is an ongoing issue, that they do not recognize themselves as male or female, but somewhere in between, and would just simply assign the gender marker of X in place of an M or an F for that individual.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm thinking I'm understanding this, but I'm questioning the overall of how this relates with the bill at hand. So I would like to challenge the germaneness, please.
All right. Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Chair will convene.
No. Jane is not believing me. No, that is.
All right, committee, the chair recognizes Representative Patton for a ruling on the Byers Amendment to House Bill 2609.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, body. It took us a little while. We wanted to completely understand the bill and then the language in the amendment to see what similarities and differences we had. As we've been talking about, the bill itself deals with who can drive, where they can drive to, the rights and, or again, yeah, where someone can drive, and in fact, it would add that a 15-year-old can drive to church and other religious activities. The amendment deals with demographic information on a driver's license, an application for a driver's license. It's certainly the same chapter, same article, but we concluded that it would create two completely different questions for the body. Driver's license was really the only contact we found, and so after quite a bit of discussion, we unanimously agreed that it is not germane.
All right, we are back on the bill. We're back on the amendment, or the bill, excuse me. Representative Byers, you have the floor.
Body, I thank you for the opportunity to run the amendment. I do realize that this would have brought us into the same areas as Arkansas has and the same type of things that Utah has, that Virginia has, that Maryland has, but perhaps we are not ready for that, and so I thank you for the opportunity. On that close.
Further discussion on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HB 2609, but I want to spend some time with you this evening discussing why. The first thing is, as best I can determine, the operative language in this bill appears at page 2, lines 14 and 15. When I was a boy growing up, born, raised, baptized at Grace Presbyterian Church, we had what we called worship services. Worship service was Sunday morning at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. We had Sunday school at 10 a.m. Then we had youth group meeting at 7 o'clock on Sunday night. And on Wednesday evening, we had choir practice. I particularly enjoyed choir practice. So when I just think about the model at my church, looking at this bill, the only thing that was called worship was what we did at 9 in the morning and what we did at 11 in the morning. What we did in the evening, that wasn't worship at my church, at least. And so I have some questions for the carrier of this bill to perhaps help me better understand and perhaps find a way that perhaps I could vote for this, but I'm having real difficulty. But if I might ask a few questions. Good evening, sir. First, I don't see any limitation in this bill on how far a 15-year-old could drive. Is there any limitation on how far a 15-year-old could drive?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. We did discuss this in committee, and the state statute definition of worship is, I guess, maybe considered broad by some. You know, when we first started looking at this legislation, we did consult with law enforcement to see if they had any reservations about the language of the bill, and they indicated they did not. There are certain restrictions for those on a restricted driver's license and who can be in the vehicle. You can only have siblings in your vehicle. You can't have a lot of other I guess, passengers with you that are non-related, so there are some restrictions. You asked specifically about distance.
Yes, that was my question, yes.
Yes. There is not any limitation on distance in this piece of legislation. As you know, Kansas has a diverse group of communities, and sometimes some have to drive a little further for worship than others.
So, for example, if I were 15 years old again, which I wish I were, and I wanted to attend a worship service, say in Liberal, and let's assume that this particular congregation had worship, say Sunday evenings, starting at about 6 o'clock. If this bill were to become law, would it be permissible for me as a 15-year-old to hop in my car or my mom's car or whatever car I could get a hold of and leave for Liberal about, say, noon or so and drive 5-6 hours out to Liberal, 15 years of age, attend the worship service, maybe get out of worship service along about 8:30, and then hop back in the car, 15 years of age, and drive 5 hours back to Wichita? Would that be lawful under your bill?
Representative, you bring a very interesting hypothetical situation, and we did get into some hypothetical situations in the committee, but I think the majority of the committee agreed that it's best to leave some discretion to law enforcement and people in the legal community to have that discretion if there is a problem.
So explain to me how law enforcement would be able to exercise any discretion to keep me as a 15-year-old from hopping in the car, driving out to Liberal, then leaving Liberal at 8:30 at night and driving back to Wichita. I mean, it'd be completely lawful. They wouldn't have any discretion to stop me from doing that, would they, under this law?
Representative, I do believe they would have to have probable cause in order to there would have to be a traffic violation in order for them to have probable cause to pull you over, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's assume I'm 15 years of age and I'm driving back from Liberal in the dark of night from a worship service, and I'm driving 80 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. Under this law, I think the officer could pull me over. He could write me a ticket for 5 miles over the speed limit or 10 miles over the speed limit, but then the officer would have to say, "Have a nice day, son. Head on back to Wichita in the middle of the night." Isn't that the way this works?
Representative, I think what you're talking about is the exception, not the rule. Most people don't do these types of things, you know, driving 5-6 hours to worship services. That might be a very limited and very small percentage of people. But, you know, the right to freely worship shall not be infringed. I know our State Bill of Rights is very clear in allowing people to have the free exercise of worship.
Well, Representative, you do understand that freedom of religion under the First Amendment, either Kansas freedom of religion under the United States Constitution, First Amendment, or freedom of religion under our Kansas Bill of Rights is the freedom to practice my religion, not the freedom to drive. You do understand that, don't you?
Representative, I do understand that it is a privilege to have a driver's license, and that can be revoked according to current law.
But it could not be revoked for being 15 years of age and driving to Liberal in the middle of the night, or for speeding 75 miles an hour, could it, sir?
No.
Well, then, let's go to the proposition, though, that the hypothetical that I pose would be the exception to the rule, and so therefore we ought to go ahead and pass this law because that kind of behavior would be an exception. Do you understand, Representative, that most people are reasonable people? If you want me to explain further, that most people, whether they're 15 or 75, are reasonable, careful people and prudent people. We could agree with that proposition, couldn't we?
Representative, I'm going to point back to testimony that was given in our committee by a pastor from my district. He did some research, and most people that go to worship live within 15 minutes of their home and their residence.
Well, I won't belabor the point that at least I think most people are safe and careful and reasonable, but I won't press you any more on that proposition. But you understand that the reason that we have laws in our society is not to deal with the majority of the people, usually, especially traffic laws. They're not here for careful drivers and reasonable people. They're here for the exceptions, the people who would exercise bad judgment and 15-year-olds driving to Liberal and then speeding home in the middle of the night. Do you understand? That's why we have laws, is to keep people from acting in a dangerous, imprudent, or unsafe manner. Can we agree on that proposition?
Mr. Representative, I would, if you have a point to make, please make it. But I'm not sure where this conversation is going. It's being a little bit tedious, I believe.
Tedium. Oh, tedium, one of my favorites. Well, then let's move to something very different, Representative. Let's have order. Please, Mr. Chairman, let's have order. Let's move to something different. Let's talk about the actual words of this bill. And it appears to me that while going directly to or from any religious worship service, it has to be more than just a worship service. It has to be a worship service held by a religious organization. Is that correct?
Yes, in the supplemental note that was put together It says a religious organization is defined in continuing law in the Motor Vehicle Driver's License Act to mean any organization, church, body of communicants, or group that gathers for religious purposes at a defined place of worship and has a regular schedule of services, meaning at least on a weekly basis, and has been determined to be an organized and created as a bona fide religious organization.
Do you understand, Representative, that supplemental notes always contain the qualifier that these notes do not establish legislative intent? Are you aware of that?
Thank you for the point. Yep.
I take it that means you are aware. The reason that I ask is I was on the Board of Trustees of the First Unitarian Universalist Church of Wichita for 3 years. Tough 3 years, I might add. We considered ourselves to be a religious organization. We allowed our premises to be used by organizations such as the Wichita Devil Worshippers. Would the Wichita Devil Worshippers qualify so that a 15-year-old kid could go to their full moon dance that we used to have on the premises of the church where they worshiped Satan? Would kids be allowed to go to those services at 9 o'clock till midnight, which is a particularly significant hour in that scheme of religious belief, which I do not share?
Representative, I don't run in those circles, so I can't give you an answer.
Well, what about the meetings of the Wichita Atheist Society? Would 15-year-old kids be able to drive down to Old Town for their meetings, which last I knew they took place about 8 o'clock at night, usually on Saturday nights? Would that be permissible?
I presume if you're atheist, I would question what the worship would be. What are you worshiping?
And so who would decide whether devil worshipers qualify or atheists qualify or Presbyterians qualify or Unitarians qualify? Who decides what worship services will be protected and which ones will not?
Representative, I would think state statute, but you know, what we're here to do is to talk about driver's licenses and allowing a 15-year-old on a restricted driver's license to have the ability to go worship at their church. I think you're taking the conversation beyond, perhaps, what I'm here before the body today with HB 2609.
Well, let me inquire of you about a matter that it may not be in my district, but just over the west of my district. We have a church. Actually, we could talk about Grace Church, my church where I grew up. We have a sanctuary, and that's Sunday morning service. We also have what we call Fellowship Hall, and Fellowship Hall has a stage set up in it, and there are bands and amplifiers and musical instruments, and we have, or I think we have, I don't go very often on Sunday nights, I have to admit, we have what's referred to as a praise service, where music is made to praise the Lord, but we don't call it a worship service. Would young kids 15 years old be able to drive down there on Sunday night and attend a praise service, but it's not described as a worship service? Would that be okay?
Yes, thank you for the question. I believe it would. We had that discussion in the committee, and the definition of worship services, like I mentioned, fairly broad to encompass a lot of things. Could be a Bible study or maybe a praise band getting together to practice for their worship activities on a Sunday or any other day of the week. But I think when we had the discussion, there was caution given to us by the reviser that if we got splitting hairs too much, we would then get into the business of redefining in statute what worship is. And that becomes a lot more complicated.
So, Representative, when I was a kid and went to choir practice on Wednesday nights, we didn't do any worshiping. I can tell you we got in a lot of trouble at choir practice, but we didn't do any worshiping. Would choir practice qualify?
I'll leave that between you and the Lord, ultimately what's on your heart. But yes, I believe, you know, if you wanted to go to a choir practice at your church, that would be acceptable.
What about at the Muslim church where they do chants and things like that? Would that qualify, or does it have to be music?
Yes, I believe a lot of our people that are of the Islamic faith they are bona fide religious organizations here in our state and contributing members of our society. And yes, they would be also allowed to attend their worship.
Representative, you used the phrase bona fide religious organization. Who decides what activities or religions are bona fide as opposed to those which are not bona fide?
I use that language because it was in the supplemental note.
Representative, I appreciate your patience with me. Friends, I hope you understand the points that I'm trying to make here. We do not favor one religion over another. And this legislation clearly allows some things that are very, very unsafe. 15-year-olds driving home from Liberal in the middle of the night. Or what if it was Kansas City? What if the worship service happened to be across the street from the bar district up in Kansas City, or outside Royal Stadium, or any one of a number of other things that could be described as a worship service that can facilitate youngsters going out and not only endangering their own lives, and not only endangering the lives of their siblings, but endangering the lives of the people in the car that they hit when they come across the center line in the middle of the night driving home from a worship service. This is not safe. But the drafting of this bill is not at all wise. As I'm sure you all understand, it's not our subjective intent that controls what a bill or eventually a law means. It's not our goodwill that determines that. It's not even our prayers to the Almighty that determines what a law means. It is the black letter, the words that are used in the statute. And this statute, I believe, is one which favors religion over other types of philosophical, important moral activities, because it only applies to, as the representative says, bona fide religions. Moreover, I would suggest to you that this legislation discriminates against one church as opposed to another. If my church calls the Sunday service Sunday school and we don't worship, it doesn't apply. But that's a very important religious activity, at least for me when I was a child growing up. The praise services that we have, if they're not denominated as a worship service, it doesn't apply. You can't start getting into the business, safely at least, of determining what religious service qualifies and what religious service does not qualify, because that leads to favoring not only religion over other activities, it leads to favoring one religion over another. So I really urge you to think very carefully about what we are doing here tonight. It's dangerous to children. Believe me, when I was 16 years old, I had a restricted driver's license, by the way. I had one when I was 14 even. But I remember when I was 16 years old, and I remember the trouble, quite frankly, that me and my friends got into on Sunday nights when we went to Sunday night youth group. I also remember my wife describing me the trouble that she got into when she was supposed to be driving to Sunday morning worship service, but the kids decided they were going to go to Pizza Hut instead. So I really urge you to pause, take a deep breath about what we are doing here. This bill really needs proper vetting in committees which are familiar with the constitutional requirements of freedom of religion, not favoring one religion over another. And it needs to be looked at by a committee that is familiar with the law and how to write a statute so that it becomes a valid, enforceable traffic control law. And so for that reason, Mr. Chair, I move that we re-refer this committee to the House Judiciary Committee for this bill for further consideration.
All right, there has been a motion to refer this back to committee. This is a debatable motion. Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In support of this motion, I would suggest to you that if this is a good idea, it needs work to make it constitutional and to make it safe for children. And the place where we can do that type of work is in the House Judiciary Committee. And so my motion was to refer to the House Judiciary Committee rather than sending it back to where it came from. Thank you.
To speak to the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Poskin. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know how many times I have to stand up here and start with, as the mom of 7 children, I have worked with this law, the original, extensively, and I'm going to use this pun, but we have parsed it 6 ways from Sunday at my house. My concern, and I am supportive of the underlying bill, my concern is that it creates a discrepancy between where 15-year-olds can drive for school and where they can drive for religious services. If you read lines 11 and 12, it says, on days while school is in session, over the most direct and accessible route between the licensee's residence and school of enrollment for the purposes of school attendance. Listening to the questions that the previous representative had, I'd like to pose this situation. What I know is this means your child can drive to school and drive home. They are not allowed to go back to school at 7 p.m. for National Honor Society. The law is written now. If there's an FCA or Fellowship of Christian Athletes meeting at their school at 7 p.m., they can drive home, get dinner, and then drive back to school for the FCA club meeting, but they cannot go back for National Honor Society. If they're in a Christmas play at their church or place of worship, and they're at a school play, they can leave school, get dinner, and go to the church play practice, but they cannot go back to the
Representative,
school
if you could speak
practice.
to the motion, please.
So the motion would be, if it goes back to judiciary, they could do some work on that to fix that discrepancy. So I stand in support of the motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I'm going to speak against this motion. We heard this in transportation. We worked it in transportation. We vetted it in transportation. I believe we voted on it twice in transportation to get it out. We need to move forward with this bill today. It's a good piece of legislation. So I would ask you to vote no on this motion to re-refer. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
question is whether or not is a 15-year-old responsible enough to drive. Is it to work? Is it to school? Or is it to religious worship service? The committee made a decision that that's exactly what we want to do. We've already dealt with whether or not the 15-year-old has the responsibility, the maturity to do this. We've already decided that with good parental supervision, that they should be able to drive to work and drive home, drive to school and drive home, and that maybe it's in the best interest of the child, the 15-year-old, to also to go to religious service. I stand against this emotion. I stand for the bill. I want to encourage kids to go to religious service. And yes, there may be some ambiguity in the minds of some individuals about what's a religious worship service, but I'm sure there will be opportunities for clarifying that in the future. But it's important that kids that are 15-year-olds go to service. It's also important for a 15-year-old, just as we have said before, to go to work, to go to school. We're starting to ask them to be responsible. So let's move ahead with this as the committee is sent out. Not send it back to committee, to another committee for attorneys to be working on it, but to move it ahead in the process.
Speak on the motion. The chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage the body to reject the motion. You know, I'm not going to get in between the right to worship God according to the dictates of conscience. In the Kansas Bill of Rights, it says it shall never be infringed. Granted, it is a privilege to drive, but what we are doing here and what we propose is reasonable. So I would encourage the body to reject.
On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Wagner.
No, Bonnie, I rise in opposition to this motion to refer it back to the committee, and I have very good reason. I mean, look at the bill, what it says. It references KSA 2021 Supplemental 8-2-101. The notion that this is somehow some new and sort of exotic right, the bill is just relating to 15-year-olds. It takes the identical language which you look at on, I'm looking at page 2 of the actual bill, which applies to 16-year-olds, which already has, while going directly to or from any religious worship service held by a religious organization. The notion that somehow we're getting into some odd church-state issue or some question of the First Amendment, I think just doesn't stand. Further, already in statute, you have it again for people who are 16 going to age 17, where again, you have it also mentions it's from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. This notion of a midnight ride to Kansas City is not permissible under any restricted license at all. But again, it says, while going directly to or from any religious worship service held by a religious organization. I think the questions that have been raised are interesting, but they're frankly irrelevant because all you're doing is taking what is already in existing statute for 16 and 17-year-olds and applying it to 15-year-olds. I ask that we not refer this. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, Representative Carmichael, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate people's patience in listening to this debate because I think we're making a mistake here. I think we're making a dangerous mistake here. I think we're making an unconstitutional mistake here. And that's why I think it needs to go back to a committee to have another set of eyes put on this. In response to my good friend from Eastborough's argument that this bill should not go back to committee because he believes that we have good parental supervision and that it's a good idea for kids to be able to get out and drive under good parental supervision. I don't disagree with the idea that we need good parental supervision, but the sad fact of the matter is that not every 15-year-old has good parents there to supervise him or her, and they can get their car They can get the car from their friends, their human trafficker, whomever it might be. And there's just a whole lot of kids out there that don't have that kind of supervision. Kids who do have that kind of parental supervision, I know when I was growing up, my mom and dad spent a lot of time driving me back and forth to church services, and that's the role of parents when they're available. But as it relates to this concept that somehow these terms about what is or isn't worship and what services qualify and what services do not, the bill doesn't define that. There's no expression of any intent from which a court could determine that the words mean anything other than what the black letter says. And what the black letter says, I believe, is contrary not only to the United States Constitution, but also the Kansas Bill of Rights, and that's why we need to send it back to committee and try to save this bill so it doesn't become enjoined by the courts. I therefore close and move my motion.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Carmichael to refer House Bill 2609 to the committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. We are back on the bill.
Am I recognized to continue on the bill, Mr. Chair?
You are.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience listening to me. I tried to fix this bill, tried to save this bill. Don't come blaming me when the federal court enjoins this bill and we pay the attorney's fees of the successful plaintiff, because this is the type of legislation that will be challenged because it favors religion over other activities of life, and it favors religions who describe their services as worship over religions who may describe their proceedings as something different than worship. So I thought we could save it. I thought we could do some good, but it appears that's not, as they say, the will of this body, and therefore I remain opposed to HB 2609. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be, frankly, quite shocked should the court decide that your right to worship according to the dictates of conscience could be infringed. All we are doing with this bill is allowing 15-year-olds with a restricted license to have the freedom to worship as they currently have the freedom to drive to work or to school. We don't define how far away work is. We don't define many of the parts of that. It is left to the discretion of law enforcement. I strongly encourage parents to spend windshield time with your kids driving them places. That is time you will never get back. But if your child wants to drive to worship on their own, and it is in the best interest of them and their development, I strongly stand in support of allowing you to do that. That's why I drafted the bill on behalf of a friend and a constituent of one of my colleagues, and I strongly encourage you to support the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Howell, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body, for your indulgence on HB 2609. As a father of a 14-year-old boy who attends worship on a regular basis, I would look forward to the opportunity for him, when he gets his restricted driver's license, to drive to and from church for worship. Mr. Chair, a lot of the times in society today, we tend to think that our children can't do hard things. And in 2008, there was a book authored by two brothers, Alex and Brett Harris, and it was called Do Hard Things. And in that book, he cited a couple of historical figures that did hard things. I'm only going to mention one specifically, but Clara Barton, she started doing hard things at a young age. David Farragut, his naval career began when he was added to the U.S. Navy's Navy rolls with the rank of boy in the spring of 1810. He was eventually commissioned as a midshipman in the U.S. Navy at the age of 9. And by the age of 11, he was fighting in the War of 1812. What we're here doing today is minor in comparison into what some of these historical figures have done. And it already exists in statute that allows a 15-year-old on a restricted driver's license to drive to and from work and to and from school. This has been vetted by the Committee on Transportation thoroughly. It has 47 co-sponsors, and I would urge your support. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2609 favorably for passage.
Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Howe to report House Bill 2609 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2717. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2717, the chair recognizes Representative Penn.
Got too many papers. Don't have the right one. A lot of papers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report has been adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise before the body to present to you House Bill 2717, an act prohibiting municipality from preventing the enforcement of federal immigration laws, requiring municipal law enforcement agencies to provide written notice to each law enforcement officer of the officer's duty to cooperate with state and federal agencies in the enforcement of immigration laws, and requiring any municipal identification card to state on its face that it is not valid for state identification. This bill had one amendment in committee, and there were 59 opponents. In short, House Bill 2717, known as the Sanctuary Cities Bill, was brought to the committee, the House Federal and State Affairs Committee, by the Kansas Attorney General Derek Schmidt. The bill prohibits, as I said before, any municipality from enacting, implementing, or enforcing an ordinance, resolution, rule, or policy that prohibits or restricts a law enforcement officer, a local official, or local government employee from communicating or cooperating with federal officials. The bill also prohibits municipalities from preventing law enforcement officers from the sending or receiving of information from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and obtaining or maintaining information and exchanging information with any federal, state, or local government entity. House Bill 2717, ladies and gentlemen, prohibits a municipality from restricting the enforcement of federal immigration laws. And before the amendment was made in committee, it did require that law enforcement agencies to provide all LEO and law enforcement officers with a written notice regarding certain aspects of their duties to uphold the law, but that was stricken in a committee amendment. The Attorney General, the county attorney, or another district attorney may bring action in court to compel compliance with the bill. House Bill 2717 also prohibits municipal identification card that is issued from being used to satisfy any requirement of state law for which proof of identity is necessary, and requires each municipal identification card to ostensibly state not valid for state ID. It amends the current criminal law and makes it illegal for certain fraudulent acts using an ID card to include the fraudulent use of multiple I'm sorry, municipal ID cards, and the bill also amends a current election law to remove identification documents issued by a municipality, county, state, or federal government office or agency from the list of valid forms of identification to vote. And finally, Mr. Chairman, House Bill 2717 makes it unlawful to use racial or other bias-based policing for the enforcement of federal immigration law and communications with federal agencies. The bill uses the existing law in Kansas to define racial or other bias-based policing in its terminology. It also provides that a person believing that they have been subjected to racial or other bias-based policing would be able to file a complaint with the applicable law enforcement agency or the Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, we have proponent testimony for this bill and was provided by the Kansas Attorney General, by the Assistant Secretary Clay Barker, Secretary of State Clay Barker, the Kansas Association of the Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and several taxpayers who were voters in Kansas City, Kansas. There was no neutral testimony for this, and the fiscal note said that there will be no impact to the Kansas state budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be happy to stand for questions at this time.
Any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the representative did a good job explaining this bill. Whether I like it or not, you did a good job, Representative. This is quite a contentious bill. Being from Wyandotte County, I think the Attorney General has a target on Wyandotte County just because of the election, the maps you're going to be seeing here. There was a line drawn across I-70, north and south, which separated communities of interest, minority communities. And since the courts, there was litigation was filed on that, he found that he could be part of that and filed an injunction to stop that happening. And now also because the ordinance that came out with the city government to the Safe and Welcoming Act, City Act, he found that he should target that as well against federal law. What we're seeing here happening in Wyandotte County, and we're just coming out of COVID, is that people now will be going back in the shadows. They'll be going back for economic reasons. They're wanting to come out. The IDs, the city ID gave them a purpose and a form of identification to go to banks, healthcare, schools, college, local colleges. And I don't really think the intent was a state ID because we all know the state issues state IDs. And I even have tried to use my legislative ID for something, they threw me out of the building. So, you know, that's something that the local governments don't have that power to do. But Representative, I do have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, Mr. Ranking.
Now, there was something, an amendment about profiling. Can you elaborate on that? About profiling? There was an amendment about profiling. Can you elaborate?
Amendment about profiling. Let me, Thank you for that, Mr. Ranking. I have here in my hand the amendment that did pass in committee. It was the one that got on. It was from Attorney General Schmidt, Secretary of State Schwab, and it was provided by the chairman. Where it went into was new section 5 in the bill, and it removed it struck some of the language that was originally there because it was based off of the Indiana model from which this bill was crafted. But to pull it more compliant in alignment with the words that are already in Kansas statute, a balloon amendment that you're referring to was placed on here that says that, quote, it is unlawful to use racial or other bias-based policing in the enforcement of federal immigration law and communications with federal agencies within the scope of this act. As used in this section, racial or other bias-based policing means the same as defined in Kansas Statute 22, TAC 4606, and amendments thereto.
Thank you, Representative, for that. And as a clarification, then there was a propensity or potential for profiling before this amendment was added on to the bill. Would you agree with that?
Are you asking if there was the profiling happening prior to the bill?
That this bill, the amendment eliminated profiling, so before that, there might have been a potential for profiling prior to this amendment.
I have also up here I don't want to speak out of turn. Give me 1 second. the ordinance from Wyandotte County, the Safe and Welcoming Act, I know that there's language in here that they have in the whereas statements that they want to be against that. And I believe that the words and the testimony that we had from the Attorney General was that this bill, House Bill 2717, is a targeted bill not to undo some of the things that were right or that were proper with the Wyandotte ordinance, but it was to ensure that the things that are withheld at the state level, such as elections and the integrity therein, the identification cards and what their efficacy would be within the state of Kansas versus just in Wyandotte County, those things were what they addressed in here, not necessarily profiling. If it was occurring, that's not in compliance with current Kansas state law, so it's just pulling it out and putting it on its prima facie.
Thank you, Representative. There is a target demographic that the Safe and Welcoming Act was trying to help, and now there's a target demographic that the Attorney General is trying, well, by this bill, to eliminate the Safe and Welcoming Act by restructuring the law and eliminating the local IDs. Representative, who is that target audience that the Attorney General is trying to do away with this ordinance for?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Who is the target demographic that the Attorney General is trying to initiate this bill for?
Oh, thank you for the question, Mr. Ranking. I don't think that there was a target demographic per se. I think that the target, if you want to use that phraseology, is that it is the Kansas state law. So this is for all Kansas citizens to make sure that we have one uniform version of what we want to do when it comes to this particular topic across Kansas. So the target of it is all Kansans.
Thank you for that. That's a pretty good answer. Would you agree that this was intended for undocumented people because other people have state IDs and adequate access to other services and that this was a targeted for undocumented people?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ranking. Again, I would say that as we heard in our testimony that day, and it was quite a bit of testimony, but from what we heard from both the Secretary of State's representative and from the Attorney General himself, was not that this targeting a demographic or illegal immigrants or anything to that nature. What it is safeguarding the elections and what it is that our particular state-issued ID does. So, ostensibly, the unified government of Wyandotte, or any other municipality for that matter, if they decided to issue a local ID for their local purposes within the confines of their local government for services, whatever their status may be, that's good to go. When they come outside of the environs of those county lines, that's when that ID is not applicable across the state. As far as illegal immigrants and where does that come in? I think the concern was, as we saw from the amendment that was added on in committee, was dealing with our elections and with the enforcement or the communications, if you will, of the Department of Homeland Security. There can't be a ban for local law enforcement officers to be made conscientious objectors to doing their duties as prescribed by law when they disagree with political figures in their local counties.
Thank you, Representative. And then a quick question, is being undocumented a crime?
I believe your question, Mr. Ranking, was, is being undocumented a crime? I wouldn't say that being undocumented is a crime per se, but I think that it is a crime when you come across the federal border of the United States undocumented. That is a felony.
Good answer, and that's correct. Now, you're correct. Being undocumented is not a crime, but the act of coming across illegally or undocumented on the border is. Could this legislation have a negative economic impact with the workforce? I mean, when you drive around in the summertime and when you see the landscapers and the construction and people on roofs, there's a certain people you see up there. You think this could have a negative impact on some of those jobs?
I would fall back on the testimony that we received, Mr. Ranking, in committee, that there are other venues for those conversations on economics to actually take place. My druthers would be that Kansas is a place that's welcoming for all folks who want to come legally and be a part of our community, and we have avenues of approach to make that happen, and let's just do all that we can to exercise that. If it has a positive boon on the economic landscape, we're all for that as well, but everything must be done in decency and order, and I'm sure you would agree.
Thank you, Representative. In previous bill that was worked up here, we heard a lot about home rule and overreaching. And I learned a lesson about home rule. And Representative, I'm just going to kind of pose this to you. Article 12, 5B of the Kansas Constitution, home rule recognizes the need for local people solving local problems locally, allowing them to preserve the community and unique identity. Do you feel that this right on home rule has been infringed or will be infringed by this law taking place? I can repeat the question. Sure. The question is, Article 12, 5B of the Kansas Constitution, home rule recognizes the need for local people solving local problems locally, allowing them to preserve the community and unique identity. And my question to you is, do you feel this infringes on that right for home rule?
No, Mr. Ranking, and thank you for the question. I don't think that it infringes on home rule per se. Here's what I think that it actually does. I think what this bill is going toward, and if we want to look at it in terms of home rule, if there were a crime or a felony committed, and you needed to have that interaction with the federal authorities for bank robbery per se, you'd have to talk to the FBI. If there were a killing or something to that effect and federal authorities were pulled in for those resources, you'd have to communicate with them. So I don't think that this does anything to disrupt the Kansas concept of home rule. What I think it does is does everything necessary and proper to strengthen our relationship with federal authorities in those venues and those areas of concern that are already established both in federal law and in Kansas law, and should be reflected in county and local law.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, sir.
And in this law, there's been some places in the United States where undocumented have been stopped and the police exercise local authority not to call ICE because it might have been a minor infraction. There was no criminal acts involved. But do you, under this law, there's no leniency. It's strictly, bottom line, you're undocumented. We stopped you, we got you, you have that city ID, which is null and void. Now we have to call ICE and then let the chips fall where they may. Is that what this bill does?
My understanding of the bill, Mr. Ranking, is that it establishes easily where the lines of demarcation are between county and local municipalities, where it concerns creating identification and how it is to be used in the state, and the ban that the Wyandotte ordinance placed on local law enforcement from communicating with, gathering information or whatever the case is, and transmitting that information to federal authorities whenever it dealt with immigration as well. So it basically frees up the hands of our law enforcement officials who are out there day after day in harm's way, doing the best that they can to keep us protected and safe, but also help us build our communities. So I don't agree with the characterization that, you know, the line of thought where we're trying to create a type of force that's going out to rustle up people or corral folks or anything like that. I don't think that's it. I think that this is mainly a bill, House Bill 2717 is a bill for compliance, and I think that's where we are on this one.
Thank you, Representative. And you made a statement about keeping us safe. Do you feel that just because you may carry not the proper ID or look a certain way, that you are a threat?
One more time.
You made the statement about keeping us safe.
Yes, sir.
Intent.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that just because you don't have a proper ID or look a certain way, you can be a little kid, you can be an elderly lady or an elderly man, that you are deemed to be a threat under this law?
Oh, no, no, no. I'm just speaking that in the general terms of what one of the purposes of law enforcement is, the function that it provides to the state. I believe that the purpose of government is to keep our citizens safe and to protect their property. I think that's a big component of what law enforcement does. I think it has nothing to do with necessarily how you look or where you're from. What I would say in answer, if I may follow on to your earlier question, should someone be picked up for committing a crime or whatever the case is, or however that works out inside the county, the request goes over to ICE, but ICE would refrain from doing a pickup or anything like that if there's not a felony or a larger crime underlying inside of the call. So as far as this being a trigger for snatching people off the street, that's not what I see at all, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Excellent job. Folks, I think this is a bill that's overreaching. It does infringe on home rule. It does infringe on people's rights. Even though you may be undocumented, you may be an alien, you have certain rights that are given to you when you come into the country. We did have a gentleman who was testifying in committee who was from Cuba. He was giving us a story about his folks came over, and they call that act back then called the Peter Pan Act, when children and young people were brought over from Cuba. And one of our old representatives from Wichita, he was a lieutenant commander in the Air Force, served here quite a while, was part of that program that came over from Cuba and became a citizen. Well, the Cubans were afforded that right under the Castro regime. We still have war-torn countries, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, they still have problems. Whether you're at war with the different armies or whether you're at war with the cartels, your lives are still in danger. There's still threats. There's still humanity that needs to be looked at in service to these poor people who come over looking for a new way of life. I feel that this bill threatens that and the safety factor for thousands of people we have in Wyandotte County, and this is going to affect the whole state. You know, people who are coming here seeking asylum, seeking a new way of life. You know, I talked to a gentleman who's running in the 3rd District in the primary, Republican primary, and his big answer was, it's unlawful. I thought, man, you're a genius. You know, right now it is unlawful. But there are ways, you know, that we change laws. We make the laws here. So I said, well, it is now, right now, and that was one of his big arguments. And so I think we can look at the way people who we try and help, people who we offer asylum, who we offer help, and we look at around the world at what's happening in the Ukraine and Russia, and how those people, the Ukrainians, are being welcomed around the world, given asylum. We see that on the news every day. How do we apply that? What's our message to the state of Kansas? Are we welcoming? Or are we telling people, only certain ones of you can come in here? You're only welcome if you look a certain way or if you act a certain way. Well, we don't want any lawbreakers in here, and it doesn't matter what color you are, or where you're from. If you break the law, you got to pay the penalties. So we're hoping that to circumvent some of those issues by having law-abiding, I call them residences or undocumented people. You know, I read someplace the other day about, you know, when you've done this to the least of mine, I'm not a good scripture quoter, but when you've done it to the least of mine, you've done it to me, or you've done it for me. Are we attributing this law that affects people who may be needing the help, who may be needing a place to stay and put their heads so they feel safe? You know, we see the war-torn people in basements across the world. That happens nearby. It happens to the south of us as well. So what do? Do we turn them away? Do we offer them refuge? You know, I see a lot of lapel pins out here that people like to wear, tout their faith, and I applaud you for that. But do we practice? You know, does our behavior reflect our values? Mr. Chair, thank you. I close. Well, I don't close, but thank you. And thank you, Representative.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Well, good evening, colleagues. Here we go again. It seems like it was only a couple weeks ago we were in this hall debating the Convention of States resolution where we were told how we needed to stop the actions of the tyrannical and out of control federal government. So I find it more than just a little bit ironic that we're here today considering a bill that demands that our cities and counties enforce the laws of the tyrannical and out of control federal government. And almost everybody in here who voted for that resolution is going to vote for this bill. You know, for those of you who support medical marijuana, one of whom isn't here to hear me say this, shall we expand this bill to include enforcement of federal marijuana laws? No. From my perspective, this body is at least as repressive and burdensome to my community as the federal government is to the state of Kansas. I mean, we did it 2 bills ago, we're doing it again. You know, another thing I don't like about this bill, my county commissioner is one of the finest public servants in the state. He has issued a county ID to help people access services. I've actually used that ID to help somebody get their birth certificate one time so they could register to vote. It has nothing to do with immigration. This bill prohibits that. It won't be able to do it anymore because it's not valid for any state purpose. And I offered an amendment in committee to change that. It went down on party lines, and so that's why I didn't bother you with it today. But again, this bill is overreach. It offends home rule and local control. I would encourage you to vote it down.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, body. I rise in opposition to this bill. We all know that the immigration system is broken, and we all wish the federal government would address it, but they haven't. That leaves municipalities like KCK with large immigrant communities to deal with this as best they can. So after a 5-year process, Wyandotte County passed a safe and welcoming ordinance with a huge amount of input from the community, including police and political leadership. It allows people to get municipal IDs and makes sure that those applying are not immediately turned over to ICE. It does not apply to criminal behavior, and it does not allow people to vote, as we have heard. Immigration status is a civil violation. It is not a criminal one. Many people are in mixed families, but our broken immigration system, it keeps everyone in the family in this gray area where they are afraid to go to police or to access municipal services, lest one of their family members get arrested or get deported. Safe and welcoming is the kind of local solution to a local problem that we should hold up as an example. Democracy in action. The state should not come in and upset all of this careful work that we have done in my community. According to the New American Economy, immigrants are critical to the growth of cities. No major city in America has grown without an influx of immigrant population. Immigrants make up a significant share of the U.S. workforce. They are workers, business owners, entrepreneurs, taxpayers, and their neighbors. An integral part of the country's diverse and thriving communities, and all of this is especially exhibited in Kansas City, Kansas. The ability to provide proof of identity is taken for granted by most of us in this room, by many of us. For undocumented residents, the inability to provide proof of identity impacts nearly every aspect of their lives. from borrowing books, to enrolling their child in school, to renting an apartment or a home, to opening a bank account, and to reporting crime. I ask you, please vote against House Bill 2717 and help Wyandotte County remain a safe and welcoming community for all. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Well, I'm going to talk loud today because I want to be louder than the sidebar conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Sorry. I was chuckling to myself this week. I thought, what creates bills like this? What makes us want to draft legislation that inflicts harm within communities? And what came to mind was there was a representative at this podium this week that talked about the invasion in Ukraine and compared it to the southern borders. Well, I thought about that, and I just figured everybody wasn't educated enough on the history of this Americas, because we all know we live on indigenous land. I don't ever remember it being for sale. So I'll end it there. Let's talk about what safe cities provide. Immigrants to feel safe communicating with law enforcement. It follows the Constitution. It allows law enforcement to focus on people who have committed serious crimes. Research shows that safe cities see 15% less crime than non-safe cities. My source was the Washington Post. There are two important legal points to keep in mind. Being undocumented is not a crime, it's a civil violation. Undocumented immigrants have rights under the U.S. Constitution also. Let's talk about holding. Holding an immigrant past the point when they should be released is unconstitutional. Waiting for DHS to deport could take weeks or maybe months. Courts have said, multi-courts have said that immigration can sue the police for unlawful holding. And do you know what it costs to keep somebody in your county jail? Do you? Well, I can tell you in Shawnee County, I know. It's $97 a day, and if they have mental issues, it's double. DHS can take up to 60 days to take custody, which means for one person, that's $5,820 of tax dollars. And double that if there's a mental need. This bill also would forbid ID cards to people not lawfully residing in Kansas that were designed to satisfy identification requirements set by state law. This bill also would force unfunded mandates on municipal governments. In closing, to the supporters of this bill, what will your campaign card read this year? I voted to shut down production on meatpacking plants that feed our state. I voted to shut down lodging and restaurants for the lack of employees. I voted to cripple our agricultural community and farmers. I voted to increase the financial burden on municipalities and our taxpayers. I'm going to tell you what my campaign card is going to read. We don't have the same privileges as others, but we sure should have the same opportunities. I oppose this bill.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question for the carrier of the bill. Do you remember how many people came to oppose the bill in committee?
Yes, Madam. I went and did the count, and it said 59 were there.
And they opposed the bill?
We had 59 in opponent testimony. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
One of them was was the mayor's chief of staff, and I got her name, but bottom line up front, when we asked the question of whether or not they were for defunding the police, they refused to answer. You can check the video on that.
What did that have to do with the bill, the question about defunding?
There was comment that she made in testimony about making sure that the community in Wyandotte was safe. And I asked her the question, if you go back and review the tape, about how do you get to that safety. She also made comment about whether or not the police were brutalizing the residents. So when we were questioning about that, it led to the question of, if you see that as the problem, do you support defunding the police? She refused to answer.
Probably because that was a pretty divisive question. They had nothing to do with the bill. There were, as the representative talked, there were a lot of people that came to oppose the bill. The Sisters of Charity were also opposed to the bill. There were a lot, and also 5 private citizens, but a lot of them were organizations. They were faith-based. They were organizations that help with immigrants and providing services to immigrants. So, you know, there's just so many problems with this bill, and it does feel like Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte proper, city of Wyandotte, or Kansas City, Kansas, was targeted. You know, there's another face to this. If you go to the website for the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte website, it talks about 1 in 5 people who live in the county have difficulty accessing a government-issued photo ID. And some of the reasons for that are that we're forgetting. Foster kids oftentimes have a hard time getting an ID. Part of that is because sometimes that birth certificate doesn't follow them. Then maybe they're trying to get a job, they can't get a birth certificate in order to pay for the ID. This would give them another, perhaps another ability to be able to get an ID. Immigrants, of course, whether they're undocumented or not. Formerly incarcerated people. One good thing is our DMV is trying to get to some of the prisons and helping folks to get photo IDs before they are released, but that doesn't always happen. And people without housing, victims of domestic violence, and the elderly. I've worked with those who are without housing, and one of the most difficult things was to get a photo ID. And with an ID, you can't do anything. You can't get even your Social Security check. Even if you got your Social Security check, you're paying outrageous amount percentages for someone to cash that check for you if you don't have that photo ID. I remember working with a man that it took us 2 years to get his birth certificate, and in between time, we had to do a lot of subsidy for him because he didn't qualify for anything because no photo ID. We have to remember that and not only focus on our immigrant community. Safe and Welcoming is much bigger than that. Safe and Welcoming opens our arms. Our cities open their arms to welcoming people that often have difficulty getting some of these services. You know, the failure of the federal government to pass immigration reform and the limbo in which many immigrants live without any kind of legal redress to their status is why cities and states are often trying to build community and economy in a confusing and impossible quagmire. The solution is to put more pressure on Congress to legislate rather than preempt cities who are only trying to do what's best for their diverse communities. That applies to our legislature. It feels like this home rule thing, the local control, we're all for local control, but not for these people. That's what it often feels like. We're local for control, but not for this thing, not for this piece. We've already experienced that today. Another face to this are those law enforcement officers who genuinely want to have relationships with those in their community. I've talked to a lot of law enforcement officials. My district has 3 cities in it, and I've talked to many law enforcement, and all they want to do is have good relationships with those that live in their community. And they hate it. They have told me this. They hate it when people don't go to them to report crimes, and especially women. They don't come to them. And I will never forget a law enforcement officer who I spoke with that shared with me his concerns about this. And this was an officer who was out in Crawford County. And he said that really bothered him a lot. Here he is, he's trying to form relationships with the immigrant community. And I'll tell you that the immigrant community he's talking to me about were folks who were documented. They weren't undocumented. They were documented. They were here legally in the U.S., and they were not reporting crimes, and especially women were not reporting crimes. Why? Because they saw how undocumented immigrants are treated in this country, and they're treated in our states, and sometimes treated in our cities. They didn't like that. So it affects a lot of people when we are not safe and welcoming. And here again, this is another reason why people are not attracted to our state and why people are leaving. And young people are so much more smarter than we are, and they are not coming to our state. I oppose this. Thank you.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question because I believe the carrier of the bill made comment about those that showed up to testify in opposition to the bill, and one of those were 2 representatives of Safe and Welcoming from Roland Park. And I'd like to know what the difference between the Roland Park Safe and Welcoming is versus the Wyandotte County Safe and Welcoming, if I may. Because 2 representatives of Safe and Welcoming from Roland Park testified in opposition to the bill. What is the difference between Overland Park Safe and Welcoming and Wyandotte County Safe and Welcoming? Was that discussed, Mr. Chairman?
Sir, that was not discussed, and it wasn't on, as you can see here, our write-up for the opponents. Representative, I see here for the written opponents, we have in here the Roland Park, Kansas. They did not provide verbal testimony. That's why I was not clear about your particular question. And we do have it in here on the written side of the House. What the distinction between the 2 is, I will leave to you to educate the body. Thank you.
I apologize. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said. You walked away as you closed out. I want to make sure I heard you.
No, what I said was that we have here in the testimony lineup for the written opponents. You asked the question about Roland Park Safe and Welcoming. We have 2 members that provided written opponent testimony with that. They did not speak, so they didn't appear before the committee. So that's why I wasn't familiar with what it was that you were talking about. As far as the distinction between Roland Park and Wyandotte Safe and Welcoming, I don't know that distinction, but I'll leave it to you to educate the body.
No, thank you. And I wasn't trying to play trap. I was just curious as to what the two were, because it was mentioned earlier that Wyandotte County seems to be the point of missiles, if you want to use those words, here this legislative session. And I was just kind of curious how we have one county that has a safe and welcoming, but yet a community that has embraced it in our side is all of a sudden targeted with the bill that is before us this evening. So it wasn't my intent to cause any fervor. I just was curious if it had been discussed, because I think it's important to know that safe and welcoming has been out there for a while in Roland Park and a few other communities across the state. The municipal ID can only be used within Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. If it goes outside the border, nobody has to accept them. And there's been, I really don't see a whole lot of problem with municipal ID. For those concerns, we have military veterans that have had mental health issues and at times find themselves with losing their identification. So, but I was just kind of curious about the difference between the two. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Penn, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2717 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Penn to report House Bill 2717 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, the next item of business is House Bill 2737. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2737, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Substitute for House Bill 2737 is the map that redraws the House legislative districts for the state of Kansas. In general, we lost population in many of the rural areas and gained population in the urban areas around the state. The 2020 census has Kansas's district target population at 23,503. That's based off population and not on voters. The shift in population requires changes in district lines, and that was the task of our committee, to draw the new lines. The process began last summer with our listening tours that had us set up in 25 cities and 4 virtual events so people around the state could participate. Since we've been in session, the redistricting email has remained open to accept comments, and right now, to report, we have 12 large 3-ring binders of information that have come in, and so I'm really excited about all the input we received. I know each of you have been in so many meetings. You've had countless questions and comments made about the maps and community concerns, and I just want to thank you all for several things. One, for relating that information in so we could consider that, and for taking the time to answer my many questions, many of them, some of them not very good questions, but just questions. And then for the constructive dialogue, I do really appreciate it. I'm so appreciative to you and to the public for all the input. Based off the population shifts, we had to collapse 3 districts. We did 1 in the west, 1 in the central, and 1 in the east, all along the central axis. The maps reflect the least changes approach, obviously not in every case because of the population shift, but we attempted to do that and keep the counties whole and to support the community's interest and use the census blocks as a base. And I know that creates a lot of extra work, but it also helped us to compact our districts a little bit more. Again, I want to thank the leadership of both parties for coming together and helping to create this map and working together to find common ground. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you. Stand for questions.
Thank you, and Body. I did want to let you know that there are copies of the maps at the clerk's desk, and if there are proposed amendments, there will be copies of those maps over there as well if you would like one. With that in mind, does any member wish to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise in support of the House Bill 2737. When I first started this process this summer with our redistricting meetings, obviously the process started originally with the census, but I had one goal in mind, and that's to keep rural counties whole. 20 years ago when we had our district maps, it looked not pretty, but it looked reasonable. And in 2012, when the courts redrew the maps, it was absolutely atrocious. The the number of districts, House districts that were splitting counties, it seemed just randomly and arbitrarily drawing lines to grab a little population here and there. I guarantee that if this body would have had to vote on the map in 2012, it would not have passed. So with that focus, I was happy to see that the counties were once again whole. As I said or mentioned, in 2012, when the courts redrew the maps, there were multiple sitting representatives that were drawn against each other. Personally, I was in the 118th district. I was drawn out of that district. I wasn't a legislator at that time, but my residence was drawn out of that district. It was drawn into the 120th district, where two very good friends were pitted against each other. There were districts that were drawn in 2012 that had no sitting legislator in it. It was a mess. So I really appreciated when I saw the Free State 3 map that is contained in House Bill 2737 first released, that it did make a very good effort to keep those counties whole. One thing I did not particularly like about that first map was the 116th district. It took the current 115th and 116th districts and combined them and moved the 115th district into Johnson County. I didn't have a problem with that. I've been on redistricting and I've studied the maps long enough to know that this is a math problem. As the population shifts, we got that information, the census data at the county level, mid-August. And we knew immediately from looking at that, you look at the major loss of population in southwest, southeast Kansas, and even some central Kansas counties, significant population loss. And we knew the math problem was going to resolve itself. We were going to have to move some districts into urban areas. My biggest problem with the proposed 116th was the fact that it took a district and it stretched it out all the way from Copeland, Kansas to Wellington. And that's almost 200 miles. Just to put that into perspective, for anyone from Johnson County, that would be like creating a House district that goes from Atchison, Kansas, all the way to the Oklahoma border. For anyone in Sedgwick County, something more familiar, that would be like making a district that goes from Cheney Lake all the way to the Missouri border. It seemed like a very large, drawn-out district, and I was very pleased that we could try to make some accommodations for that to break that district up and make it a little bit more manageable. I'm not sure if people in Wellington even know where Copeland, Kansas is, and they could technically have a representative from there. Trust me when I say I don't like the fact that rural Kansas is losing population and losing representation. I would love to go back to the days where each county had their own representative. I think it was in the mid-60s, I'm not a legal scholar, but I think it was in the mid-60s when that went away with the Supreme Court ruling on one person, one vote. So in light of those things, the map that we have before you, it was amended in committee. It did split the 116th district. It brought the 115th back. It merged the 117th district into Johnson County in place of the 115th that was originally proposed. I did realize that in the first map, we pitted two sitting legislators against each other. This map before you also pits two sitting legislators, actually more than two. There's several districts where sitting legislators are drawn against each other. But we tried to keep it to where both these legislators were in their first term in Western Kansas. We tried to keep an experienced, longtime legislator from running against someone new, trying to keep things fair. I also want to make the point that Graham County and the Hill City area, that map in 2012, those current districts, that poor county, it has a finger that comes in, I don't know how many miles wide it is. It can't be more than 3 or 4 miles wide to get most of the population of Hill City and grab that and pull it into the 110th district, while the 118th district had the rest of the rural Graham County. This map does solve that. It moves the entirety of Graham County into the 110th district. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to explain some of the changes and things that I see as favorable for Western Kansas. Again, I wish the population shifts hadn't been what they were. but we can't argue with numbers, and that's what we have to deal with. And I just encourage your support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 2737, but I wanted to take just a second to talk about some testimony that occurred in the hearing for my colleagues here, but also for the folks back home watching this, because it got picked up by the Kansas Reflector, and I just wanted to take a moment to set the record straight if you'd indulge me. So the former chair of the Leavenworth County Democrat Party, who's now in the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, testified in the House hearing on this bill that her suggestion, because there's a large number of people on Fort Leavenworth who do not vote in Kansas because they're not Kansas resident, her suggestion was to keep the fort split so that all of the city of Leavenworth could be in my House District 41. First of all, Fort Leavenworth is a community of interest, and a constitutional principle that's been many times reinforced in case law is that we don't split communities of interest for political reasons when we're redistricting if we can avoid it. And so why would we split a community of interest? But second, I proposed splitting the city between east and west because we have to divide the city. It's 30,000 people. You can't put 30,000 people in one house district. I proposed in town hall meetings splitting it east-west. They objected vehemently to that, so we did what they wanted us to do, which is keep it split north-south. The second piece of testimony that I wanted to set the record straight on, the current chair of the Leavenworth County Democrat Party said that I surgically removed one precinct because it had all of my opponents in it. To set the record straight, Ward 6, Precinct 5, I won that precinct by 54.9%. Many of my most generous donors, many of my most ardent supporters live in that precinct, and I frankly did not want to lose that precinct because of that, but I did not draw the line where the line ended up, and I understand that compromises have to be made so that we can get these maps passed. So I appreciate everybody's indulgence, but because it had hit the media, because many of my constituents are watching this back home, I just wanted to take a minute to set the record straight on those 2 points from testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be short, but I just wanted to, having been on the redistricting committee, I wanted to express my appreciation for the way that I saw the committee handled, very inclusive, and a lot of visiting with each of the reps. In 2012, I lost 75% of my district and picked up an opponent, and that wasn't the fun part of redistricting. This time, my district changed, but it was certainly not 75%. And Southeast Kansas, where all the districts in Southeast Kansas had some significant population loss, I thought good consideration was given to try to keep Southeast Kansas well represented around. And I just want to express my appreciation to the chairman and to all those that worked on the maps and talked to all the representatives to try to get their thoughts. That I thought it turned out to be a very fair procedure. Didn't know what to expect, but when I walked away, I thought that considering everything that they had to deal with population loss and gain, it was a very good job. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate the comments that were being made about counties because I think it's extremely important that as individuals, we have an opportunity during redistricting to advocate for our communities and for our district, but most importantly, a fair and transparent process. So I too appreciate the chairman taking the time that we worked collectively together, Mr. Chairman, to go out and see the minority members of our party over here and ask them what was important to them and listen to them. And the courtesy that you demonstrated in reference to the redistricting process as a whole, not only to the minority members, but to the public in general. I know there were some very challenging times, and I want to thank my Democrat members of the committee for their efforts to assist in putting forth their community maps. And I think it's important that they know their community better than I or the chairman may. And I think that speaks to the chairman's willingness to go out and talk to individuals collectively to come up with the decisions he had to make, we had to make collectively as a body. And Mr. Chairman, I believe we learned a little bit about one another during this challenging process. And I don't want to keep you from whatever you have to do. I think this is the part where you get your parade. So I didn't want you to miss that. But anyway, I just wanted to say that I believe we learned quite a bit about each other during this most challenging process. And I believe we were cussed, shunned, discussed, and berated. But we persevered anyway, got through the process. We were pushed back. We were pushed in. We were pushed out. And sometimes I'm not so sure some of you didn't want to push us off a cliff. But I'm here to share with you that the chairman was very adamant about hearing from each and every one of you in this chamber. I've been through a few of these, and I can share with you that in the past, there wasn't much discussion with members, except maybe a few that had issues. But when someone takes the time, under the most trying of budget crisis, under the most time of other policy and tax issues that are out here, to come and see each and every one of you, that should be recognized. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. In the future, but I would ask, Mr. Chairman, would this be something you'd want to do again? You know, if I've learned anything about politics in this chamber, no good deed goes unpunished. I'm just here to tell you, and if it's not broke, we'll fix it. But I'm just here to share tonight that I know that there was some very tough calls that had to be made by the chairman and myself in reference to our districts. We value each and every one of you. I'm a minority member, but I'm also a member of this caucus and a member of the Kansas Legislature. And that's important to remember, because when you forget that, it becomes very partisan and very hateful in here. We are a member of the same team. Sometimes it's just offense and defense, whatever jersey you wear that day when you show up. This process has been one that's been quite challenging, Mr. Chairman. You and I had talked about sleepless nights, tireless weekends. I remember a Zoom that lasted nearly 6 hours that we worked on maps collectively. That takes commitment, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted you to know you weren't alone in this process. The minority party was there with you. But you know, Body, last time we went through this redistricting process, we couldn't come to any kind of an agreement. We had no maps whatsoever. Went to the courts, state of Kansas lost, and it cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars for lawsuits. We needed to avoid that this time. Good, bad, or indifferent, here we are tonight with our new districts designed through this new redistricting process that we went through collectively. And I know there's some of you that aren't happy. I know that there are some of us that we wish we could have done better, but it wasn't for lack of effort, and it wasn't for lack of not listening to each and every one of you and to the concerns of our community. I wish we'd have had more time so that we'd have gotten to know one another a little better through this process to learn more about each other's districts collectively. I know I learned more about the chairman than I've known over the previous 2 years we've worked together. Those are things that don't happen too much anymore in this caucus or in this body. So I'd encourage you, each and every one of you, be mindful there's going to be some hurt egos in here with this map. There's going to be some people that are very grateful that it's a job that had to be done. And we did it. And again, I want to thank my minority members on the committee that stood by me, put your trust in me to advocate for you and your districts. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your generosity in allowing me to have input where I could, where it was allowed. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have an amendment. I carried this up here to get it off of my desk. But I know you were expecting it, weren't you? That's the kind of relationship you build when you go through fire with one another. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work, and I look forward to having an opportunity to vote on this bill. I'll leave it up to the wisdom of the body. I never tell anybody how they should vote. Vote your district. Mr. Chairman, again, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was an unusual experience to go all around the state and on all of our tours. Had an opportunity to get to know people that we hadn't done much with before. And listening to all the people around Kansas was an unusual experience. But I'm here right now just to say thank you so much to our leader on our side. It's not an easy job to make everybody happy. It was very challenging, but when we look at what we did accomplish, I think it was good for the people of Kansas. And for the chairperson, patience is a virtue. He was patient. And that's not an easy job when everyone is looking at you and judging you. And it wasn't easy for the whole committee because they were looking at us and judging us as well. But I will say, we did the best we could, and actually, we got along pretty well. And I don't think you can ask anymore because we all tried to do our very best. And I do want to thank you very much for being understanding, trying to be accommodating. And that's all we can ask. So for that, I say thank you. In all the years I've chaired in the House, I've watched from a distance, helped a little bit, this time really involved. And it was a real learning experience about the state of Kansas, but also how we can work together when we choose to do so. And I think our committee chose to do so. So thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? Seeing, all right. See Representative Toplicar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought about running an amendment, and it was going to tweak the upper east, northeast side of my district, and with one of the other Jones County representatives. And as you all know, I spoke about it in calendar review. But Mr. Chairman, I think I wound up at the celebration instead of the debate. So I guess I'll just join in the celebration and commend the chair for all the wonderful work that you've done. And as was said earlier, all the sleepless nights and lack of food and I guess diet program that you've been on. So, but yeah, I was just going to offer a little amendment that tweaked my district, and apparently we've all agreed to move forward. So I do not have an amendment now, and I support the bill.
If there's no further question, no further discussion, excuse me, Representative Croft, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thank you all for the kind words. You know, in 2021, when the Speaker appointed me as the chair of redistricting, I was unsure what I'd gotten myself into. And many asked me if I drew the short straw or what I had done wrong. Well, 16 months later, I would tell you they got it wrong. This has been a great experience. You know, I've always wanted to learn, and it's been very rewarding. I always wanted to learn more about the state. Well, boy, did we ever. We all learned about the state. As was mentioned already, you know, the listening tours, yeah, some of them were a little rough, but they showed the passion and the emotion that people had for their areas, their communities, and I think that was important for us to see. You know, through this process, I've now been in all 125 districts. I didn't spend the night in all of them, but I'm excited to go back and visit. In fact, we were going to go see the grandkids and do some other things, but now we're going to go do staycations and travel the state and see some more stuff. So I really appreciate everything we've done in this process. You know, Kansas is an incredible place. I've learned so much about each one of you and what an incredibly diverse team we have, but it's also full of unlimited potential. I do want to say a few thank yous of my own. First, to the research staff for going through all these amendments. They're incredible folks. They've pulled the all-nighters, many all-nighters. I think we've pulled a couple, but they've pulled many more than we have. To our revisers, to our IT department, always trying to be there for us. The legislative staff members who actually have to sit in the room as we tell them what to move on the maps and do things, and as we kind of talk to them sternly. To the interns, or I guess, yeah, they're all around, right? And then to the vice chair, you know, I want to thank you, sir, for you know, for all the support and for, you know, when I dug down into the weeds too far, you actually pulled me back up and said, no, here's your focus, this is where you need to be, and I thank you. And to my ranking, as he mentioned, we did have a 6-hour session on a Sunday, and that was just one of many that we had, and I learned so much about him, he's learned about me. He's taught me an incredible amount of things about how this place works, and for that, I'm truly appreciative. Thank you. To the committee, I really appreciate you rolling up your sleeves and making this thing happen, getting things done. I also learned that I must bring almond joys to every meeting. You know, into the body, you know, for putting up with me and coming through and asking you 100 questions and asking you again and asking you more questions. That's actually how I learn. So it was no, please don't take offense, it's just how I learn. I'd also like to thank the House leadership on both parties for, you know, for your willingness to work together and find a solution. And finally, I'd like to thank the public for being engaged in this process and sharing and throughout everything. You know, I've closed every committee meeting, well, I think almost all of them. I think I might have forgotten when I adjourned us before we got started. With one team and one Kansas. I believe we've demonstrated that with this effort. I want to thank you all and close out with one team, one Kansas. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute for House Bill 2737 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Croft to report HB 2737 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is Senate Bill 161. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 161, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I expect a standing ovation after this bill too, please. So, yeah. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 161, an act that would create a law related to personal delivery devices. A personal delivery device is a delivery robot. The ones in use today vary from a device about the size of a beer cooler to a that's used by Amazon to a device about 5 feet tall, about the size of a mobile wheelchair. In the bill, these devices are defined as being powered devices that do not exceed 550 pounds when empty. They're intended primarily for transport of property and are capable of navigating with or without an operator. They would operate primarily on sidewalks, crosswalks, and road shoulders. Operation on highways would be limited to road shoulders or gaining or regaining access to a sidewalk or crosswalk. The bill would exclude personal delivery devices from the definition of motor vehicle or vehicle in Kansas vehicle registration law. Personal delivery devices would be required to yield to all vehicles and not unreasonably interfere with traffic, not block public right-of-ways, obey all traffic signals, operate at a maximum speed of 10 miles per hour, prominently display a unique identifying number, prominently display the identification and contact information of the entity operating the personal delivery device, and be equipped with a system that enables the device to come to a controlled stop and be actively controlled by an operator of the device. The bill would assign personal delivery devices the right-of-way obligations and responsibilities of a pedestrian. After being amended in committee, personal delivery devices would be subject to a $50 fee paid to the state highway fund. The bill would also require that an entity operating a personal delivery device maintain general liability insurance coverage of at least $500,000 for damages arising from the operation of the device. The bill would require personal delivery devices to be able to determine the proximity of other objects and have an audible warning to let folks who can't see know that it's there, and also lights and signaling devices allowed to be seen 500 feet away. This is the most important thing here if you hear nothing else about the bill. The bill would authorize municipalities, after holding a public hearing, to prohibit personal delivery devices by resolution or ordinance if such government determines prohibition is necessary in the interest of public safety. The only opponent to the bill was the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and Amazon and FedEx were proponents. The Kansas League of Municipalities, after that ability to opt out of the law was added, they are neutral on the bill. And Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much. I said in caucus earlier today, and some people criticized me a little bit, this is a difficult bill. It's a difficult bill because, first of all, the companies that know the technology are ramping up and putting that into effect to make it more advantageous for the customer. But in this gap, what's going to happen is those drivers, those Teamsters, are going to lose their jobs over a period of time. Now, the companies have made every effort, I think, and have said that they're going to retrain or train additional other individuals. Some of the Teamsters or other people can take those jobs in theory. But if you are a student of history, if you look back at what President Clinton had said many years ago, that we're going to retool our society and retool it and retrain for higher paid jobs, and that didn't come to fruition. I think also this bill, even though there's been some attempts to improve it, have actually weakened and caused more problems. The idea of going from 150 pounds to 550 pounds empty weight causes more of a problem, because when you have it fully loaded, you may go in excess of 600, 700, 800 pounds. Also, the liability. They've moved it from $500,000, from $1 million to $500,000. I don't know how it is for in your businesses or if you have business, but if you have a business, you have $1 million policy almost automatically per incident. I think that the bill has to be corrected. Those things have to be corrected before it goes to the governor's office. But I think all of you, because I see the writing on the wall like I think many of you do, and this bill's going to pass. But those lost jobs of very good wages, we need to make sure that we try to find other opportunities for them so that they can provide the same kind of economic base here in Kansas. But this is not just the only industry. We're facing this in truckers and other delivery vehicles across the state. Something that we need to be aware of so that we try to make sure that those people that have been providing the jobs to these businesses have opportunities in the future. With that in mind, I'm voting against the bill until those amendments are corrected.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the previous speaker did a pretty good job of explaining some of my concerns. I appreciate his historical references. Now, I have some concerns about this bill. I stand in opposition. And I think we're told that this is inevitable. We have to accommodate it. That's not true. All technology is a social relationship. We can determine our own social relationships. If we don't want all of our deliveries to be done by robots, we can say no. I think I have concerns it's going to put people out of work. I think the robots have a potential to damage sidewalks, and if you're involved in city government, that's a big concern. Having a Rip Perry moment. Now, I really think it's up to us. One of the previous speakers said that the bill gives municipality the right to prohibit these things, but they have a right to do that even if we don't pass this bill. So I think I stand with labor. I think this may happen someday. It doesn't have to happen now. We can decide whether it happens now or not. I'd encourage you to vote no.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring up a few things. There were some concerns in committee when we did run the amendment which changed the weight, and there was just concerns I wanted to clarify about the weight of this thing. But if you look through the bill, there's a couple of specs here. It's got a maximum speed of 10 miles per hour and no heavier than 550 pounds. We came up with the speed based on electric wheelchairs, which have a maximum of 15, so we wanted to make sure we kept it below that. But I just wanted to run through a few of the companies that are going to be utilizing this technology. Amazon, their equipment is actually 125 pounds without cargo and will travel 2 to 3 miles per hour. FedEx has a little bit bigger unit out there with really a weight of about 200 pounds and with a maximum speed of 10 miles per hour. There's other ones you may not have heard of, but Starship, 44 pounds, 3.7. Serve Robotics is 161 pounds with a maximum speed of 6 miles per hour. So we use the 550 just as kind of a round number. We don't have anything really approaching that kind of a speed right now. There was also concerns about will these things run into people. They've been in use and testing. Amazon has had no reports of any accidents. They had one report of vandalism. and that was in Washington State, Irvine, California, Franklin, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia. FedEx is currently testing this in Memphis, New Hampshire, and Texas, and they too have had 0 accidents. So we were really cautious about, is this technology safe? Where's it going? If for any of those that have ever been to a Walmart, you've probably seen the cleaning machines on the floors that are running by themselves, and it's kind of a similar situation. So I just wanted to throw that in, and I appreciate you hearing it.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of things to say about this. These things, I was at the State Fair, and there was a few of you that were there with me at the time, and you saw one of these wheelchairs kind of almost run over someone, and a representative from Western Kansas kind of lifted it off. You remember that? So they do pose kind of a danger. But what I was really going to say, we talk about this, and it's pretty cool that we want to be cutting edge on this, and that I do appreciate that Kansas wants to be ahead of the curve on everything except health care and marijuana legalization. But I remember when the self-checkout at the grocery store was the new thing, and I was so excited, and I thought to myself, I'll never have to wait in line again when I buy groceries. And that was the promise, right? We're going to get it cheaper, it's going to be faster. And now I get queued up in a line with no employees at the grocery store, and I'm waiting in line for one of these 8 self-checkout areas to be open. It is one of those things where we're probably going to do it, but these things don't always promise, they don't always end up delivering what they promise. We could end up with a future where we have robots bumping into each other or tripping over your steps, and you got to call somebody to get the robot off your porch.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill respond to a question? Picking up on the previous speaker, if one of these robots runs me off the sidewalk, is it a crime just to beat the crap out of it?
So these devices detect humans and obstacles on the road, and they stop. So you're not going to get run off the road because it'll just stop or off the sidewalk, because you'll be stopped on the sidewalk and it'll stop till you move.
Actually, I strongly suspect that if they program these things, it will be programmed just to run me off the sidewalk. So, thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to take a moment to address the concerns about this displacing employees and hurting jobs, because that was my initial concern too when I saw this bill. Every place it's been done, it ends up creating jobs, because you have to have the mechanic that takes care of the robot. You have to have the person that programs the robot. You have to have the person that monitors the robot. You have to have the person that puts the stuff being delivered in the robot, and the person who unloads the truck at the central point where all the robots are going from. So I don't think that will come to fruition. Plus, right now we have an employment crisis. We don't have enough employees. These companies don't have enough drivers to fill the driver jobs that they have. So this is a way to help our economy keep growing and bring this new technology that's already in 15 other states to our state. But then the last thing I would say, we had a great conversation earlier about home rule. And the most important thing about this bill, I think, is that if a community is having problems with this technology, they have home rule power. They're able to opt out and not have this technology used in their municipality. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 161 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report SB 161 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called for. The clerk will open the roll, and you may vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Good. The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. "72 having voted in favor, 43 against. The motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2615. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2615, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, guys, hang on. We're almost done with all this. This should be a quick, non-controversial bill for you. HB 2615 was originally 2553. It requires each Board of Education to hold a hearing and then adopt policies to determine the capacity limits for non-resident students of each grade in each school district. Subject to that school's own capacity limits, the school district would be required to allow the transfer of students who submit an application prior to September 10th, actually August 30th, and they would notify by September 10th of the current school year, unless doing so would exceed the district's capacity level that they set.
Representative, if I might interrupt, it appears that we missed adoption of the committee report.
I'm sorry, I got really excited. There were committee amendments, and I moved adoption committee.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Okay, I'm going to start over. The bill would also prohibit schools from charging additional fees for tuition, but they could still charge whatever fees they charge all their other students. The Department of Education would be required each year to randomly select one school district to audit them to make sure that they're adhering to the bill. Currently, school district lines assign the student to public schools based solely on their home address. It's called residential assignment. This type of segregation results in opportunities for some people, but it also stands up some pretty big barriers for some other people. When we talk about school choice up here a lot, we hear one of the things that we hear is, well, why don't they just move? Why doesn't the student just move into a better district if they want a better school? Unfortunately, homes or apartments in some of the better districts are unattainable for most of the families that live in the districts that might be failing. This bill simply allows those children to have a choice and a chance. And it's about time that we give them a chance. Because ironically, the same people that are against bills like this also are against bills that allow them to go through our scholarship program and attend a private school. So when a family is in a failing district and really wants their kid to have a chance, we tell them up here in Topeka, these kids, we tell them, I'm sorry, you don't get a chance. We don't
want you to participate in a scholarship program, and by the way, we don't want you in our schools either. How do you think that makes them feel? To me, it sounds a little bit like discrimination and an intentional act to keep certain demographics from achieving excellence. And that's certainly not the message that I want to send. This bill will also help school districts that accept these children. A lot of them might have several places available and want to take 3 or 4 or 5 extra kids, and if they do that, and they can make it work, it doesn't increase teachers, it doesn't increase, it can keep the class size manageable, and it will bring the additional state funding to that school that accepts these kids. So it's a win-win. The Johnson County schools came out pretty strong against this when we first talked about this bill. We listened to them, and that's why we put an amendment on this bill that allows them to meet and to select their own capacities. So if they feel like they can't accept any students, they don't have to. If they feel like they can, they can. They're also really good about planning. These school districts really know how many people are going to move into their district. I know this because I work closely with the Blue Valley School District when we built our Catholic school in the Blue Valley area. We used all their reports and studies, and looking back after about 10 years, they hit it. They hit the nail right on the head. They knew exactly how many people were going to move into our parish, and we used those numbers when we built our school. And so they can plan for that kind of thing, and that was discussed in committee too. So if a district feels like they need to leave extra spots open for growth, then they can do that. It's all up to the local school board to put capacities on these things. In fact, most schools aren't going to be affected by this bill because most of your rural districts are already doing this. They already accept these students. This just kind of makes it uniform. There's 28 states that have done this, and those 28 states are mandatory enrollment. We are doing this, and we're allowing the local school boards to set their own capacity. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to say, seriously, no jokes, no laughs. I vote no for a number of reasons, but for 2 reasons that this bill establishes 2 categories of inequity. Now, some of you are saying, I am so sick and tired of this woman coming up talking about poor versus rich, haves and have-nots, and that's fine. There is a very clean, clear solution to that. Quit passing bills that have inequitable provisions in them. Simple. But as long as you keep doing it, I'm going to keep coming up. And I'm going to keep calling it out. And when it comes to inequity in school funding, I'm going to let the courts take care of that. This bill has the potential of violating the Constitution requirement for equitable funding of our public schools because of tax dollars and property taxes. Parents and guardians of non-resident students are likely to pay no property taxes in the areas that they're moving to. What seems, and what I believe to be more of an inequitable situation, is an inequity between students. This bill allows families with more logistical flexibility to take advantage of the policy while shutting out poor, vulnerable students. Student wants to come from one side of the state, parent may have a jet, fly to the other side of the state, not a problem. There are no mechanisms in this legislation to make it accessible to all students. As the maker of the bill said, Each district makes up their own policy. Exactly. Each district says, you know, I only have spot for 2. Or maybe I have a spot for 4. Maybe that one, and you know, there's another thing in the bill that doesn't verify the order in which you applied. So that star debater, star athlete, star band, star chemist students, maybe they're admitted because you're just that short of state tournament. I don't know. This bill has no funding for districts to provide transportation to non-resident students, making it feasible only for those families with the time and the resources to accommodate a commute, no matter how far, how many miles. For those students who cannot transfer to another district, inequity becomes more pronounced. And yes, this policy will isolate the lowest income, most disadvantaged students into the highest poverty districts. So until you stop writing provisions of inequity into these bills, I will continue to come up here and call it out. I vote no. I would ask that you vote no, but your finger push whatever button you choose. I'm choosing red. Thank you, Mr.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ellis.
Would the representative stand for questions? It's going to be quick and easy. If student A goes to school B, will the B school have to provide transportation?
No.
That's good. When will student school B get paid for their $4,300, $4,400?
Since they have to make the announcement by September 10th, they'll be there on count day, and so they'll get paid for it. That's why I put that in there.
Thank you, sir.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my friend who's carrying this bill. We actually share a relative friend who had an impact on your life in schools, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the sentiment behind this, but I look at this as a solution in search of a problem. And the reason I say that is because in my experience in schools, I have never known a district that didn't accept out-of-district students if they had the room, or if there was not a problem. I have to admit, I was lobbied one time for a student out of district to come to my district, and thought, okay, that's all right, because you know, the funding comes with them. And I was in some small districts, and we were glad to get that funding until I investigated and found out he was kicked out of the previous school, and then I decided, no, we will not. But our board set up guidelines for things like that. And as far as I know, every school district does that. If they have the room, they will accept those students. So that's why I say I think it's a solution in search of a problem. And secondly, I think my esteemed colleague who spoke just before me raised an interesting question, and that is recruitment, athletic recruitment, and other activity in recruitment. It is going to, and there are some of you in here who are coaches and you know, sponsors of various school organizations. You know what I'm talking about. In the cities, what you will have is you will have the football school where the best coach is. That's where all the elite athletes will go. And you'll have the basketball school where all the elite athletes will go there. So I think we're really, again, I think we're going to cause ourselves some problems because we are looking at a solution in search of a problem. If a student wants to go to another district, they can go. And I don't know of a district that won't accept them if they have the room. So there's no need for this bill. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would the carrier of the bill stand for a couple of questions, please? Did you all define capacity in your discussions and how that was reached?
Well, some of the school districts were worried that there'd be a run on their school because they're in a prominent area and they're next to schools that are in areas that are more poor. And so they were worried that there'd be a run on their schools. And we told them that that they would be able to set their own capacities. The school board will meet, they'll have a public meeting, and they'll come up with whatever capacity that they feel that they can handle.
Do you know how capacities are established?
That's up to the school board, 100%.
But you all did not do any research on that?
I think there was plenty of research done on that. When we drafted the amendment, we looked into it for quite a bit, and the chairwoman did too.
All right, describe capacity for me in a school district. Not just
Capacity, it's at the grade level, not the school district. It's at the grade level and the building level. So if the school board decides that they can take 2 additional kids in the 5th grade at building A, that's what they can accept.
And does this give them the ability then to tell a child after they've been accepted in the next year, maybe they're over capacity, or is this from when they're accepted through 12th grade?
Each year, if the capacity gets larger, they can ask that child to leave if they want. It's up to the school district.
So the child doesn't have to apply, it's just assuming if there's room.
Right. Once they're in until the board tells them they're out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of problems with this because capacity in a school can mean many different things. School buildings are built to different sizes and to different populations. I know several of ours in Shawnee Mission are 550 for elementary. That's a recommended size just pretty nationally, but we have some that are larger. I happen to work at one that had 867. That's way too high for an elementary school. But primarily 750, 550, around in that area is pretty much appropriate. But then you have to go in and you have to measure the size of each classroom. There are limits and criteria set by the school board, as the previous representative said, and those can vary district to district. And I say capacity for kindergarten, 22. Capacity for 1st through 3rd grade might be 23, 24. But when you talk about having children come in, you don't always have the capacity for all those that want to come. And I say that because you might have the capacity for one child in 1st grade today, and you might have the capacity for one 6th grader today, but there are 4 other students out there waiting to come to your school that you don't have the capacity for. You don't have the seats, the teaching, the capacity, the size of the class gets too large. And how is that determined? Within a school district has, and most of them let you transfer from one school to another within a district, but those students are filling out forms to transfer because, again, you've got capacity problems. And when you look at high schools or middle schools and you have subjects that kids move to, there may not be room in a math class, but there might be a room in an English class. But you can't meet the needs of that high school student that wants to come in because you don't have enough of the basic teachers, your math, your English, your science, those teachers, to fill out that schedule. When you start jumping across lines, there are 2 particular districts in our area, Spring Hill and Olathe, that are growing leaps and bounds. And I'm talking about 400 students a year. That's a large mix. And you have to have the capacity to take those students in your school. Now, they move in during the school year. So what are you going to do? Take a child that's been in there, who's been allowed in, and say, all of a sudden in December, we don't have room for you anymore because we just had 30 more kids enrolled that live here, that qualify for here, so you are out. So are you disrupting? Are you helping that student? Are you doing them a favor? The answer is no, because there's no consistency. Jumping over lines makes it very difficult for districts to plan. And as the carrier of the bill made the statement that Johnson County and those superintendents were on board, I will tell you that at yesterday's lunch, none of them were, and nor was Wyandotte County. It's not because we don't want them to come. It's because year to year, you often don't know how many students are going to come and go. You don't know any of that. We make our call, we make our count on September the 20th, but there are other places, because of military, they have an extra count in the spring. So do you take some in and say, I'm sorry, now you're out, because we have 3 more third graders that came in and your child doesn't live in this area? We need to think about what this really does for the student. Can we give them the best, stable, consistent educational teaching if we're moving them around 2 or 3 times a year? And as a person who's lived in 25 states and went to the 4th grade in 3 different states, consistency matters. What's taught in one school may be not taught in another school the same way. That child is immediately behind, or maybe they're ahead of. But that child has to make that adjustment. We need to quit messing around with the stability of our children and with the lives of our children. They need stability. After COVID, they don't need to be hopping around. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carry of the bill stand for some additional questions? All right. Thank you. I really want to understand a little bit more about the budgetary aspect of this. I want to understand the budgetary aspect of this. So when a student from District A goes to District B, where does the funding come from? Who pays for it?
The state funding for that child, including the weighting, would go to the new school because they'll be there before the count date. They count for the new school. Just like today, it's been mentioned several times that a lot of schools already do this. When they allow a student to transfer into their school, the state funding comes with them. And so that would be the same.
Understand. Okay. So we're talking about the state funding. There are 3 levels of funding that typically happen with generally happen with a student: state, federal, and county. So at the federal level, there's reimbursement as well. Where does the federal money go? Does it go to the new student, to the new district?
If there was federal dollars that were attached to the kid, they would go with the kid. If they're attached to the school district for other reasons, it would stay with the school district. Just like your property taxes would stay with that school district as well.
Okay. So that was going to be my next question. So when we're talking about the county then, when a student goes from District A to District B, where would the funding come from at the county level?
county funds the schools with property taxes. So wherever that child lives, that school district would continue to collect the property taxes, just like they do on every single house in that area, even if they don't have kids that go to school. The property taxes are completely separate funding.
Okay. All right, so in other words, a person from District A, their property taxes pay for the school districts within District A, and then a student then goes to District B, and the District B's property taxes are not reimbursing for that new student. Is that correct?
The property taxes are what they are. They're based on the value of the homes in the district, and that's what the district gets. It doesn't have anything to do with the student. A lot of people have students that go to private schools, but they still pay property tax. A lot of people don't have kids at all, and they still pay property tax. A lot of families have 5 or 6 or 7 kids. They pay the same amount of property tax.
Okay. All right, thank you. I understand what the carrier of the bill is saying, but I'm going to oppose this bill. And, you know, I look at it for a variety of reasons, but mainly just from the funding aspect of this. As we look at, let's say, Johnson County, and if we assume that students more than likely will move into Johnson County rather than move out of schools in Johnson County, then what we're looking at is a student coming from another county with other property taxes that they pay in that school, in that county, using resources in this county, but not paying for those resources. And so what you end up having is a greater portion of people within specific counties that have to then fund but don't get the benefit of the tax burdens or the taxes that come along with it. We talk about having taxes to help pay for schools, and we talk about having this need for education across the state of Kansas, but the problem becomes where those resources get allocated and what happens when there is inequitable amounts. What I'm looking at here is inequities from a wide variety of stances. Honestly, I mean, a number of previous representatives have talked about inequities that just come straight from this legislation. But I'm also looking at it just from an economic standpoint. It doesn't make sense, and this doesn't work for the federal tax dollars that come in. This doesn't work for the county tax dollars that come in as well. And there are going to be a lot of counties that are going to be significantly hurt just based on having this legislation in place. So I would oppose this.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to correct something I said. It was pointed out to me that I may have been wrong, and I don't ever want to come up here and say something that's not true. I have not been able to verify that, but I made the statement that there was no school I knew of that would not accept out-of-district students. That may not be correct. I have not been able to verify that, but it's been pointed out to me that it may not be. I still contend that most schools would accept out-of-district students, but I apologize if I misled with my comments. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really am perplexed when I'm looking at this. And I have to ask the question, even though this is K-12 education budget, why is this not the responsibility of the State Board of Education? And why is it not responsibility of our local Board of Education, our school boards? It just seems to me that we are moving into areas that we don't have to go into. And I could ask the question in terms of, is it because you do not trust the judgment of the State Board of Education, where they're elected the same way we are elected? They're members of our constituency. There was a reason why they had local state boards, and I served for 8 years on our local school board. And I worked, or our board worked closely with the State Board of Education. So I can't understand why we're making a division of we're going to make that decision. What were, or why do we have a State Board of Education? They're responsible for education in our state. And so are the local school boards. So, you know, when we look at it in Lawrence, Kansas, I'll use an example. I was on the school board in the early 90s. We allowed people within Lawrence, if they wanted to move to schools, if there were room, we let them go. If we didn't have room, they were denied. But now you're saying that they can move anywhere in the state. That is very difficult to plan. We had a hard time trying to make sure that we were providing the best accommodations within our town. But my biggest concern is what I said before. We're not staying in our own lane. State Board of Education was elected to do their job. If they're not doing their job, then that may be the problem. But for us to step in and take over their responsibilities, I am not in favor of that. And as a school board member, I felt that I was very responsible. And I knew my constituents. I knew what we needed to do within our school districts. Parents came to us. They let us know. We visited schools once a week for lunch, every week. So it's not like we were not informed. I think we have enough to do as legislators without taking the responsibility or disrespecting other people that were elected. We would not want to be disrespected. We wouldn't want people to just tell us what to do, take our responsibility. We want to do what we were elected to do. I don't know why we feel we can do that to other elected officials. It's not fair, and it's poor policy. And that means we're not working together. And when we don't have respect for others, how can we ever expect to have people respect us? I'm opposed to this. And I don't think there's a need for 2615. And I wish we would think of some other way to influence that besides we pay money, so we tell you what to do. I'm opposed.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask a few questions of the carrier of the bill? Hi. So in this bill, would the bill allow students to move within the district and outside the district?
Moving within the district is up to the school board.
Okay, but
This just addresses
possible.
cross-district.
Okay. Oh, okay.
This is just cross-district. That's all this relates
Okay.
to.
Okay, but it could be if the district.
If the district
right.
wants to, yeah, they can do whatever they want.
Okay, all right. What might be the some unintended consequences of having this type of movement of students within our rural and frontier areas of Kansas?
I don't know that there would be, because I think almost every rural school already allows this.
So if you had a number of students going from one school into a school that is a little bit larger, that would decrease the number of students in the first school.
Yes, but That's happening now because they're allowing it. If the other district allows it, they want the funding, and it's happening. So it's the school boards, the local school boards in those areas have made that choice.
Okay. How will this bill affect Math Nation, the calculations for Math Nation?
Well, my guess, this is just a wild guess, that a lot of the students that are currently not doing well in math would be some of the students that would move to the better schools, and so would that bill for that student.
But what if it didn't?
What do you, what do you mean? What if it didn't? It does. I mean, shit.
Well, but I mean, I'm concerned about the calculation of the school that starts having less and less students.
Well, their bill would go down on the on Math Nation, but they would not receive the funding for that child. The child would be accounted for at the new school.
Okay, so the child leaving school A goes to school B. Going into school B, they know what that child's scores are. Can that school reject that child because their scores are so low in math? And they don't want to have to pay higher fees?
The bill specifically excludes that.
Okay, good. All right, okay. I'm also worried about schools that start having more and more students, but they have lack of capacity in the school, and they have to bring in a portable.
Okay. All right, so we've talked about capacity. This will be the 10th time today we talk about capacity. The school board gets to choose the capacity. If they don't have the capacity, they don't take the kids, therefore, they don't need a portable.
Okay, good. Because a portable costs $1 million. I did find that out. So that's really expensive.
Well, thank God they don't have to get one.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm still worried about some of these schools in the rural areas and in frontier areas of Kansas. I'm becoming more and more familiar with Trigo County because my wife is from Trigo County, from Waukene, has a farm out there, and I've come to really love the town of Waukene. But I also know that there's only 119 students in the school there, in the high school. And I worry about what happens if some of these students start leaving. And I understand that's already happening, but this bill will accelerate that. What happens to those schools as they start losing students and then they start closing down? Waukene's not that close to bigger cities. So I'm worried about that, and I really don't see a reason for this bill. I'll be voting no.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Stochdale.
How would the carrier of the bill stand for a question, please?
Sir.
Yeah. Do parents or students have to give a reason for their transfer to another district?
No, they just apply.
They just apply.
Well, there would be, so the local school boards would be able to determine the application.
Okay, so.
Hold on just a second. Let me. My apologies. The state school board will create the application and the local school board will use that. What was your question?
Well, my question was, can a student transfer in for any other reason other than academics?
That would be up to the school board to put on the application or not, but I would assume that it would just be to move the student. I don't know that they'd need to give a reason.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give a real quick, real-life example of what happens when we do something like this. About 20 years ago, the high school in my district was rated probably one of the top 10 high schools in the country. And a lot of people wanted to move into our district to send their child to school there. And it filled up so fast they had to stop the process of transfer. And so they made a rule you had to live in that school district, you had to live in that high school area in order to go to that high school. Almost overnight, house values in our high school area there like to doubled and priced out a lot of those people that would have liked to have moved into our district and had their child go to school there. So that was an unintended circumstance that we had to deal with in our high school area there when we had unlimited transfers. The second was, and I'll be real quick about this, but athletics. We've had some from private schools in the Kansas City Metro that have been super successful at athletics because they've been able to recruit from all over the Kansas City Metro. Matter of fact, we had, even in our public high school, about 15 years ago, they had a couple of transfer students who were foreign students that came in on a program, outstanding basketball players. And there was some question as to how they got to our high school. They dominated the league for 2 years that they were there in that high school. And I can guarantee you that there are some parents that will be out there thinking, that guy's a really good coach. That's where I want my kid to go to school. And, you know, if we're going to do this, I'm hoping that we would have transfers in because of academics, not athletics. But I think realistically, we're going to have people to do that for athletics. And that will kill the competitiveness in some schools if we do this. The other thing that I just wanted to mention was we had all 5 superintendents in from Johnson County yesterday, and they run outstanding school districts. And to a person, they said this is going to be an administrative nightmare to deal with this program. It's going to have to be school by school. It's going to have to be program by program. They said it is going to be a mess. And these are the professionals that we hire to run our school districts, and they've done an outstanding job of running our school districts in Johnson County. And I think I'm going to err on the side of their wisdom and so on in this and say, if they say it's going to be a total administrative nightmare, I'm going to agree with them, and I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of interesting to sit here and listen to folks come up here at the mic and basically tell us that our public schools will be dishonest and go out and recruit athletes. That would be dishonest, disingenuous. A child is only going to leave a school district because they are not getting what they need. And as you heard before, you can go onto the Kansas Department of Education website and you can see what the academic levels are in each one of your schools. Local school boards, and this is something that most people don't realize, I think the state board actually has all the power. When you go in and you read the Constitution, guess what? No. Local school boards have more power than the State Board of Education. They can make more decisions for their community than the State Board can. We have parents that move around that are much more mobile all the time, and that's nothing new. Schools have always had to adjust for whatever the enrollment was going to be. If a parent is willing to get their kid to another school without relying on public transportation, we said we wanted more parental involvement. That's parental involvement. We're either about a system or we're about children. And unfortunately, it's disappointing to see that most of the discussion up here has been about a system, not about children. And every year that we fail a child, you have to ask, when does that child get their life back?
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, I told you it wasn't going to be controversial. It's just that some people don't understand the bill. Let's talk about some of the things that popped up. First of all, it was mentioned that people will be cherry picking. The bill clearly says first come, first serve. And so as the applications come in, those spots get filled. There was some discussion about haves and have-nots and how this is an inequitable bill. I mean, let's cut to the chase of this thing. Almost every school district already allows all of this. This bill was created because we have some real prominent school districts right next to some real failing school districts. And we talked this morning about how 93% of our at-risk students are not proficient. We talked about, I mentioned the Kansas City School District, but now I'll go ahead and mention, so Kansas City was at 7.5%. Wichita is at 11.5% to 12% proficient, all of their high school students. Well, that's why Andover and Johnson County don't want this bill, because their schools will have a rush, because every family, put yourself in their shoes. If you lived in those districts and you wanted the best thing for your kid, would you not fight for that? You can't move. You can't move into one of these school districts because you can't afford it. This is their best chance. If a child is kicked out of another school, the district doesn't have to accept them. We talked about Keisha and cherry picking. Well, talk to Keisha about that. Because, if you want to field a football team right now, you can. Keisha allows you to take students that aren't in your district, and if they transfer after freshman year, they have to sit out for a year. If they come in before freshman year, they don't have to sit out. They allow that. This doesn't change any of that. If somebody comes early, they can play. If they transfer in the middle of high school, they got to sit out, just like Keisha. If you don't like that, talk to Keisha. Change those rules. This bill doesn't have anything to do with that. I think we talked enough about capacity that we've cleared that up. I did make a misstatement earlier on property tax. The county does not fund schools with property tax. The schools tax your property. And there's also an additional 20 mills that the state taxes, and they distribute that equitably. See, I have a couple of notes here. Well, we identified one funding problem because evidently these schools are paying $1 million for outhouses for these little portable classrooms. I think that's a waste of money. So, all right. I think I'll go ahead and ask for your support on this bill and close if I can find the thing. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move that when committee rises and reports HB 2615 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to report HB 2615 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 199. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 199, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 199, an act that would update references in insurance statutes to short-term limited duration policies. Under current law, short-term means an insurance policy period of 6 or 12 months based upon the policy, which offers not more than one renewal period, with or without a requirement of medical re-underwriting or medical requalification. This bill would amend this definition to update the term to short-term limited duration and would specify a policy period of less than 12 months and a policy that offers renewal or extension periods up to a maximum policy period of 36 months total in duration. This bill also updates the definition of specially designed policies to provide that these policies are issued on short-term limited duration basis and requirements for language to be included in the policies. I want to be really, really clear on this because we're going to hear some folks get up and contradict this. This policy does not create short-term insurance. Short-term insurance already exists. It's in statute, and a lot of people have it in Kansas right now. This bill actually protects people who get sick during that short-term period by giving them a longer duration to extend the insurance until they get through whatever that health issue is. In the hearings, the proponent were Senator Beverly Gossage, she's also a Kansas insurance agent and a former special assistant to President Trump at the White House National Economic Council, and the Kansas Association of Health Underwriters. There are a number of opponents. I'm not going to name them all here, but they included the American Cancer Society and Cancer Action Network, the American Heart Association, and others. Their objections centered around the belief, I think erroneous belief, that that covered individuals would be dropped if they get sick. This is just like any other insurance policy. You have a term and you have conditions that are covered, and if you get sick while you're in that term of the insurance, they have to cover you. So thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some people say some insurance is better than no insurance. That's what this is. No insurance. The insurance agents that I have spoken to for the last several years, because this has come before us, is that this is JUNK. They would never sell it. That tells you something right there. They won't even market it. Let's go back and look at what the previous representative said. Will they allow you to stay on? Sure they will, but they're not going to cover your illness. They're not going to cover you if you have cancer. They're not going to cover you if you have a child. They don't cover pregnancy. Surprise, surprise. They're not going to cover you if you develop a heart condition or you have a kidney condition. They offer wellness visits, but they do not cover prescriptions, cancer, any of that. So if you think no insurance is better than some insurance, this is your yes vote. Because it does not do a thing for the person purchasing it. If you are 27 and in perfect health, maybe it's fine for you, but I hope you don't get a broken arm. Hope you're not in a car crash, because they're not going to cover it. Their answer has been, go get a rider. You tell me after you're in an accident, you break an arm, oh, by the way, your wife gets pregnant, it's not covered. They're not going to drop you and your wife. They're just not going to pay for the delivery. What's that going to do for you? This is already available for 2 years. Why do we need to expand it to 3? We do not need to expand it to 3. This is a bad bill This has been vetoed also last year by the governor. Why are we bringing something that is bad policy and extending it another year? This hurts people. This can put them in medical, financial bankruptcy, because what you see is not what you get. And I can tell you from working with insurance companies, and I know many of you worked with insurance companies, that a lot of this stuff is in 6-point print. Isn't that nice? You can't see it. And when they say, oh, here's a booklet, read it, it's like when you buy a new car, when you buy a house. How many of those pages do you go and read? Do you read the fine print? Do you get down to the 6-point? No. This is bad policy. I hope you will not support Senate Bill 199.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Alsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was in committee, I listened to the testimony, I read through the testimony. As a summation, there were obviously two groups of people, the proponents and opponents. The proponents included the drafter of the bill and a couple of political think tanks. The opponents of the bill included MS Society, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, American Cancer Society, Academy of Pediatricians, American Heart Association, the list goes on. This is a bad bill. And I know this from personal experience as well. I actually was on a short-term plan. Probably about 8 years ago, I was between jobs, and I needed something for about a month and a half or so to bridge a gap. And looked around, got a policy. I looked at the information. I knew in advance what I was signing up for, but I can't say that most people do. I knew it covered almost nothing, but I kind of figured something, just paying something is better than getting absolutely nothing and having no coverage whatsoever. In retrospect, maybe it even wasn't, because I know it covers absolutely nothing. And what I also know, or what I strongly suspect, is that most people that get these plans don't realize it covers absolutely nothing. And they're not going to know that until it's way too late. And the only rectification they have is getting sick and getting bankrupt. These policies also eliminate pre-existing conditions. This is basically doing an end run around the ACA. And for some people in this room, they're like, fantastic, we're gonna kill Obamacare. But here's the thing, when you separate out different portions of the ACA and tell people, you ask them, do you support the elimination of pre-existing conditions as a means of not covering insurance? People overwhelmingly support that part of the ACA, overwhelmingly, and this gets rid of that. Bless you. This gets rid of that requirement along with other things. This is not a short-term solution. As we go from 1 year up to 3 years, that is not short-term. And one question that nobody is asking is the question of, why do people need this coverage for 3 years? Why do people need this coverage for 3 years? It is no longer a short-term solution. It is their only solution. And that is a failure, not only of the market, but of Kansas to support Kansans. So thank you, and I urge you all to vote no on SB 199.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this is gap insurance. It serves a purpose. It doesn't cover everything, but not everybody knows that. And that's already been talked about a little earlier. Consumers purchase a gap insurance policy believing that they have coverage. The coverage they have is basically catastrophic for a catastrophic incident. You don't plan to have a heart attack. You don't plan to have a stroke. I don't know if you remember, but last year, I have a personal story about this insurance policy that my sister-in-law had a stroke. She'd recently gotten a divorce and was no longer on her husband's insurance, so she bought one of these gap insurance policy. She's a fairly healthy person, and she had a stroke and ended up in the hospital for 3 months because they couldn't dismiss her because this insurance does not cover rehab, which normally a policy would. So it's very personal to me. She thought she had insurance coverage. She didn't. 92% of the people who file claims feel like they have been duped. So, as I said, they serve a purpose, but 2 years is enough. We don't need to add another. That's plenty of time to go get another policy. With the American Rescue Plan Act, the cost of policies on the exchange that are ACA compliant has been reduced to be where they are the same, they cost the same amount. Did you just yawn? I saw you. They cost the same amount as this. Okay, now everybody yawn. Anyway, back to being serious. So you can buy a full coverage policy for the same price as one of these temporary policies. 12 states have passed legislation to regulate or ban these type of insurance policies. The National Association of Health Underwriters recommended against the durations that are asked for in this bill. So also, if you look at the opponents on this, American Cancer Society, American Health Association, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, MS Society, pediatricians, the American Lung Association, on and on. These are all people who care about your health, and they oppose this bill. I think there's a reason why, and that should go into how you consider your vote. I plan to oppose this, and I'd ask you to join me.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of SB 199, and since we're telling personal stories, let me briefly tell you my personal story. In the mid-1990s, I switched jobs voluntarily, and the new job that I went to didn't offer any insurance. So I had the COBRA option from my old job, and after 18 months that ran out, and then I was in a quandary about what to do, and I heard about short-term insurance. So I decided to take out a policy. Well, after we took out the policy, my wife got sick with cancer. So this was obviously a very stressful time in our lives. And after we had met the deductible, the big bill eventually came. She had a very successful operation. It was a bone replacement surgery. I'd be happy to tell you about it sometime if you're interested. But it was an amazing operation. And one day she had cancer, then she had the surgery, and the next day she didn't have cancer, and she hasn't had cancer since. And this was back in 1996. So anyway, the bill came, and it was north of $39,000. I'm like, oh. And then the bill after the insurance kicked in came, and it was $475. If this is junk, sign me up for American Pickers.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a whole lot of things I wanted to say in response to all the people who got up here and said that this wasn't covered and that wasn't covered, but I think that the previous representative did it justice just fine. We're hearing all the time about how, concerned we all are about Kansans that are uninsured. Depending on who you ask, it's somewhere 400,000 total uninsured. This is insurance, and this is a way to get people insured. And I can't help but think that some of the folks that are trying to kill this, like the governor who vetoed it last time it came to her desk, did so because they want the political argument so that they can expand Medicaid. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I move that when body rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 199 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report Senate Bill 199 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2631. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2631, the chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Body HB 2631 comes from the Education Committee. It's a bill concerning career technical credentials incentives for students. It creates a program, and this is going to be a pilot. It originally was set up to be an all-encompassing bill, but we decided to make it a pilot program to give it a try and see how it was going to work out. It gives us opportunity for students to obtain an industry-recognized credential, and after a year of the pilot program, the hope is it'll be expanded statewide. There are 39 school districts that are involved in the program. Business strongly supports this. Schools strongly support it. There were a whole bunch of proponents. There were no opponents. It's designed so that it will pay 120% of a high-value credential and 100% of a standard credential. And those differences would be, a standard credential would be like Excel or Office or something like that, a basic credential. A high-value one would be welding, construction, those sorts of things. That's based on, and the idea, of course, the standard, the standard credential is also for students on an IEP or a 504 plan. Since it strikes the direct funding provisions of the program, it's subject to appropriations, and that's been dealt with appropriations pending the passage of this. This is an opportunity for students, especially in a lot of the rural areas, to be able to stay where they are and to be able to get a job, to go straight into the workforce right out of school, right out of high school, or to get a credential that they can use to help pay for their college. It'd be nice to come out of college without a big debt. It also gives them something to fall back on if they choose not to finish college. About 30% of the kids that graduate from high school complete college. So there's a lot of kids out there that could use something like this to have a backup. I think that's enough. I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hubert.
The carrier of the bill did a great job of explaining this bill. and I strongly support. It came to my committee just before turnaround, so I didn't get to have a hearing until after turnaround. I really felt, although I supported the original bill, that a pilot program would be able to help us to keep the costs down as we try to get it funded for this year, for this upcoming year. And my committee and our revisor worked with all those who testified to work on a good pilot program that we can gather data, help the students that are in the school districts that are going to be a part of the pilot to get these credentials. And we also worked with the Department of Education to help craft this pilot in order to, help us succeed, and then hopefully next year come back and pass this for all school districts. I, again, don't believe there's opposition. I don't think we'll have any trouble passing the bill, but I do have an amendment on another bill that I'm wanting to amend into this, and so I'll turn that in and explain that.
Representative, your amendment looks long. Could you please explain your amendment?
Okay. This is a shortened version, just section 2 of 2505. My committee heard the ACT bill back before turnaround. We kicked the bill out. We made some amendments trying to approve it, but it never came above the line. And so the Senate called a conference committee on the vision screening bill and asked to look at considering this ACD bill to be put into that. But during that discussion in conference, that it hadn't passed this chamber, only my committee, and they asked me to bring this back in order for it to pass this chamber, and I agreed to do that. The ACT bill is necessary because during the COVID pandemic, ACT began offering the ACT test on an online format. And it's not at home, it's still being under the control and in testing facilities in order to control that. But because of that change, the Student Online Personal Protection Act was written initially so that ACT and other providers of these assessments were not included. They're now included, and if we do not amend the section 2 of this bill into something and get it passed, we risk not allowing our students, which we pay for, all students now that want to take the test, we pay for them to take the test. So this amendment is necessary in order to allow them to do that. There were some concerns about data privacy, parental rights and everything, which is what we initially tried to change. This bill is only section 2 of the bill, so none of that is included. Students still can, just like they always have, been able to share their scores and data to the schools that they're looking to attend in order to get scholarships and to get enrollment in the school districts of their choice. So again, all we're trying to do is allow what's been going on for a long time for the ACT to be used for our students to take and to get into the school colleges of their choice. With that, I would stand for questions on the amendment.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? There is objection. The clerk will read.
Page 1, line 8, before section by inserting new. On page 3, following line 14 by inserting section 2, KSA 726332 is hereby amended to read as follows. A, educational purposes means purposes that are directed by an employee or agent of a school district that customarily take place at an attendance center operated by a school district, or that aid in the administration of school activities, including but not limited to instruction in the classroom or at home, administrative activities and collaboration between students, school personnel, or parents, or which are otherwise use the benefit of the school district. B, interactive computer service means any service system or software provider that provides or enables multiple users access to a computer service including a service or system that provides access to the internet and systems or services offered by libraries or educational institutions. C, educational online product means an internet website, online service, online application, or mobile application that is used primarily and was designated and marketed for additional educational purposes. Operator means to the extent it is operating in this capacity, the operator of an educational online product with
The
actual
objection has
knowledge.
been waived. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Murphy.
As I consider this a friendly amendment, I trust my chairman, and I think we're good to go on it.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We discussed this pretty thoroughly in Education Committee. I consider it a friendly amendment, and I would urge your support for it.
Is there any other member who wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Hubert, you may close.
Hey, I'm a friendly guy. I only propose friendly amendments. No. I could speak a lot more, but it's getting late. I know there were people yawning earlier, and I was yawning on the back row. But with that, I close. I hear you.
You have heard the motion by Representative Hubert to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Representative Hubert, do you still have more to? Okay. Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the previous speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent explanation of the bill. We discussed this thoroughly in Education Policy Committee. It's a good bill. It's going to give a lot of our students a leg up, I think, whether they're going into immediate employment following high school or whether they're going on to college. So I would certainly appreciate your support for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to speak quickly and succinctly. This morning, my Chamber of Commerce contacted me and urged me to vote in favor of this bill. They pointed out all of the good things that this can do for Kansas high school students. It will give students a certification that gives them additional credibility when they go to apply for a job at one of the aircraft plants, for example. So I took a look at the bill because I wanted to make sure that kids at North High that I represent were going to be eligible. And I found that kids in Attica, Burton, Cheney, Circle, that's at Towanda, Clearwater, El Dorado, Hayesville, Heston, Kingman, Mays, Wellington. In other words, towns all the way around Wichita were eligible, but not my constituents' kids. If this is a good idea, it's a good idea for the kids in Wichita, so I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 3, line 13, after the second semicolon, by inserting Wichita School District, USD number 259.
May I continue, Madam Chair?
You may.
Thank you. I encourage all of you to do this for the kids in your school district. Now, I want to be straight up with you. I contacted my Chamber of Commerce and told them that I was going to go ahead and offer this amendment after hearing them communicate what a great idea this was. And I don't want to mislead anyone. Their response was, good luck. We're supportive of 2631 either way. So I can't tell you that my Chamber of Commerce thinks this is a good idea, but I'll tell you what, I want the kids who go to North High School in my district, when they go out to Spirit, have the same type of a certification in their hand as the kids from Cheney, Burton, Mays, all the school districts around town. So that's my amendment.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Murphy.
With the carry of the amendment, answer a question. In your list, is Fairfield School District in there?
Could you speak into the mic, please?
He's wanting to know if the Fairfield School District is in there, and let's see, Eureka, Great Bend. As long as it's alphabetical, I'm not sure.
No, it's not. I knew it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for the kids there.
We're going to consider this a friendly amendment. The more the better. We were trying to kind of keep the cost in reason for the pilot program, but as far as bringing Wichita schools in, that's fine.
Thank you.
Representative Huber on the amendment.
Again, the goal with the pilot program is to gather information. We worked with the Department of Education in order to put together a good cross-section based on their recommendations. And the goal is to try to keep the costs under $1 million for the pilot program. After this is completed, all districts will become a part of this as we move forward and pass a full-scale bill. But again, I went to the Wichita school districts at Wichita Heights, and again, I will agree with the previous speaker that at this point in time, I will support this amendment.
Does any further member wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Carmichael, you may close.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the support of my former Heights Falcon colleague, now Mighty Hornet from Valley Center, as well as the carrier of the bill, and I therefore close and move my amendment.
You have heard the motion by Representative Carmichael to amend. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Roll call has been called. Seeing 15 hands, roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, with 57 in favor, 62 against, amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Representative Carmichael, you still are on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the friends who supported the kids in Wichita. But I'm not a vindictive man. I don't want to keep the kids in your school district from getting this certification, so I intend to vote aye on HB 2631, despite what happened to my constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Murphy, you may close.
We're even because mine's not in there either. Madam Chair, I move when the committee arrives and reports, that it reports HB 2631 favorable for passage.
As amended?
As amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Murphy to report House Bill 2637 favorably as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. The final item for business is Senate Bill 367. For purposes of carrying Senate Bill 367, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
You only thought you were done with me. Colleagues, SB 367 comes to us from the Judiciary Committee. What this bill does is it specifies that seized property shall be returned to its rightful owner or disposed of in accordance with the statute if no criminal charges are filed or prosecution is declined. The bill would clarify the procedure to be followed for filing a copy of the receipt, provided that the property is seized under a search warrant, and will allow electronic filing of said receipt. The bill would amend provisions regarding the disposition of seized weapons when the individual from that was not convicted. Upon verifying whether the weapon is stolen, and if it was, it would be returned to its rightful owner, as well as notifying the owner that it can be retrieved. The bill would allow the sheriff to designate someone to hold the sale of unclaimed property. So with that, Mrs. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again for the last time this evening. At our caucus, we were promised that we might waive the midnight rule tonight, so I'm prepared to keep us here till midnight if you like. All right. I apologize. Would the carrier of the bill answer a few friendly questions?
Only if we don't go till midnight.
Thank you. I don't have the endurance. During our committee hearings, we had some testimony, I believe it was from Kansas law enforcement, that explained to us that there's a constitutional law decision which allows, I think, people who are convicted felons to still own a firearm even if they are prohibited from possessing a firearm. Could you sort of explain that to us and explain how we're dealing with that in this bill?
Well, chances are you'd probably do a much better job at explaining that than I would, being your legal background. But the reality is possession of that is certainly when you're a felon. But in Kansas, there are ways that you can have your felony expunged. You can then earn the right to have your firearm back at a later date and time. So being able to retain ownership in that instance makes sense so that you can then possess it again at a later time. How it applies specifically, legally, constitutionally, I'll let you explain that one.
Let me try to phrase this with your permission as if in the form of a question. Excuse me. I believe under this bill, in that instance, the convicted felon can either transfer the custody of the firearm through a federal firearms dealer to a third party, or I believe they can also arrange for the sale of the firearm through a federally licensed firearms dealer. Is that the way we dealt with that problem?
That is correct. That is correct, and everything does run through a licensed firearm dealer to ensure that possession of that firearm is by somebody that can legally do so.
And the secondary question, Representative, I wasn't entirely clear, and I know you can help me with this one. I believe this bill only applies in circumstances where there's not a criminal conviction. Is that correct or not? How does this work if someone's charged and there's a criminal conviction?
Well, then if there is a criminal conviction in that point, if we're dealing specifically with firearms, we have statutes on the books that determine exactly how that firearm is to be disposed of according to law.
Thank you. Thank you. Just real quickly, I think as I explained to my caucus, the way this works is if you're the owner or the possessor and you're adult and you're able to possess the firearm, then the law enforcement's going to give it back to you. If it's a juvenile that they take it from, the parents can come and get it. If no adult qualifies because they're all ineligible to possess a firearm, then this allows, as the representative said, the owner to transfer the ownership, at least the custody, to a third party through a federal firearms licensed dealer, or I believe they can sell that firearm. I hope I have that correctly. I see someone in the gallery that I can't refer to who really knows the answer. The hour is late. This legislation does not go as far as many of us would like to see it go. to try to take firearms that, as our sheriff described, he's seen over and over because they're used in a crime and then they're back on the street and it's the same gun. It still has the evidence markings inside, so he knows it's the same gun. A lot of us would like to find a way to get those kinds of guns off the street. This bill doesn't go that far, but this bill does straighten things out and gives law enforcement some parameters that they can work within to try to deal with firearms that they seize. So I am going to support this legislation, and I ask for your affirmative vote on SB 367. Good evening, friends.
Do any other members wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report SB 367 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Owens to report Senate Bill 367 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes general orders. Chair recognizes Representative.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I move we rise and report.
Oh, I need my phone.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends House Bills 2609 and substitute for House Bill 2737 and Senate Bill 367 be passed. House Bills 2717, 2615, 2631, Senate Bills 493, 161, and 199 be passed as amended.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Armberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee whole report.
You've heard a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2708 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that requests by Representative Ressman, Dodson, Poskin, and Prell be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and the drafting of said resolutions.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for adoption of calendar and printing report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Message from the Senate. The clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 340, 455, and 496. Senate Bill number 340 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning higher education relating to the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act, responsibility of the State Board of Regents and post-secondary educational institution, authorizing designation of additional eligible programs and fields of study. Senate Bill number 455 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to school attendance, allowing students to transfer to and attend school in any school district in the state, requiring school district to set transfer capacity and adopt certain transfer policies. Senate Bill number 496 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to schools and school districts, establishing the Parent Bill of Rights.
Are there announcements? Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in 152 South, 9 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further announcements? Majority Leader Hawkins.
Body, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. there will be the Legislative Bible Study in 142 South. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 1502, posting of sequence for succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders on Wednesday, March 23rd. Senate Bill 506, Senate Bill 434, House Bill 2340, House Bill 2492, Senate Bill 382, Senate Bill 12, House Bill 2502, House Bill 2716, House Bill 2495, Senate Bill 150, substitute for Senate Bill 450, substitute for House Bill 2504, Senate Bill 405, House Bill 2697, Senate Bill 399, House Bill 2596, and substitute for Senate Bill 563. Republicans, we will calendar at 9 a.m. in the old Supreme Court room. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Wednesday, March 23rd at 10 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.